Hey friend, you just found your peaceful haven for tonight. I am the storyteller, and I created this space for people exactly like you who need rest but cannot seem to find it. Let my eerie tales and these gentle rain sounds become your lullaby tonight. You do not need to do anything except close your eyes and listen. Just a handful of ads in the first 10 minutes. Then ad-free for the entire rest of the night. If this little haven brings you comfort, then I would love it if you subscribed and tapped like. Let me know where you are finding shelter tonight in the comments below. You're home now. Let us begin this journey together right now. In the coastal village of Oakhaven, time did not flow like a river. It dripped, slow and thick, like cold salt spray accumulating upon the leaded panes of the harbor windows. It was late autumn in the year 1894, and the village lay trapped in a perpetual mantle of iron-gray dampness, pressed tight between the dark, churning expanse of the Atlantic Ocean and the pine-draped granite bluffs of the New England coast. To the fishermen down at the wharves, time was measured by the turn of the tide, the mending of hemp nets, and the silver flash of cod gutting under the gray twilight. But inside the low-ceilinged, cedar-shingled shop on the corner of Blackwood Lane, time belonged entirely to Silas Vance. Silas was a man constructed of quiet angles and measured pauses. At 42, his hair was the color of sea ash, his fingers long, nimble, and permanently stained with the pale, sweet-smelling film of whale sperm clock oil and fine brass polish. He lived alone above his shop, in a single room that smelled of dried lavender, tallow candles, and wool drying over an iron stove. He was a master horologist, a man whose entire life had been spent in the service of the second hand, the pendulum, and the delicate, interlocking dance of microscopic teeth. His workshop was a sanctuary of rhythm. On any given evening, as the salt-heavy wind whined through the gaps in the cedar shingles, Silas sat at his heavy mahogany bench enveloped in a tapestry of sound. 67 clocks lined the walls and cedar shelves, gilded French carriage clocks that chattered like dry leaves in an autumn gale. Heavy oak-cased bracket clocks that hummed with deep, resonant warmth, and slender walnut regulators whose precise mathematical clicks provided the rigid backbone of his evening solitude. To an outsider, the chorus might have seemed deafening, a frantic collision of competing seconds. But to Silas, who had spent 20 years in their company, it was a smooth, velvet wave of sound. A predictable blanket of noise that kept the dark, vast silence of the coastal night at bay. The rain had begun early that Tuesday afternoon, a low, cold drizzle that gradually thickened into a torrential downpour by 6 o'clock. The ocean mist had rolled in off the bay, thick as wool, swallowing the harbor lights and turning the gas lamps along the cobblestone street into faint, yellow smudges. Silas sat at his bench, his brass magnifying loupe pressed into his right eye socket, his long fingers carefully adjusting the balance spring of a silver pocket watch using a pair of bone-handled tweezers. The heavy brass bell above the shop door did not ring. Instead, there was a low, dull thud that echoed through the floorboards, the sound of something massive and heavy being set down on the flagstone stoop outside, followed by 3 slow, deliberate knocks against the iron-bound oak of the front door. Silas did not jump. He carefully set the silver balance wheel onto a small square of black velvet, removed his loupe, and laid it beside his brass screwdrivers. He stood up, the thick wool of his dark gray cardigan rustling softly against the edge of the workbench. He unlatched the heavy iron bolt of the shop door and pulled it inward against the wet resistance of the wind. Standing on the threshold was a drayman, his wide-brimmed felt hat bowed low against the torrential rain. His oilskin cape gleaming wetly in the faint yellow ambient light of the shop oil lamps. Behind him, Resting on a two-wheeled iron cart sat a massive wooden crate bound in heavy, rusted iron bands. The rain hissed against the wood, sending up a faint plume of mist. "Silas Vance?" the drayman asked. His voice was raw, scratched raw by the salt air. "I am," Silas replied quietly. His voice had the gentle, low rasp of someone who went days without using it. "Delivered from the estate of Mr. Aurelius Blackwood up on the bluff," the drayman said, nodding toward the dark headland 2 miles north, where the silhouette of Blackwood Manor sat hidden in the fog. He sent strict instructions. "Deliver only after dark. Deliver directly into your hands." He paid the freight in advance. The drayman handed Silas a heavy parchment envelope. The paper was dry, despite the downpour, and sealed with a heavy dollop of dark purple wax. The seal was stamped with an intricate, geometric crest, a crescent moon enclosed within a circular gear. "He said you'd know what to do with it," the drayman added, his breath fogging in the chill dampness. He did not step across the threshold. In fact, Silas noticed the man shifted his boots away from the crate, his eyes carefully avoiding the dark pine timber of the box. "I'll be leaving it here then. Good night to you, Mr. Vance." Before Silas could offer a coin or a word of thanks, the man grabbed his iron cart and wheeled it back into the fog, his iron-rimmed wheels clattering over the rain-slicked cobbles until the sound was entirely swallowed by the roar of the surf down at the seawall. Silas stood in the open doorway for a moment, letting the cold sea-salted air rush over his face. The wind smelled of wet kelp, ozone, and ancient stone. He looked down at the crate resting on his threshold. It stood nearly 7 feet tall, almost 3 feet wide, and was made of dense, dark wood. Perhaps teak or ironwood, bound by hand-forged iron straps secured with square-headed rivets. He crouched down. His wool sleeves pulled over his knuckles against the cold and hauled the crate inside. It was astonishingly heavy, as though the box were filled with lead or ocean-wet sand. The wood of the crate felt strangely dry to the touch, despite the driving rain that had beaten against it for the past hour. The moisture seemed to roll off its surface in tiny, perfectly spherical beads, leaving the dark grain entirely unsodden. He pushed the heavy oak door closed, threw the iron bolt back into place, and pulled the oilskin curtain across the glass window. The shop fell back into its warm, amber isolation, wrapped in the familiar, rhythmic weaving of its 67 ticking clocks. Silas took a small steel crowbar from his tool rack along with a brass oil lamp, and knelt beside the crate on the pine floorboards. He slid the flat edge of the crowbar beneath the top iron strap. With a slow, screaming groan of iron and wood, the first plank pried loose. The odor that escaped from inside the crate was not the smell of damp packing straw or sawdust. It was cold, bone-dry, and extraordinarily old. It carried the scent of crushed brass, dried tallow, lavender blossoms that had rotted to dust 2 centuries prior, and a strange metallic tang, like the smell of lightning hitting copper wire, or the taste of a clean key held against the tongue. Silas pulled away the remaining wooden slats, nested within a dense bed of black. Hand-spun horsehair padding lay an astronomical floor clock of astonishing craftsmanship. He stood up slowly, bringing the oil lamp closer. The yellow flame flickered, casting long, sliding shadows across the brass and polished rosewood of the clock's cabinet. It was a tall clock, a grand regulator, constructed of a dark, almost black rosewood that had been polished until it possessed the mirror-like depth of obsidian. The glass paneling on the trunk was made of heavy, bevel-cut leaded crystal, perfectly clear and devoid of any dust or fingerprints. But it was the clock's face that caused Silas to draw in a long, slow breath through his nose. The dial was a complex, multi-tiered mechanism of burnished brass, silver gilt, and dark blue enamel. The outer ring contained standard Roman numerals for the 12 hours, rendered in delicate, leaf-shaped engravings. But within that outer ring lay 4 separate, smaller dials that rotated on concentric brass arbors. One indicated the lunar phase, represented by a silver moon that appeared to be carved from genuine mother-of-pearl. Another showed the precession of the zodiac. A third tracked the solar equinoxes. The 4th dial, however, was entirely unfamiliar to him. It was set at the very base of the clock face, beneath the central arbor. It was framed in dark, unpolished iron, and instead of numbers or zodiacal signs, it featured 12 silver inlaid symbols that Silas had never seen in any horology text or astronomical atlas. They were delicate, geometric configurations, crosses draped in circles, interwoven triangles, and long, sweeping arcs that resembled the path of a celestial body plunging into a void. In the center of the main dial, etched into the silvered brass plate in an elegant flowing script, were the words, Horologium Celestial Perpetuum Silas broke the purple wax seal on the parchment letter he had placed on his workbench. He unfolded the crisp paper, holding it beneath the lamp. The ink was dark, iron-gall black, written in a sharp, angular hand. Mr. Vance, I present to you the Perpetual Celestial, constructed in the year 1712 by an ancestor of my house whose name has been excised from the village records. For 70 years, this instrument has remained inert, its weight dropped, its pendulum still, its gears locked in frozen silence. I require its restoration. It is not a piece for display, nor is it a clock for the casual measurement of days. It is an instrument of precise calibration. You will find that its inner train requires no winding key, nor does its mainspring require tensioning in the conventional manner. It requires only the alignment of its teeth, the cleansing of its arbors, and the steady hand of a man who understands that time is not a line, but a fabric. You will be compensated $500 in gold sovereign coin upon its complete restoration, a task I expect will take you no more than 7 nights. You must perform this work entirely alone, in the dead of night, when the ambient vibrations of the village are at their lowest. Do not alter the order of the gear train. Do not remove the unnumbered wheel. If you hear the tide inside the cabinet, do not open the crystal door until the minute has passed. Yours in solemn trust, A. Blackwood Silas lowered the letter. $500 was more than his shop earned in 3 years of repairing watch mainsprings and silver pocket chronometers. It was a fortune for an isolated artisan in a fading fishing village. He looked back at the clock. The pendulum hung stationary within the crystal trunk. It was not a standard brass disc or a mercury-compensated rod. It was a long, heavy rod made of a strange, dull gray metal that seemed to absorb the amber glow of the oil lamp, ending in a sphere carved from solid dark marble, around which 3 silver rings rotated on delicate, jeweled pivots. Silas reached into his apron pocket, pulled out his small velvet cleaning cloth, and stepped closer. A masterpiece, he whispered softly to the empty room. An absolute masterpiece. The first night of restoration began in earnest at 10 o'clock. The storm outside had settled into a steady, monotonous deluge, the rain drumming against the leaded glass windows in a hypnotic, endlessly repeating pattern. Silas set up his restoration station around the Perpetual Celestial. He lit 3 additional oil lamps, arranging them on brass stands around the clock to eliminate as many harsh shadows as possible, though the dark rosewood seemed to swallow the light, remaining as dark and glossy as deep ocean water at midnight. He began by carefully removing the hood, the carved upper cabinet that shielded the movement. The wood slid away with a quiet, buttery smoothness that spoke of extraordinary joinery. There was no dust inside, no spider webs, no dried grease, no flakes of rusted iron. The interior movement shone in the lamplight as though it had been oiled that very morning. Silas raised his magnifying loupe to his eye and leaned close to examine the gear train. The clock's movement was a marvel of classical complexity. Hundreds of brass and steel wheels, pinions, and pallets were stacked in intricate, multi-layered tiers between two thick, hand-polished brass plates. The teeth were hand-cut with a precision that bordered on the miraculous. Each tooth cut to a fraction of a millimeter, polished until there was no trace of file marks or friction drag. As Silas systematically traced the drivetrain from the great wheel up through the center wheel and the escapement, his eye caught the anomaly mentioned in Blackwood's letter. Tucked deep within the lower frame, positioned directly between the arbor of the hour wheel and the heavy, black iron zodiac dial, sat an extra gear. It was unlike any component Silas had encountered in his 25 years as a horologist. It was roughly 3 inches in diameter, forged from a dark, non-reflective black metal that looked like polished meteorite or chilled iron. But unlike every other gear in the movement, which bore clean, numbered prick marks indicating their tooth counts and train placement, this wheel was completely blank. Its teeth were cut at a strange, slightly oblique angle, not straight-cut spur teeth, nor helical teeth, but curved, claw-like serrations that seemed designed to pull something inward rather than push another gear forward. Silas hovered his magnifying loupe over the dark gear. He reached out with a thin brass probe to gently test its tension. The moment the brass probe touched the dark metal of the extra gear, a faint, metallic vibration traveled up the tool, through his fingers, and straight up his forearm. It wasn't a mechanical vibration. The clock was not running. The pendulum was still. And the mainspring barrel had no tension. It felt like a subtle, rhythmic pulse, like touching a brass tuning fork that had been struck in a distant, soundproof room. Silas pulled the probe back. He blinked, adjusting his loupe. The dark gear sat entirely motionless. It was suspended on its own independent steel arbor, yet it did not mesh directly with any of the surrounding brass gear teeth. It hung there in a gap of 2 millimeters, hovering in the space between time-keeping mechanisms like a silent observer. Fascinating, Silas muttered into the quiet room. His breath rustled his silver-gray mustache. He took his badger hairbrush, dipped it into a silver bowl of refined whale sperm oil, and began the laborious, precise process of cleaning the upper escapement. The work was deeply hypnotic. Dip the brush, swipe the tooth, wipe with velvet. Inspect under the loupe, dip, swipe, wipe, inspect. Around him, the shop's 67 clocks maintained their gentle, atmospheric symphony. Tick-clack, tick-clack went the grandfather clock by the door. Tee-tee-tee-tee went the tiny Swiss desk clock beside the till. Thrum-tock, thrum-tock went the wooden forest clock on the west wall. The sound was a sea of time, steady and comforting. Silas lost himself in the work. His shoulders relaxed under his heavy cardigan. His breathing slowed, matching the deep 18-beat-per-minute cycle of his long-drawn inhalations. He cleaned the escape wheel, the pallet arbor, the tiny ruby jewels set into the pivot holes. Everything was in flawless condition. It was as if the clock had not been neglected for 70 years, but had merely been holding its breath, waiting for a key to turn. By 2 o'clock in the morning, Silas had reached the installation of the main pendulum suspension spring, a delicate strip of blue tempered steel from which the heavy marble pendulum hung. He used a pair of brass pliers to secure the pin. With meticulous care, he lifted the heavy, 3-ringed marble pendulum and hooked it onto the suspension spring. The marble felt surprisingly cold, cold enough that a light film of condensation immediately formed where his bare thumb touched the stone. He stepped back. The clock was fully assembled. The pendulum hung straight, perfectly plumb, suspended inside the tall crystal trunk. Silas took a deep breath. His wool sweater smelled faintly of the salt mist that was still creeping under the front door. He reached inside the crystal cabinet, caught the dark marble pendulum bob between two fingers, drew it 3 inches to the left, and let it go. Thrum. The sound was not a sharp, metallic click. It was a deep, low frequency, a sound felt in the soles of his boots and the center of his sternum rather than heard through his ears. Thrum. Pause. Thrum. Pause. The marble pendulum swung in a slow, wide arc. The silver rings encircling the marble sphere began to counter-rotate, turning silently on their jeweled axes as the pendulum passed through the center of its swing. Above, the deadbeat escapement caught the teeth of the brass wheel with a smooth, oiled precision. Tick. Thrum. Tick. Thrum. Silas stepped back to his workbench, leaning his palms against the worn mahogany wood. He watched the clock live. The brass astronomical dials began their almost imperceptible movement. The silver mother of pearl moon slowly shifted 0.5 millimeter behind its gilded aperture. The clock had woken. Silas smiled, a small, tired curving of his lips. He picked up his pocket watch, a simple silver lever escapement timepiece made in London, to verify the pendulum rate. He pressed 2 fingers against the radial artery of his left wrist to count his pulse against his pocket watch, a habit he had kept for 30 years when setting long case regulators. He looked at his pocket watch, 60 beats per minute. A steady, healthy pulse. He looked back at the perpetual celestial. The pendulum was swinging at 54 beats per minute, a slightly slower, more deliberate cadence. Silas watched the marble ball swing left. Thrum. He felt the pulse in his wrist beat. He watched the marble ball swing right. Thrum. He felt the pulse in his wrist beat. Silas froze. He downshifted his focus to his wrist. His fingers were still pressed against the skin above his radius bone. His heart was no longer beating at 60 beats per minute. It was beating at 54. Beat, pause, beat, pause. His pulse had dropped 6 beats in less than 20 seconds, pulling itself into flawless, mathematical synchronization with the slow, heavy arc of the marble pendulum. Silas pulled his hand away from his throat. He took a slow, deep breath, expanding his chest. His heart rate did not speed up. It stayed anchored to the clock, swinging in exact unison with the dark rosewood regulator standing 7 feet away. A small, cold drought crept across the floorboards, brushing against his wool-clad ankles. The rain outside seemed to soften, its sharp tapping against the leaded glass turning into a muted, muffled murmur. Silas shook his head softly, letting out a short, quiet laugh that barely disturbed the quiet air of the shop. Somatic resonance, he murmured to himself, his voice a dry whisper. A simple physiological reflex, the mind adapting to a dominant rhythm. He turned back to his workbench to clean his tools, deciding it was time to climb the narrow stairs to his bedroom and call it a night. He picked up his velvet cloth, but as he did, his eye caught the face of his workbench clock, a small, highly accurate marine chronometer he used as his shopmaster. It was 2 minutes to 3 in the morning. Silas stopped. He turned his head slowly to look at the perpetual celestial. The dark, extra gear, the blank, unnumbered wheel forged from dark, light-devouring metal, was no longer motionless. The second night began with a dense sea fog that settled over Oakhaven like a damp wool blanket. The rain had ceased, replaced by an all-enveloping, quiet moisture that condensed on the outside of the shop windows, running down the glass in long, slow, clear tears. Silas sat at his workbench, a hot mug of black tea resting near his hand, emitting a thin thread of steam that dissolved into the chilly air. He had spent the morning researching local histories down at the small timber-framed library near the docks, but the town's records contained no mention of an estate clockmaker named Blackwood in 1712. The land on Blackwood Manor had been owned by a shipping merchant who died at sea, his estate lying vacant for decades until the current reclusive occupant bought the deed through a London brokerage house 30 years ago. Silas set his tea down. His attention remained fixed on the tall dark clock in the corner. Since 3 o'clock the previous night, the clock had run without a single flaw. Yet Silas could not shake the memory of what he had observed in that single minute between 3:00 am and 3:01 am. He had watched the dark, unnumbered gear slide 2 millimeters along its threaded steel arbor. It had not made a sound. It had engaged with a quiet, oily smoothness, locking its curved, claw-like teeth into the lower train, and for 60 seconds, the second hand on the main dial had stopped dead. It hadn't stuttered or jammed, it had simply suspended its movement, held in mid-air between 2 brass index marks. During those 60 seconds, the light in the room had changed. The warm yellow flames of his 3 oil lamps had stopped flickering. They had flattened out into solid, hard teardrops of orange light, casting shadows on the pine floorboards that did not move, even when Silas moved his hand in front of them. The shadows had remained locked in place, fixed to the grain of the floor like dark paint. And then, at precisely 3:01 am, the dark gear had disengaged, sliding back along its arbor. The second hand had jumped forward, the lamp flames had flickered in the draft, and the world had resumed its familiar, ticking crawl. Silas pulled his cardigan tighter around his shoulders. The memory was so precise, yet so utterly absurd to his mechanical mind, that he had spent the afternoon persuading himself it was the result of exhaustion and the fumes of fine whale oil in an unventilated room. Exhaustion, he whispered into his tea mug. A trick of the eye. A lull in the draft. He put his loupe back into his eye, picked up a fine copper needle dipped in oil, and approached the clock to check the lower arbor bushings. As he knelt before the crystal door of the lower trunk, the silence in the shop felt heavier than usual. He listened carefully. The 67 clocks were still ticking, but their acoustic landscape had subtly altered. Normally, the clocks maintained an asynchronous, drifting cadence, a rich, chaotic wall of ticks, clacks, and metallic whirs. But tonight, as Silas rested his knee on the cold floorboards, he realized the small clocks were no longer drifting. The Swiss carriage clock was ticking in rhythm with the perpetual celestial. The German forest clock had adjusted its drop weight cadence. Even his precise marine chronometer, a tool built with a compensated balance wheel designed to resist all outside motion, was beating in exact, rhythmic alignment with the slow, deep thrum of the dark marble pendulum. Thrum, tick, thrum, tick. The entire shop was marching to the same beat. 68 heartbeats pulled together into a single massive pulse. Silas felt the pulse in his neck. Beat, beat, beat. 54 beats per minute. He felt no fear, only a strange, profound stillness that seemed to settle in his bones, cold and heavy as wet granite. He opened the crystal door of the lower cabinet to inspect the dark gear. The air that poured out of the cabinet was freezing. It didn't smell like the shop. It smelled of absolute cold, the smell of mountain air at 20,000 feet, or the ocean floor beneath miles of dark water. Silas reached his hand inside, hovering his thumb 2 inches away from the dark gear. He could feel cold air radiating off the black metal, like a tiny block of ice hanging in the center of the brass movement. The gear was entirely still now, waiting for the hour to come round again. Silas leaned closer, bringing his brass oil lamp right up to the crystal opening. He noticed something new. Around the rim of the dark gear, etched in microscopic lines so fine they could only be seen when the lamplight struck at an exact 45-degree angle were tiny hairline engravings. He pressed his magnifying loupe tighter to his eye, leaning his head inside the clock frame. The engravings were not numbers or letters, they were names. Dozens of names, written in an extraordinarily fine, delicate copperplate script, curving along the interior rim of the dark metal wheel. Silas shifted his loupe, focusing on the nearest name. Ephraim Wright, 1784. He moved the lamp slightly. Gideon Thorne, 1822. Thomas Vance, 1859. Silas froze. The loupe slipped slightly in his eye socket. He caught it with his fingers, holding it steady, his breath blowing cold vapor into the interior of the cabinet. He refocused the glass on the dark rim. Thomas Vance, 1859. Thomas Vance was Silas's grandfather. Silas felt a faint, ringing stillness enter his ears. His grandfather had been a master clockmaker in Boston. He had disappeared in the late autumn of 1859. Silas remembered his father telling him the story when he was a boy, how Thomas had locked his workshop door on a rain-drenched November night to complete a private restoration on a rare astronomical long case clock and had never been seen again. The shop had been found locked from the inside, his tools laid out neatly on the workbench, his oil lamp burned down to a dry, charred wick. The clock he had been working on was gone. Silas's fingers began to tremble, a slight, rhythmic tremor that matched the 54-beat thrum of the pendulum. He reached out with his bone-handled tweezers, touching the cold, dark metal right beside his grandfather's name. The moment the tool touched the metal, a sound rose up from inside the crystal cabinet. It was not the sound of gears. It was not the sound of a pendulum. It was the muffled, distant sound of ocean waves, vast, heavy swells crashing against deep, subterranean stone walls. The sound rose from the floor of the clock cabinet, deep and cavernous, as though the dark rosewood trunk were not a 3-foot wooden box resting on pine floorboards, but the open mouth of a well dropping thousands of feet into a sunless sea. Silas pulled his hand back, slamming the crystal door shut. The sound instantly vanished. The shop returned to its quiet, rhythmic ticking. The rain-slicked fog pressed silently against the window panes outside. Silas stood up, his knees cracking in the damp chill of the room. He walked backward 2 steps, his eyes locked on the dark face of the perpetual celestial. The mother-of-pearl moon on the upper dial seemed to gleam with a faint, luminous silver light, reflecting the flame of the distant oil lamps. The time on the clock was 2 o'clock in the morning. 1 hour remained until 3. Silas did not sleep that night, nor did he go upstairs. He sat in his mahogany armchair near the small iron stove, his wool cardigan wrapped tightly around his chest. His eyes fixed on the clock. He had drawn his workbench logbook onto his lap, his fountain pen resting across the blank white page. By 3 o'clock, the fog outside had grown so dense that the yellow glow of the street lamp across Blackwood Lane had disappeared entirely. The shop existed in a sphere of dark amber light, suspended in an ocean of damp gray silence. At 2:59 a.m., Silas stood up from his chair. He walked slowly, deliberately to the front of the perpetual celestial. He pulled out his heavy gold pocket chronometer, a gift from his father, and held it in his left palm. He opened the silver hunter case. The second hand of his chronometer was sweeping toward the 12 mark. 5 seconds. 4 seconds. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. The clock in the shop did not chime 3. Deep within the dark movement of the perpetual celestial, a heavy iron pawl dropped with a soft, dull clack. The dark, unnumbered gear slid 2 millimeters to the left, its oblique, claw-like teeth locking directly into the escapement arbor. Silas looked down at his gold chronometer. The second hand had stopped. It hung motionless between the 59-second mark and the 60-second mark. Silas raised his head. The room had fallen into a state of unnatural, crystalline stillness. The flame on the oil lamp beside his elbow stopped flickering. It froze into a hard, solid tear of yellow light, perfectly motionless, casting shadows on the walls that seemed carved from solid coal. The smoke rising from his mug of tea hung in mid-air, a delicate frozen spiral of white vapor locked in the room's stagnant air. Silas reached out a hand. He waved his fingers through the frozen spiral of tea smoke. The smoke did not shift. It did not swirl or break apart. His fingers passed through the white vapor as though it were made of carved ivory, leaving no trail, causing no eddy. He looked down at his own chest. He could not feel his lungs expanding. He did not feel the cool air entering his nostrils. His breath was held, not because he was holding it, but because the air in the room had lost its fluid capacity to move. Yet he was not suffocating. He felt no panic, no air starvation, no racing pulse. His heart was beating. Thrum, 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 54 beats per minute. And then the sound began. It did not come from outside the shop. The windows were dead and silent, the fog frozen against the leaded glass like white marble. The sound came from beneath his feet. It was the deep, thunderous roar of the ocean, not the soft, gentle lap of the village harbor, but the terrifying, endless weight of an abyssal sea. Silas felt the floorboards beneath his leather boots vibrate with the impact of massive, dark water surging against ancient stone foundations. He looked down at the floor. The cracks between the dark pine floorboards were no longer filled with dust and dry cedar shavings. A thin, dark layer of liquid was seeping upward through the floorboards. It was black, cold, and smelled of salt and deep, stagnant trenches. It pooled around the leather soles of his boots, perfectly still, reflecting the frozen amber flame of the motionless oil lamps above. Silas turned his eyes to the lower crystal panel of the perpetual celestial. Inside the cabinet, the pendulum was still swinging, its marble sphere slicing back and forth through the cold air. But the interior of the cabinet was no longer wood. The dark rosewood back panel of the clock had vanished. Looking through the bevel-cut crystal glass, Silas was not looking at a wooden wall or a plaster lath. He was looking out into a vast, limitless void of dark, tide-swept water under a sky devoid of stars. Far out in that sunless ocean, miles away across the black water, stood colossal, geometric spires of dark granite, around which massive, silent tides curled and churned in slow, majestic spirals. And sitting on the edge of one of those granite spires, half submerged in the tide, was the rusted, barnacle-encrusted shell of an 18th century clock cabinet, its brass dial long since eaten away by the salt, its pendulum swinging slowly in the dark water. Silas stared into the crystal box, his eyes wide, his loop still hanging around his neck by its black cord. He felt no horror. He felt only a vast, cold reverence, a profound, staggering realization of what he was looking at. The clock was not measuring the passage of days. It was not tracking the sun or the moon or the mechanical rotation of the earth. It was a gate, an aperture, a needle threading the narrow, delicate line between the world of light and air and the vast, eternal ocean that lay waiting beneath the skin of time. Click. The deep iron pawl inside the movement disengaged. The dark, unnumbered gear slid 2 millimeters to the right, disengaging from the escapement. Instantly, the world returned in a violent, rushing wave of sound and motion. The oil lamp flame flickered wildly, popping as a cold draft swept through the shop. The spiral of tea smoke collapsed into a loose white cloud and vanished toward the ceiling. The sound of the thunderous ocean beneath the floorboards cut off with the sharpness of a falling blade, replaced by the familiar, soft patter of mist against the window panes. Silas gasped, his lungs taking in a huge, cold draft of salt air. He stumbled back against his workbench, knocking a tray of brass tweezers to the floor with a loud metallic clatter. He looked down at his boots. The floorboards were completely dry. There was no salt water, no dark tide, no wet sea stain on the pine wood. He grabbed his gold pocket chronometer. The second hand was moving again, sweeping smoothly past the 12 mark, ticking its steady 60s per minute beat. He looked up at the perpetual celestial. The time on the main dial read 3:01 am. The clock ticked on, its heavy marble pendulum swinging in its wide, dark arc. Thrum, tick, thrum, tick. Silas stood in the center of his shop, his hands trembling violently, his heart hammering against his ribs like a trapped bird as it slowly, reluctantly forced itself back up to 60 beats per minute. He looked at his workbench. He looked at the window. He looked at the heavy oak door with its iron bolt. He knew he should unbolt the door. He knew he should step out into the cold, damp night, walk down to the harbor wharves, and throw himself onto the first fishing schooner heading south to Boston or New York. He knew he should leave the shop, the tools, the 67 ticking clocks, and the $500 in gold sovereign coin. He took 3 steps toward the door. His hand reached out for the iron bolt. His fingers touched the cold metal of the latch. And then he stopped. He looked back over his shoulder. The oil lamp light struck the burnished brass dial of the perpetual celestial. The silver mother of pearl moon seemed to wink at him from behind its dark blue aperture. Deep within the gear train, behind the complex web of pinions and arbors, the dark, unnumbered gear sat quietly in the shadows of the movement, its microscopic copperplate names waiting in the dark. Thomas Vance, 1859. Silas pulled his hand back from the door bolt. His hand slowly dropped to his side, his wool sleeve brushing against his trousers. He turned around. He walked back to his workbench, pulled his mahogany chair up to the light, picked up his brass loop, and sat down. The night was quiet. The fog was deep. And on the dark face of the astronomical clock, the 4th dial, the dial framed in iron, with its silver geometric symbols, began its slow, silent shift toward the 3rd night. By the dawn of the 3rd day, the fog had not lifted, it had merely thickened, turning from a soft gray mist into a heavy, wool-colored vapor that press-fit itself against the exterior of the shop. Inside, the ambient temperature had dropped significantly, despite the iron stove burning bright with dried pine knots and hard lump coal. The heat seemed to bleed out through the cedar shingles, disappearing into the surrounding dampness without warming the air around Silas's workbench. Silas spent the daylight hours seated at his desk, surrounded by the yellowed pages of old regional horology ledgers and Seatown registers he had pulled from his lower mahogany drawers. The paper smelled of mildew, dried glue, and decades of salt air. With a thin, bone-handled magnifying glass held in his right hand, he traced the ink lines written by generations of town clerks long since laid to rest in the slate-marked cemetery on the bluffs. The records were spare, written in the flat, unemotional script of coastal New Englanders, yet the pattern, once Silas knew where to look, was impossible to miss. In November of 1784, Ephraim Wright, a clockmaker who had operated a shop near the old fish scales, was recorded as having closed his doors on a Tuesday evening during a heavy rainstorm. He was never seen again. His shop was found locked, his tools in order. A half-assembled tall clock standing in the center of the room with its weight cords wound tight. In October of 1822, Gideon Thorne, a maker of brass nautical instruments and regulators in nearby Ipswich, had disappeared under identical circumstances. His apprentice reported that Thorne had spent 3 days working late into the night on an undated astronomical timepiece brought to him by an unnamed caller from the high estate up on the bluff. And then, in November of 1859, Thomas Vance. Silas touched his grandfather's name on the brittle ledger page. The ink was faded to a pale sepia, but the record was clear, found absent from his premises on the morning of the 19th. No evidence of struggle, no property removed, save for a tall regulator movement under repair. Silas laid the magnifying glass down on the desk. The glass magnified a single drop of water that had condensed on the wood, a round liquid eye reflecting the pale gray square of the window. He looked over at the perpetual celestial. The clock stood silent in its corner, its polished rosewood cabinet gleaming with a deep, liquid sheen under the dim light of the overcast sky. Its pendulum swung with effortless, frictionless perfection. Thrum, tick, thrum, tick. The sound did not bounce off the walls as it had on the first night. Instead, it felt as though the sound were being absorbed by the wood of the floorboards, pulling the room's air toward the glass case with every left-to-right sweep of the marble sphere. Silas reached down to take his tea. The porcelain was cold. The liquid inside was skin-still, its surface undisturbed by his touch, except for a set of tiny, concentric ripples that formed in exact alignment with the pendulum's arc. Thrum. A ring formed at the outer edge of the cup. Tick. The ring collapsed into the center. Silas watched the cold tea for a long time. He did not drink it. He simply sat, listening to the 67 other clocks in the shop. They were no longer distinct voices. The French carriage clocks, the oak bracket clocks, the silver regulators, they had all surrendered their individual cadences. They ticked in an absolute, unified chorus, a single mechanical engine whose pulses matched the slow, 54-beat cadence of his own heart. He raised his thumb to his neck. His pulse was steady, calm, and utterly unnatural. 54 beats per minute. He tried taking 3 fast, shallow breaths to elevate his heart rate. His lungs expanded, the cold air filling his chest with the sharp taste of salt and iron, but his pulse did not flicker. It remained locked to the pendulum, unyielding and precise. Night fell early, slipping over Oakhaven at 4 in the afternoon like a dark cloth thrown over a bird cage. The rain returned, not as a storm, but as a fine, needle-like spray that hissed against the glass windows with the sound of dry sand falling on wood. Silas lit his 4 oil lamps. But as he turned the brass keys to raise the woven wicks, he noticed a strange degradation in the light. The flames burned bright yellow, consuming the sweet whale oil at their normal rate, yet the illumination they produced seemed unable to travel beyond a few feet. It was as though the air inside the shop had grown dense, thick with an invisible medium that swallowed the yellow rays before they could reach the dark corners of the room. The shadows behind the tall cabinets remained pitch black, thick and solid as velvet curtains, regardless of how close he brought the lamps. By 11 o'clock, the shop felt smaller, not because the walls had moved, but because the dark space between the furniture seemed to have gained weight. Silas sat at his workbench, his bone-handled tweezers held between his thumb and forefinger. He was attempting to oil the upper jewel bearings of a small pocket watch, but his hand was no longer acting on his conscious command. He would decide to lower the oiling needle to the jewel. His brain would send the instruction down his nerves, but his fingers would not move until the marble pendulum reached the leftmost limit of its arc. Thrum. His hand descended 2 millimeters. Tick. His hand held still. Thrum. The needle touched the jewel. Tick. A single drop of oil fell. The realization did not arrive with a sudden burst of panic. It entered his mind like a draft under a door, cold and quiet. His nervous system was no longer his own. His body had become a slave wheel, an auxiliary pinion hooked into the unseen gear train of the clock in the corner. He moved when the clock permitted him to move. He paused when the escapement held. He set the tweezers down. It took 4 swings of the pendulum, 8 full seconds, for his hand to complete the action of releasing the tool and returning to his wool-clad lap. 7 nights, Silas murmured, his voice sounding thin and dry, like dry grass rubbing together in a breeze. $500 in gold. 7 nights. He looked at his logbook. On the white paper he had drawn a diagram of the clock's movement from memory. In the center, between the hour arbor and the zodiac plate, he had drawn the dark, unnumbered gear. He picked up his pen. It took him 12 seconds to draw a single straight line beneath the wheel's teeth. As he drew, he watched the clock face. The 4 internal dials, the lunar phase, the zodiac, the equinox, and the iron-framed dial with its 11 geometric symbols were aligning. The mother-of-pearl moon had moved 3/4 into the dark aperture of the lunar dial. The iron dial's silver symbols were shifting slowly, 3 degrees every 12 hours, like the slow, terrifying turning of a vault door's tumbler. He knew, with the quiet, unquestioning certainty of a mathematician reading an equation, what would happen on the 7th night when those 4 dials reached absolute zero. The clock was not losing time. It was gathering it. It was collecting the unused quiet seconds of the night, the lost minutes between 3 and 3:1, and storing them inside the dark, unnumbered gear. And as it gathered time, it was displacive. It was taking the physical volume of the shop, the warm air, the yellow light, the dry smell of cedar and wool, and replacing it with the cold tide-swept emptiness of the place he had seen through the crystal trunk. Night 5 arrived with a silence so total that Silas could hear the soft, crystalline scrape of his own eyelids closing and opening. The village outside had vanished entirely. There were no footsteps on the cobblestones of Blackwood Lane, no dray carts, no distant calls from the harbor wharves, no barking of fishermen's hounds. The world beyond the leaded glass windows had been replaced by a uniform, milky white fog that pressed directly against the glass, so thick that the wooden frames of the windows seemed to be holding back an ocean of soft, white sand. Inside the shop, the atmosphere had deteriorated further. The temperature was now cold enough that Silas could see his breath in the pale lamplight, a faint silver plume that hung in the air for long seconds before being drawn in a slow, steady stream toward the keyhole of the clock's rosewood trunk. Silas knelt before the clock. His knees clicked against the pine floorboards, the sound echoing through the room like the snapping of dry twigs. He held his brass oil lamp in his right hand. The flame was tiny now, no larger than the head of a brass pin, burning a pale, blue-tinted flame that gave off no warmth whatsoever. He opened the crystal door. The smell of the ocean hit him, not the salt spray of the Oakhaven harbor, but an ancient, abyssal reek of deep trenches, wet bay salt, and decaying weed that had never seen the sun. The cold air that spilled out of the cabinet was so intense, it made the skin of his face feel tight and brittle, like parchment stretched over bone. He raised his loupe to his eye and leaned into the movement to inspect the dark gear. The gear had moved further along its steel arbor. It was now fully 3/4 engaged with the lower train. Its curved, claw-like teeth were turning smoothly, silently, pulling the brass wheels of the hour and minute trains into its own dark, light-devouring cadence. Silas focused his loupe on the dark metal rim. The names were still there, fine and white as salt crystals etched into the black surface. Ephraim Wright, 1784 Gideon Thorne, 1822 Thomas Vance, 1859. And beneath his grandfather's name, the new scratches he had noticed on the 3rd night were no longer random lines. They had coalesced into clean, copperplate letters. The silver-white shavings of the dark metal still rested inside the fresh grooves, gleaming in the pale blue light of his oil lamp. Silas Vance, 1894. Silas did not draw back. He felt no impulse to scream or tear his eyes away. A deep, cold tranquility had taken root in his mind, smothering his terror under layers of soft, heavy velvet. He reached out a finger, his long, oil-stained index finger, and gently touched his own name on the dark gear. The metal did not feel like cold iron. It felt like nothing at all. It was an absence of surface, a hole in the material world where a gear ought to be. When his skin touched the dark grooves, he felt a strange, thrilling suction, as though his fingertip were being drawn into a vast, silent vacuum that reached through the gear, through the cabinet, through the floorboards, and out into the vast, tide-swept darkness he had witnessed on the second night. A low, deep vibration hummed through his finger, up his arm, and into his collarbone. He heard the water. It was closer now, much closer. It was no longer beneath the floor. It was right behind the rosewood back panel of the clock. He could hear the heavy, rhythmic slush of huge swells breaking against subterranean granite walls, the water rising inch by inch up the dark stone, lifting its salt-choked spray into the narrow space between the gear teeth. Silas pulled his hand back. It took 5 beats of his heart, 5 long, slow swings of the pendulum, for his arm to retreat from the cabinet. He closed the crystal door. The latch clicked shut with the finality of an iron gate closing on a tomb. He stood up slowly. His joints felt heavy, filled with lead or wet sand. He looked at his hands. The skin on his fingers was turning a pale, translucent gray, the color of wet sea stone. The dark oil stains beneath his fingernails remained, but the blood under his skin seemed to have receded, leaving his hands looking carved, polished, and strangely clean, like the hands of a statue stored in a dark, dry chapel. He walked to the front door of the shop. He reached for the iron bolt. His mind commanded his hand to draw the bolt back, to pull the oak door open, to run into the white fog, even if the fog led nowhere. His hand did not grab the bolt. Instead, his fingers reached out with delicate, exquisite precision, took the small brass key that hung from a peg beside the frame, turned it 90 degrees to the left, locking the shop door even more securely, and then dropped the key into his cardigan pocket. He had acted without choosing to act. The clock had decided the door should remain locked. Silas turned around and faced his shop. The 67 clocks were ticking. The sound was no longer a sound, it was a physical texture in the air, a thick, rhythmic pressure that pushed against his cheeks and chest. Thrum, tick, thrum, tick. He walked back to his chair, sat down, and waited for the 6th night to end. The 6th night passed in a twilight stupor where time lost its linear sequence. To Silas, the hours no longer moved from 1 to 2, from 2 to 3. Instead, the room seemed to exist in a permanent, suspended moment, a long, gray hallway between seconds. He watched the shadows on the wall. They did not shift as the oil lamps burned down. They remained frozen in long, thin shapes that pointed toward the perpetual celestial, like Blackfinger's index linked across the cedar floor. When 3 o'clock arrived on the 6th night, the lost minute did not last for 60 seconds. It lasted for what felt like hours. Silas sat in his chair, unable to blink, his eyes wide and dry behind his brass magnifying loupe. The room's ambient light did not merely flatten, it was pulled violently into the clock's crystal cabinet. A thin, visible thread of amber light streamed from the flame of each oil lamp, drawn across the room in a smooth, silent curve that disappeared into the keyhole of the rosewood trunk. One by one, the lamps went out, not because their wicks had burned through, but because the light itself had been extracted from the flame, leaving behind cold, unlit wicks submerged in clear oil. The darkness that filled the shop was not absolute blackness. It was a pale, ocean-gray twilight illuminated by the silver mother-of-pearl moon on the clock face, which was now glowing with a soft, phosphorescent radiance. In that gray twilight, Silas saw the floor of his shop begin to dissolve. The pine floorboards did not break or split. They simply lost their opacity, becoming clear and fluid like dark sea glass. Through them, Silas looked down into the depths beneath his shop. There was no cellar. There was no soil, no stone foundation, no wooden joists. Directly beneath his leather boots lay an endless black ocean that stretched away into the gray mist in every direction. The water was smooth as oil, its surface broken only by the sharp, jagged tips of granite spires that rose from the depths like the teeth of a buried monster. Sitting on one of those spires, 20 feet beneath his feet, was an old oak workbench, exact in every detail to the bench he was currently sitting at. On its wood rested a rusted set of clockmaker's tools, a brass loop covered in green verdigris, and a pair of leather boots filled with wet sand. Silas looked down at his own feet. His boots were resting on the clear glass-like surface of the floor, but he could feel the cold dampness of the dark sea soaking through his wool socks, chilling his ankles, creeping up his shins with the slow, relentless pace of a rising tide. Then, the iron pawl inside the clock clicked. The lost minute ended. The floorboards returned to dark, solid pine. The oil lamps did not reignite, but the pale twilight of the seventh day broke through the front window, signaling that the final night had arrived. It was 7 o'clock on the evening of the seventh night. Silas Vance sat at his workbench for the last time. He did not attempt to light the oil lamps. He did not attempt to stoke the iron stove which had gone stone cold hours ago, its iron body covered in a delicate pattern of white frost. The shop was illuminated entirely by the pale, cold fog pressing against the glass and the soft, silver glow emanating from the face of the perpetual celestial. The clock was almost ready. The 4 internal dials had completed their 70-year alignment. The silver moon was entirely black, a dark disk held within the mother-of-pearl circle. The zodiac dial had turned to the empty space between signs. The iron dial's silver symbols were locked in a straight, vertical line that pointed directly down toward the extra gear. Silas looked at his hands. They were no longer gray. They were pale, smooth, and possessed a soft, semi-translucent polish like fine porcelain or burnished horn. He could no longer feel his pulse in his wrist. When he pressed his fingers against his neck, there was no rise and fall of blood, no warmth, no flutter of muscle. Yet he was fully conscious. His mind was extraordinarily clear, divested of fear, hope, or memory. He felt like an equation that was reaching its final, inevitable simplification. He looked at the small iron mallet that lay on his workbench, a tool he used for setting heavy iron clock weights. A tiny spark of his former self, the master horologist who had spent 20 years maintaining the quiet rhythm of his life on Blackwood Lane, flickered in the back of his mind. "Stop the pendulum," the spark whispered. It was a faint, dry thought, like a dry leaf blowing across a frozen pond. If the pendulum stops, the gear cannot turn. If the gear cannot turn, the minute cannot engage. Silas reached his porcelain pale hand across the mahogany bench toward the iron mallet. His hand moved. It took 3 swings of the pendulum, 6 long, slow seconds, for his fingers to curl around the cold iron handle of the mallet. He lifted it. The weight of the tool was immense, yet his arm raised it with smooth, mechanical ease, hoisting it 6 inches above the bench. He stood up. He walked toward the perpetual celestial. Every step was calculated by the clock. Step, Left foot forward on the thrum. Pause. Hold position on the tick. Step. Right foot forward on the thrum. He stopped 2 feet from the clock. The marble pendulum was swinging inside the crystal cabinet, its 3 silver rings rotating with frictionless mathematical beauty. Thrum, tick, thrum, tick. Silas raised the iron mallet above his head. He aimed for the bevel-cut crystal glass, directly where the blue-tempered steel suspension spring held the pendulum rod. A single, heavy blow would snap the spring. The marble sphere would fall to the bottom of the cabinet. The escapement would lock. The movement would die. He gathered his strength, the remaining physical force in his cold, gray muscles, and brought the hammer down with all the speed his mind could muster. The mallet did not strike the glass. 4 inches from the crystal pane, his arm was caught by an invisible, unyielding constraint. His downward swing did not stop with a jar or a shock. It simply slowed, its momentum smoothly absorbed by the air until the mallet was moving at the exact, measured speed of the clock's escapement. His arm moved to the left, 3 inches per second. His arm paused at the peak of the swing. His arm moved to the right, 3 inches per second. Silas stood before the clock, his right hand raised high, holding the iron mallet in mid-air, his arm swinging back and forth in a flawless 3-foot arc that mirrored the marble pendulum inside the cabinet. He could not drop the hammer. He could not pull his hand back. He could not close his fingers or open his palm. He had become a second pendulum, a secondary balance wheel operating outside the cabinet, maintaining the clock's momentum with his own trapped mass. A faint, rustling sound filled the shop. It was the 67 clocks on the walls and shelves. One by one, their brass hands were spinning backward. The Swiss carriage clock's hands whirred in a small, golden circle. The oak bracket clock's heavy steel hands swept counterclockwise across its silvered dial. The forest clock's wooden weights rose slowly off the floorboards, winding themselves back up toward the ceiling as their gears ran in reverse. The clocks were unspooling their recorded hours, returning their stored time to the central movement standing in the corner. Silas watched his gold pocket watch, the one lying open on his workbench 3 feet away. Its hands were spinning backwards so fast they became a blur of silver light. The spring inside the barrel was uncoiling, returning to its untensioned, pristine state. The time on the perpetual celestial reached 2:59 m. Silas felt the cold air around him begin to shift. The air in the shop was no longer air. It was a fluid, dense medium that smelled of absolute cold and deep ancient salt. It filled his mouth, his throat, his lungs, but there was no sensation of drowning. He did not need air. He needed only the rhythm. Click. Deep inside the movement, the heavy iron pawl dropped. The dark, unnumbered gear slid 2 millimeters along its threaded arbor, its curved, claw-like teeth locking into the escapement. 3:00 m arrived. The lost minute began. The glass panels of the perpetual celestial did not break. They melted away, turning into cold, clear seawater that flowed out of the cabinet, cascading across the floorboards in a silent silver wave. The rosewood cabinet expanded. Its wooden sides rose up toward the ceiling, growing wider, taller, darker, until the timber was no longer mahogany or rosewood, but massive, hand-carved pillars of black basalt that stretched upward into a vast, starless night sky. The shop walls dissolved. The cedar shingles, the leaded glass windows, the iron stove, the mahogany workbench, they all loosened like dry ash in a breeze and drifted away into the dark mist-heavy air. Silas Vance was no longer standing in a shop on Blackwood Lane. He was standing on a high, narrow spire of black granite, surrounded by an infinite, tide-swept ocean that reached out into the gray twilight in every direction. Massive, silent waves 50 feet high, smooth as black glass, rose and fell around the granite spire, their salt spray rising into the dark air like plumes of cold silver smoke. Far out across the water, dozens of similar granite spires rose from the depths, and upon each spire stood a tall, dark clock movement, its pendulum swinging in absolute, perfect synchronization with the sea. Silas looked down at his right hand. He was no longer holding the iron mallet. His hand had turned to dark, burnished brass. His fingers were long, thin, and serrated along their inner edges, 12 curved, claw-like teeth forged from dark, non-reflective metal that swallowed the pale silver light of the moon. His wrist was a threaded steel arbor, polished smooth and oiled with fine whale sperm oil. His forearm was an iron plate, stamped with microscopic astronomical symbols. He felt no pain. He felt no loss. He felt only the supreme mathematical peace of absolute order. He was no longer the clockmaker. He was the extra gear. He slid 2 millimeters to the left along his steel arbor. His curved teeth engaged with the great brass wheel of the universe. He locked into place, taking his position beside Thomas Vance, 1859, beside Gideon Thorne, 1822, beside Ephraim Wright, 1784. He began to turn. Thrum. He pulled the ocean tide 6 inches higher up the granite spire. Tick. He held the tide in place. Thrum. He pulled the night 1 second deeper into the void. And as he turned, locked forever into the precise, eternal cadence of the perpetual celestial, he listened. In the village of Oakhaven, on the corner of Blackwood Lane, the rain had finally stopped. The sea fog lay thick and low over the cobblestones, wrapping the cedar-shingled shop in a silent, white cocoon. The shop door stood closed. Its iron bolt was shot. Its oilskin curtain was pulled tight across the leaded glass window. Inside, the room was dark and quiet. 67 clocks sat upon the cedar shelves and mahogany tables. Their pendulums were still. Their brass hands were frozen at 12 o'clock. Their mainsprings were relaxed, silent, and empty of tension. Only one clock was running. In the far corner, standing 7 feet tall in its dark obsidian-polished rosewood cabinet, the perpetual celestial maintained its steady, frictionless swing. Thrum, tick, the marble pendulum swept left to right. The 3 silver rings rotated on their jeweled axes. On the main dial, the second hand moved with smooth, silent precision, counting down the hours of the morning. Outside, on the flagstone stoop, there was a sound. It was not the sound of the wind or the distant harbor surf. It was the heavy, wet thud of boots stepping off a dray cart onto the damp stone. Then came 3 slow, deliberate knocks against the iron-bound oak of the front door. Inside the dark cabinet, deep within the lower gear train, Silas Vance felt the vibration travel through the brass plates, down the steel arbors, and into the curved, dark teeth of his new metallic body. He listened as a key turned softly in the iron lock. He listened as the heavy oak door swung inward, letting in the fresh, cold scent of the rain-drenched night and the ocean mist. And as the quiet footsteps of a new clockmaker crossed the damp pine threshold into the shop, Silas Vance turned his teeth once more, settled his arbors into the dark oil, and began to tick. There was a specific quality to the silence 3 floors beneath the university library, a density so heavy and absolute that it felt less like the absence of sound, and more like a physical element pressed against the skin. Arthur had always preferred the dark, subterranean places of the world. For 11 years, he had worked in relative isolation, tending to the fragile remnants of human memory preserved on paper, vellum, and film. But his new assignment was different. It took him lower than he had ever gone before, past the subterranean reference stacks of level B1, down through the microfiche vaults of level B2, and finally to the damp, forgotten baseline of sub-basement 3. Here, deep within the bedrock upon which St. Jude's University had been erected in 1888, lay the Audio Restoration Archive. The air down here was kept at a strict, unwavering 62 degrees Fahrenheit, with relative humidity locked at 40% to prevent the degradation of aging media. It smelled of cold concrete, ozone, iron oxide, and the sharp vinegar tang of deteriorating cellulose acetate. It was a dry, clinical scent, stripped of all organic warmth, but to Arthur it was comforting. Outside, far above the thick limestone ceiling and the layers of packed earth, a relentless mid-autumn rain was falling over the campus. Arthur knew this only because he had watched the heavy gray clouds gathering over the slate roofs before descending at 8 o'clock. Down in level B3, there were no windows, no daylight, and no passage of time save for the steady mechanical ticking of a heavy brass clock mounted on the reinforced concrete wall. Arthur sat at his workstation, a long, steel-framed desk illuminated only by the warm amber glow of a vintage brass bank lamp and the soft, flickering green VU meters of his audio console. On his head, he wore a pair of oversized velvet-padded studio headphones, their soft cushion sealing him off from even the ambient hum of the archive's climate control system. His task for the next 6 weeks was straightforward, methodical, and entirely solitary. In the mid-1960s, the university's Department of Applied Physics and Acoustics, led by the late Dr. Silas Vance, had conducted an ambitious, multi-year study into ambient acoustic decay. Using high-sensitivity omnidirectional condenser microphones, Vance's team had recorded thousands of hours of empty rooms across the campus, lecture halls, catacombs, bell towers, and subterranean storage vaults, seeking to measure how background noise, structural vibrations, and atmospheric pressure affected ambient soundscapes over prolonged periods. For over half a century, those recordings had sat untouched in hundreds of gray, acid-free cardboard boxes lined up on tall industrial shelving units that stretched into the darkness of the archive's eastern corridor. Now, under a federal preservation grant, Arthur had been contracted to digitize every single magnetic reel before the tape binder degraded beyond repair. Arthur loved the routine. There was a quiet, hypnotic rhythm to the work. He would select a reel from its box, carefully inspecting the translucent red or gray plastic spools for signs of fungal bloom or magnetic shedding. He would gently wipe the edges with an antistatic cloth, thread the quarter-inch tape through the delicate tape path of the Studer A80 reel-to-reel deck, around the tension arms, past the gleaming silver guide rollers, and flush across the polished metal faces of the playheads. Then he would press the heavy, mechanical play button. A satisfying metallic clunk would echo through the quiet room as the solenoid engaged. The feed reel would begin its smooth, anti-clockwise rotation, the tape whistling softly as it moved across the heads, taking up onto the right spool with a gentle, mesmerizing whir. Through his headphones, Arthur would hear 60 years of history coming back to life. Most of it was nothing more than high-frequency tape hiss, the low-end rumble of long-dead traffic on the streets above, the occasional distant clinking of steam pipes, or the faint, ghostly creak of a building settling in 1962. It was white noise, pure and simple, a gentle, rhythmic ocean of static that lulled Arthur into a state of deep, meditative calm. It was now 1:20 in the morning. Arthur picked up a fresh cup of black tea from the heating coaster beside his console, taking a slow, careful sip. The steam rose in a delicate ribbon, catching the warm green light of the desk lamp before dissipating into the chill air of the archive. He reached into box 14, labeled in crisp. Fading fountain pen ink, Project Acoustic Decay Sub-Basement Test Cell C runs 400 through 425. He pulled out reel #408. The cardboard box smelled strongly of old glue and damp paper. The plastic spool inside was dusty, its leader tape yellowed with age. Arthur handled it with practiced, gloved hands, laying the reel flat on his mounting block. He clipped off the brittle, degraded leader, spliced on a fresh strip of blue leader tape using a stainless steel razor blade and adhesive film, and secured it to the take-up reel. He adjusted his headphones, settling the velvet pads over his ears, and pressed the heavy chrome lever to start playback. The Studer A80 came to life with its familiar, comforting mechanical hum. The reels turned. The tape counters began to roll forward with a rhythmic click-click. 0001, 0002, 0003. Arthur leaned back in his leather swivel chair, closing his eyes. At first, there was only the expected baseline hiss of mid-century quarter-inch tape, a soft, rushing noise like the sound of distant wind moving through dry winter leaves. Beneath the hiss lay the faint, low-frequency hum of a transformer operating somewhere in the background at 60 hertz. Arthur watched the needles on the twin VU meters. They hovered near the bottom of the scale, gently twitching in the dark green zone around negative 24 decibels. Everything was nominal. He reached for his logbook, a thick leather-bound ledger in which he meticulously recorded tape numbers, recording dates, running times, and audio fidelity notes. He unscrewed the cap of his fountain pen and began to write in his neat, tiny script, Reel #408. Date, October 14th, 1964. Location, sub-basement to cell C signal, to noise ratio normal. No significant oxide loss detected. Baseline acoustic profile. Arthur stopped writing. His pen hovered a millimeter above the creamy paper, a tiny drop of dark blue ink pooling slowly onto the page. He adjusted his headphones, pressing the ear cups tighter against his head with both hands. Beneath the steady ocean-like rush of the tape hiss and the 60 hertz transformer hum, there was another sound. It was subtle, so low in volume and frequency that his ears had not caught it immediately, treating it instead as an anomaly of his own heartbeat or the quiet surging of blood in his inner ear. He tilted his head, concentrating intensely. It was a rhythm, a slow, agonizingly deliberate two-part cadence. Inhale, a faint, wet friction of air moving through narrow passageways lasting for precisely 3 seconds. Pause, exhale, a long, soft, whispering rush of air collapsing back into silence, lasting for nearly 4 seconds. Arthur sat frozen. The temperature in the small reading lamp's circle of light seemed to drop a fraction of a degree. He reached out and turned the large black aluminum gain knob on his preamplifier, boosting the master output by 6 decibels. The tape hiss swelled dramatically, filling his ears with a harsh, bright static like a sudden downpour of gravel. But beneath that bright blanket of sound, the rhythmic cadence became undeniable. It was breathing. It was not the breathing of a person who had been running, nor was it the shallow, rapid respiration of someone who was frightened. It was deep, rhythmic, and impossibly calm, the long, slow, effortless breathing of a creature in a state of profound, uninterrupted rest. Arthur frowned. He leaned forward, squinting at the handwritten cardboard slip inside Reel #408's box. Location, sub-basement test cell C duration, 12 hours. Room status, unoccupied/sealed, unoccupied, Arthur murmured aloud, his voice sounding flat and muffled in the damp concrete space of the archive. He paused the tape deck. The sudden silence in his headphones was deafening, the absolute quiet of the subterranean room washing back over him like cold water. He took off his headphones and let them rest around his neck. The archive was perfectly quiet. To his right, the long row of steel shelving stretched out into the shadows, the gray boxes standing like silent headstones in the dim light. Far above, through 3 stories of concrete and stone, he thought he could feel the faint, rhythmic vibration of the storm raging over the city, but here, 60 feet below ground, nothing moved. Arthur picked up the heavy, bound linen logbook that belonged to the original 1960s acoustics team, a relic he had pulled from the library's rare archives to cross-reference his metadata. He flipped through the brittle, yellowed pages until he found the entries for October 1964. The handwriting belonged to Dr. Vance himself, precise, sharp. Slant-rhymed cursive written in faded black iron gall ink. October 14th, 1964, 23:00 hours. Test LC prepared for overnight ambient recording. High-sensitivity Neumann U67 omnidirectional microphone positioned on heavy cast-iron tripod at exact geometric center of the room. Room sealed at 23:15. Temperature locked at 60 degrees F. No human entry permitted until 11:00 hours, October 15. Purpose: to measure absolute acoustic baseline in the absence of human interference. Arthur read the lines twice. He looked around the room he was sitting in. The floor was poured concrete, painted a dull gray that had chipped away at the edges to reveal the dark bedrock beneath. The walls were constructed of heavy, sound-dampening acoustic tiles mounted over 12-inch concrete blocks. In the corner, an old copper pipe ran vertically from the ceiling to the floor, green with oxidation. This room, the Audio Restoration Archive, was Sub-Basement Test Cell C. Arthur was sitting in the exact room where the tape had been recorded 62 years ago. He felt a tiny prickle of static electricity along the back of his neck, the fine hairs standing up against the chill air. He rubbed his neck with a gloved hand, forcing a small, soft chuckle. A leak, he whispered to himself. An acoustic leak. A scientist left a door unlatched, or a technician was sleeping in the hallway near the ventilation duct. It was the logical explanation. In any long-term acoustic experiment, anomalous data was inevitable. A night guard leaning against a door 2 corridors away, a graduate student asleep on a cot in an adjacent storage closet, the acoustic reflection of an air duct carrying the sound of someone breathing 3 rooms over. Satisfied with his reasoning, Arthur put his headphones back on, lowered the gain back to a reasonable level, and hit play again. He listened to real #408 for another 20 minutes. The slow, deep breathing remained constant, buried beneath the tape hiss, never varying its pitch or its steady 7-second cycle. Inhale, pause, exhale. It was mesmerizing, almost hypnotic, matching the rhythm of his own chest rising and falling. Eventually, the tape reached its end. The plastic spool spun free of the supply hub, the loose end of the tape slapping softly against the frame with a rhythmic flack 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 until Arthur reached out and clicked the deck to stop. He took down the reel, carefully placed it back in its gray box, and marked it in his digital log, tape #408, anomalous low-frequency rhythmic acoustic artifact detected. He should have moved on to box 15. He should have pulled tape #426 and kept to his strict daily quota of 8 digitized reels per shift. But Arthur was a meticulous man. He was a historian of small, forgotten things, and once a knot presented itself in his mind, he could not simply leave it tied. He stood up from his console. His shadow stretched long and thin across the concrete floor as he walked over to the tall steel shelving units. The archive was vast, illuminated only by motion-activated fluorescent tubes that hummed with a low, melancholy pitch when triggered. As Arthur walked down row 4, the overhead lights flickered to life one by one above him, casting a cold, pale light over the endless rows of acid-free boxes. He reached the section containing the early runs of the Acoustic Decay Project. The study had begun in September 1960 and ran continuously until November 1968. 8 years of continuous daily ambient sound logs from test cell C. Arthur reached up and pulled box 1 from the shelf. It was thick, with decades of fine, powdery gray dust that settled onto his dark cardigan like frost. He blew the dust off the top, coughing softly into his elbow, and carried it back to his brightly lit workstation. Box 1 contained real #012, recorded on September 12, 1960. The very first overnight test in test cell C. Arthur set it down on the splicing block. His hands were smooth and deliberate as he threaded the dark brown ribbon of iron oxide through the Studer deck. He put his headphones on, set the volume knob to the exact level he had used for tape #408, and engaged the transport. The reels spun. The tape hiss filled his ears, crisp, clean, unblemished by 6 decades of exposure. Arthur leaned close to the console, staring at the green VU meters, listening with every ounce of his concentration. For 5 minutes, there was only the pure, pristine silence of an empty room in 1960, the flat, hollow room tone of concrete and cold air. Then, he heard it. Arthur's breath caught in his throat. It was there. But it was so faint, so impossibly quiet, that it was barely audible even at high volume. It was the same cadence, that same slow, deep, wet inhalation and exhalation, but it sounded vast, distant, buried under layers of distance and density. Arthur turned the gain up to maximum. The sound emerged from the floor of the tape hiss like a figure emerging from a thick fog. Inhale, exhale, he closed his eyes and closed his mind to everything else, relying entirely on his acoustic training. He had spent years studying spatial acoustics, learning how to determine the physical position of a sound source relative to a microphone based on frequency roll-off, ambient reverb, and phase cancellation. On real #012, recorded in September 1960, the breathing sound was distant. Based on the acoustic decay and the severe attenuation of high frequencies, the source of the sound was located approximately 15 feet away from the central microphone. Arthur opened his eyes and looked at the blueprint of test cell C pinned to the corkboard beside his desk. The room was rectangular, 18 feet long by 14 feet wide. In 1960, the Neumann U67 microphone had been placed precisely in the center of the room, 9 feet from the north wall, 9 feet from the south wall, 7 feet from the east and west walls. If the sound was 15 feet away from the center of the room in September 1960, it meant the source was not inside the room at all. It was outside. It was positioned deep inside the solid, poured concrete south wall, or perhaps in the unexcavated bedrock beyond it. Arthur sat back, his heart thumping a quick, unsteady rhythm against his ribs. An external source, he murmured. A water pump in the sub-basement. A main sewer line. An old drainage pipe behind the masonry. That made sense. It was rational. A mechanical pump or a slow hydraulic siphon in the foundations of the library, operating on a slow, continuous cycle, could easily transmit low-frequency acoustic vibrations through 15 feet of solid concrete and stone, mimicking the sound of slow respiration. Arthur smiled softly, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. The tension in his shoulders eased. He pulled reel #012 off the deck, placed it back in box 1, and reached for box 5, reel #112, recorded in October 1961, precisely 1 year after the first recording. Just to be thorough, he said to the empty room. Verification, he mounted reel #112. He threaded the tape, donned his headphones, adjusted the volume to match the bass line, and pressed play. He waited through the initial lead-in. The tape hiss rose like a soft, familiar breeze. And then the sound returned. Inhale, exhale. Arthur listened. He adjusted the equalizer, cutting the low-end rumble below 80 Hz to isolate the mid-range frequencies of the air movement. He froze. The sound was clearer. It was not just clearer in volume, the high-frequency sibilance of the air movement was distinctly sharper. The acoustic reverberation of the surrounding walls was subtly different. The sound was no longer 15 feet away. Arthur reached for a pad of grid paper and a mechanical pencil. He drew a scale diagram of test cell C, marking the central microphone with a small black cross. He played real #12 again, listening carefully to the phase relationship between the left and right channels. He noted the acoustic distance. Then he played real #112. He calculated the attenuation. He measured the delay. In September 1960, the sound was 15 feet, 2 inches from the microphone. In October 1961, the sound was 13 feet, 10 inches from the microphone. It had moved 16 inches closer. Arthur stared at his notes. The pencil felt cold and heavy in his hand. "That's impossible," he whispered. "A mechanical pump does not move. A drainage pipe buried in 4 feet of concrete foundation does not alter its physical position over 12 months. A knot of cold dread began to form in the pit of his stomach, heavy and uncomfortable. Arthur jumped up from his chair, pulling his headphones off so quickly the cord snapped taut against the desk. He walked over to the archive's shelving units, his boots clicking sharply against the bare concrete floor. The sound echoed off the high ceiling, sounding unnaturally loud in the vast subterranean quiet. He pulled 3 more boxes down from the shelves, his movements hurried, almost frantic. Box 8, real #2N toe. Box 11, real #305. Box 14, real #408. He carried them back to his desk, setting them down in a heavy, dusty stack next to his audio console. He set to work with a quiet, desperate intensity, his hands moving with practiced speed across the tape deck controls. He mounted real #2N0. He pressed play. He listened. He calculated. Distance, 12 feet, 6 inches. The sound had crossed the threshold of the south wall. It was now inside the perimeter of the concrete block masonry. He mounted real #305. He pressed play. He listened. He calculated. Distance, 11 feet, 2 inches. The sound had entered the interior airspace of test cell C. It was no longer coming from behind the wall. It was inside the room, positioned in the far southern corner, near the old copper pipe. He mounted real #408. He pressed play. He listened. He calculated. Distance, 9 feet, 10 inches. Arthur dropped his pencil. It rolled off the desk and fell to the floor, the sound of its small plastic body hitting the concrete striking the quiet room like a gunshot. Arthur didn't pick it up. He sat motionless, his arms resting on the steel edge of the desk, staring down at his grid paper. The numbers were clean, elegant, and uncompromising. Every single year, the entity, or whatever phenomenon was generating that soft, slow, rhythmic breathing, was moving closer to the center of the room at a constant, linear speed of 14 to 16 inches per year. It was not a random acoustic fluctuation. It was not an equipment error. It was a physical progression across space and time. Arthur turned his head slowly, his eyes darting toward the dark southern corner of the archive, the spot near the oxidized copper pipe where, in October 1963, the breathing had first crossed into the room. The corner was shrouded in deep, heavy shadows, well beyond the small circle of yellow light cast by his brass bank lamp. The air in the archive felt noticeably colder now. Arthur could see the faint pale mist of his own breath blossoming in the dark space before him. He looked down at the wall clock. The second hand was sweeping silently around the perimeter of the brass dial. 1:48 a.m. Arthur's mouth felt dry, as if he had been chewing on dust. He reached for his cup of tea, but it was stone cold, a dark, reflective pool resting in the ceramic mug. He looked back at the long row of acid-free cardboard boxes resting on the steel shelving in the dark corridor. The study had not ended in 1964. Dr. Vance's team had continued recording ambient acoustics in Test Cell C every single day, every single night, for 8 full years until November 1968. And after that, the archive had sat sealed, untouched, silent, preserved in 62 degrees of dry concrete isolation. Arthur's hands began to tremble, just a little. At the tips of his gloved fingers, he stood up, his leather chair creaking softly beneath his weight. He walked over to the shelves once more, his eyes scanning the box labels in the dim, flickering light of the fluorescent tubes overhead. Box 17, Box 20, Box 25, he reached the end of the shelf. Box 32. Project Acoustic Decay Sub-Basement Test Cell C runs 950 through 980. The final box of the study. Arthur reached out his hand to take it down. As his fingers brushed the rough gray cardboard, the overhead fluorescent light directly above him flickered violently, hummed with a sharp, high-pitched whine, and went out, plunging the long, narrow aisle into near-total darkness. Arthur gasped, stepping back quickly, his heel catching against the bottom shelf. He caught his balance against the cold steel frame, his heart hammering wildly against his ribs like a trapped bird. The only light remaining was the distant warm green glow of his desk lamp at the far end of the corridor, 50 feet away. In the sudden darkness, the silence of Sub-Basement 3 gathered around him like a heavy, velvet curtain. Arthur stood completely still, leaning against the shelving unit, his breath coming in shallow, ragged hitches. He listened. Without the cushion of his velvet headphones, without the steady, comforting whir of the Studer tape deck, the archive was entirely quiet. Or was it? Arthur tilted his head toward the pitch-black southern corner of the room, far off in the dark, at the threshold of human hearing. Beneath the quiet drip of water somewhere in the distant drainage pipes, he heard it. It was not coming through headphones. It was not a 60-year-old recording on iron oxide tape. It was air. Real air. Cold and dry, moving slowly through unseen lungs. Inhale. A faint, wet, whispery friction coming from the shadows near the floor. Pause. Exhale. A soft, long breath, collapsing into the cold darkness of the room. Arthur pressed his back flat against the steel shelving, his fingers gripping the metal edges so tightly his knuckles turned white. The blood roared in his ears, a frantic, rhythmic pulsing that threatened to drown out the sound. He stared into the gloom, his eyes straining against the thick darkness of the unlit corridor. Nothing moved. There were no shapes, no eyes glowing in the dark, no towering shadows detached from the walls. There was only the empty, cold space of the subterranean vault. And yet, the air was moving. Inhale. It was closer now than it had been in 1964. Arthur forced his legs to move. He backed away from the dark shelf, step by slow, agonizing step, keeping his eyes locked on the black corner of the room until his heels touched the edge of his workstation platform. He turned swiftly, practically throwing himself into his leather swivel chair, grabbing the heavy, solid brass body of his desk lamp as if it were a weapon. The warm green light bathed his desk in a small pool of safety, illuminating his grid paper, his fountain pen, and the glowing VU meters of the audio console. Arthur sat breathing heavily, his chest heaving, his hands clutching the warm brass of the lamp. "It's psychological," he whispered to the empty desk, his voice shaking. "It's sensory deprivation, auditory hallucination caused by prolonged exposure to repetitive white noise and isolation." He had read about it in archival journals, the strange trickster mind of the long-shift night worker. When exposed to hours of uniform, featureless sound like tape hiss, The human brain desperately seeks patterns, constructing voices, music, or breathing out of pure random static. It was called acoustic pareidolia. "That's all it is," Arthur said, forcing his voice to be firm, authoritative. "Pareidolia. I am hearing my own nervous system." He looked at box 32 resting on his desk. He had instinctively pulled it from the shelf before retreating to his lamp. If he wanted to prove that it was all a delusion, a simple trick of his overstressed, isolated mind, the proof lay right there in front of him. He would listen to tape #975, recorded in October 1968, the final month of the historic study. If the sound was just random acoustic pareidolia, the calculations would be erratic, nonsensical, scattered randomly across the room. But if the math held, Arthur pulled real #975 from its box. His hands were trembling so badly he had difficulty threading the tape leader through the guide rollers. The blue plastic strip slipped twice from his fingers before he managed to secure it to the take-up spool. He put his velvet headphones back on, pulling them down tight over his ears, desperate to shut out the physical air of the room around him. He set the master volume to the exact baseline level he had used for all the other tapes. He reached out his hand, hovered over the chrome control lever, and pressed play. The Studer A80 engaged with a sharp clunk. The reels began to spin. Click, click, click. 0001, 00002, 0003. Arthur closed his eyes, held his breath, and listened. The tape hiss came first, darker, slightly more worn than the earlier runs, but still carrying the clear, flat acoustics of Test Cell C in the autumn of 1968. Then, at 0012, the sound emerged from the static. It was no longer faint. It was no longer a distant vibration buried beneath the noise floor. It was loud, clear, crisp, inhale. The sound of air rushing into an immense, dry cavity filled his headphones, so vivid that Arthur could hear the subtle, terrifying texture of the breath, the slight click of moisture at the back of an unseen throat, the cold expansion of a hollow chest. Pause, exhale. The air rushed out, blowing across the virtual space of the recording with a soft, shuddering warmth that made Arthur's skin crawl. Arthur grabbed his mechanical pencil with a white-knuckled grip. His hand flew across the grid paper, plotting the frequency response, the stereo phase differential, and the volume decay. 1964, 9 feet 10 inches. 1965, 8 feet 6 inches. 1966, 7 feet 2 inches. 1967, 5 feet 10 inches. 1968, 4 feet 6 inches. Arthur froze, 4 feet 6 inches from the central microphone stand. In October 1968, whatever was making that sound was no longer near the walls. It was no longer in the corners. It was standing directly in the center of the room, less than 5 feet from the brass tripod. Arthur's eyes drifted slowly from his notepad to the center of his desk. The microphone stand in 1968 had been positioned at the exact geometric center of Test Cell C. Arthur looked down at his feet. His leather swivel chair was positioned at the exact geometric center of the room. The steel desk, the audio console, the green bank lamp, they had all been installed right here, in the middle of the floor, directly over the spot where the Neumann U67 microphone had stood 58 years ago. A cold, agonizing sensation spread through Arthur's chest, like icy water poured directly into his veins. His mind began to work with a terrifying, crystal-clear mathematical precision. 1960, 15 feet away. 1964, 9 feet, 10 inches away. 1968, 4 feet, 6 inches away. The entity had been moving at a constant, unvarying speed of precisely 14 inches per year, 14 inches every 365 days, 1,016 inches per month, 0,038 inches per day. The study had ended in November 1968 when the tapes ran out and the department locked the doors to test cell C, leaving the room dark, silent, and abandoned for 58 years. 58 years. Arthur's hand shook violently as he brought the pencil back to the paper. 58 years multiplied by 14 inches per year equals 812 inches. 812 inches equals 67.6 feet. Arthur stared at the number. 67,006 feet. If the entity had kept moving, if it had never stopped, never turned back, never slowed its slow, inexorable crawl across the decades, it would have crossed the entire width of the room decades ago. It would have reached the center of the room years ago. It would have passed through the center, and it would be standing, right now. Arthur's breath stopped entirely. Through the heavy, velvet-padded ear cups of his studio headphones, buried beneath the recorded tape hiss of 1968, he heard a new sound. It was not on the tape. It was not coming from the Studer A80 reel-to-reel deck. It was coming from the physical space of the room, less than 12 inches behind his head, directly in his blind spot, right behind his chair. A long, slow, icy draft of air blew softly across the exposed skin on the back of Arthur's neck, stirring the fine gray hairs at his nape. And then, softly, clearly, in the cold air of the subterranean archive, something inhaled. The breath that brushed the skin at the base of Arthur's skull was not cold in the manner of an open window or an unsealed draft from the street grates above. It was cold in the way that deep earth is cold, a dense mineral chill that seemed to have bypassed the air entirely to settle directly into his bones. Every muscle in his shoulders locked into rigid stone. His throat constricted, trapping a tiny dry gasp behind his teeth. He did not turn around. Every instinct honed over millions of years of human survival screamed at him to spin his chair, to throw his arms up in defense, to shine the heavy brass bank lamp into the blind spot directly behind him. But beneath that primal panic lay a deeper, more cerebral horror, a quiet, absolute conviction that to turn around was to finalize a transaction that had been 6 decades in the making. As long as he stared straight ahead at his steel desk, at the softly glowing green VU meters and the smooth, spinning spools of the Studer A80, the entity behind him remained an anomaly of sound, a problem of physical geometry and wave propagation. If he turned, it would become real in a way from which there would be no returning. The air behind his left ear shifted again. Exhale. It was a slow, effortless release, lasting 4 full seconds. The sound carried the faint, whispering texture of dry linen sliding over polished slate. With it came a scent that did not belong to the archive, not the sharp ozone of the tape deck, nor the bitter vinegar of decaying acetate, but the heavy velvet smell of long unopened rooms, of dry autumn soil kept in darkness, and of forgotten cedar chests left in the attics of lost childhood homes. Arthur's hands hovered over the aluminum control panel of his digital console. His fingers were trembling so violently that he could feel the cold metal of his gloved thumbs clicking against the toggle switches. His reflection in the dark, unlit glass of the computer monitor before him was little more than a pale, featureless smear distorted by the amber beam of the desk lamp. Beyond that reflection lay the total darkness of sub-basement test cell C. "Don't look," he thought, the words repeating like a slow, rhythmic mantra in his mind. "Don't look. Keep your eyes on the meters. Keep your ears on the tape." He reached out toward the right side of the mixing console, where the digital recording interface sat connected to the archive's reference microphone, a high-precision measurement capsule mounted on a slender tripod. Positioned 18 inches above the console to capture room ambience for calibration logs. His hand moved with an agonizing slowness, as if pushing through thick, invisible water. His fingernails scraped against the brushed steel housing before finding the heavy, square red button marked Rec. He pressed it down. A soft, mechanical click echoed through the console, and a single, crimson light began to pulse rhythmically on the interface panel, glowing in steady, 1-second intervals. Pulse, pulse, pulse. Arthur slid his fingers up to the gain slider for input 1, the live room microphone, and pushed it smoothly upward, routing the present moment audio directly into the drivers of his velvet-padded studio headphones. For a fraction of a second, there was a disorienting wash of acoustic feedback, a soft, high-frequency ring that settled instantly as the digital limiter engaged. And then, the sound of the room came rushing into his ears. Through the high-fidelity drivers of his headphones, the quiet space behind his chair was amplified 1,000-fold. In his left ear cup, he heard the frantic, shallow flutter of his own biology. His heart was a damp, heavy mallet striking against his ribs. Thump, 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 thump. His lungs were taking in thin, panicked hitches of air, the fabric of his dark wool cardigan rustling softly against the leather backrest of his chair with every microscopic movement he made. In his right ear cup, he heard the room. It was not empty. The spatial audio of the modern condenser mic revealed a presence so vast and dense that it seemed to occupy every cubic inch of air in the 3-foot space between his head and the bare concrete wall behind him. It was breathing. Inhale, the sound rose through the right channel, rich and resonant. Through the extreme sensitivity of the microphone, Arthur could hear details that the human ear alone could never parse. It was not the respiration of lungs made of flesh and vascular tissue. It was the movement of displacement, the sound of air being pulled into a hollow space where matter had ceased to exist, a gentle hypnotic vacuum drawing upon the room's atmospheric pressure. Pause. Exhale. The air returned to the room, warm and dry, smelling faintly of old books and dried lavender. Arthur squeezed his eyes shut. His knuckles turned stark white as he gripped the desk's lip. He could feel the soft, steady push of that exhaled air brushing against the back of his neck, ruffling the fine hairs at the base of his skull in perfect synchronization with the audio sweeping through his right earphone. Then, the breathing stopped. The sudden, absolute cessation of the cadence was far more terrifying than its presence. The green VU needles on the console dropped to absolute zero, lying flat against their black rubber stoppers. The archive fell into a stillness so profound that Arthur felt as though his own eardrums were stretching outward, yearning for the slightest vibration to break the void. The sound of the rain far above was gone. The hum of the climate control system had dissolved. Even the mechanical tick-tock of the wall clock seemed to have slowed, stretched into long, agonizing intervals of non-time. A sound began to form within the silence. It did not begin as a voice. It began as white noise. The soft, velvety friction of dry dust grains cascading down the side of a cardboard storage box. Slowly, with an agonizing, elegant deliberation, the noise gathered shape, modulation, and form, settling directly into the center of the stereo field in Arthur's headphones. It was a whisper. It sounded ancient, gentle, and utterly devoid of malice. It was a voice constructed entirely from soft sibilants and hollow resonances, speaking not into the air of the room, but directly through the signal path of the microphone, into his ears. Arthur, the archivist, gasped, a violent shudder racking his shoulders. He reached up to rip the headphones off, but his arms felt heavy, leaden, as though the air around his body had thickened into cool, set gelatin. Arthur, the voice repeated, closer now, floating effortlessly between the left and right channels until it rested in the exact middle of his skull. You have been listening for so long. The tone was cozy, dark, and intimate, the sound of a storyteller leaning in close across a hearth on a frozen night, speaking in tones meant only for a single listener. "Do you remember?" the voice murmured, the sound layered with the faint rhythmic crackle of an old vinyl record or the dry hiss of 30-year-old magnetic tape. "The house on Maple Street. The third stair from the bottom that always groaned like an old dog when you tried to slip down to the kitchen in the dark?" Arthur's eyes flew open, staring blankly at the polished aluminum of the tape deck. He had not thought of the house on Maple Street in 40 years. He had been 6 years old when his family moved away. He had forgotten the color of the front door, the shape of the yard, the name of the boy who lived next door. But as the voice spoke, the memory rose within his mind with shocking, miraculous clarity, not as a pale, faded photograph, but as a living, breathing reality. He could smell the damp pine needles baking under the summer sun in the front garden. He could feel the cool, rough texture of the painted oak banister beneath his small palm. He could hear that exact, hollow creak of the third stair. Cluck, shh, a soft wood-on-wood sigh that he had kept secret from his parents during those long, quiet summer nights. "You sat on that stair," the whisper continued, its cadence rhythmic, hypnotic, matching the slow, 8-second rotation of the Studer's supply reel. "You sat in the dark for an hour, listening to the grandfather clock in the hall, listening to the house settle into the earth. You were not afraid of the quiet then, Arthur. You belonged to it." "How?" Arthur tried to speak, but his voice was nothing more than a dry, breathy rasp that barely registered on the console's meters. "How do you know that?" The entity behind him did not answer his question directly. Instead, it took a long, soft breath, a sound like wind moving through the tall, dry grass of an abandoned orchard in November. "The silence does not forget," the voice murmured softly. "Every word spoken in an empty room leaves a mark upon the air, but the words are light, Arthur. They rise to the ceiling. They escape through the cracks in the window frames. They drift away on the wind and dissolve." The right ear cup swelled with a low, soothing resonance, a sound like a distant cello string bowed in a subterranean cathedral. "It is the unsaid things that stay," the voice whispered. The thoughts held in the throat during long, solitary nights, the quiet observations of lonely men in dark rooms, the long, hollow spaces between the ticking of the clock. They do not escape. They settle onto the floor. They sink into the concrete. They collect in the corners, layer upon layer, decade upon decade, until the darkness grows thick enough to breathe. Arthur stared at his grid paper, the scale diagram he had drawn so meticulously, the crisp pencil lines representing the walls of test cell C, the small black cross marking the central microphone, seemed to warp and dissolve before his eyes. The mathematical progression he had calculated was not the tracking of a monster stalking its prey across the floorboards of an archive. It was the growth of a tide. For 60 years, this room had been sealed 3 floors beneath the earth. For 60 years, no sunlight had touched these walls. No human voice had shattered the stillness. No commotion of the living world had disturbed the slow, steady accumulation of absolute quiet. The silence had grown. It had expanded from the corners where it had first condensed in the autumn of 1960. It had filled the space behind the concrete blocks. It had crept across the cold floorboards 14 inches every year, filling every cubic foot of air that humanity had abandoned. It was not an intruder in the archive. The archive was its shell. And now, the whisper breathed, leaning so close that Arthur could hear the soft, papery shift of invisible lips against the microphone capsule. "You have come down into the deep earth. You have put on the velvet cushions. You have shut out the rain. You have shut out the city. You have spent 4 weeks listening to 60 years of empty air, breathing our breath, matching your pulse to our quiet. A profound warmth began to spread through Arthur's limbs, a heavy, luxurious tiredness that seemed to seep directly out of the headphones and into his bloodstream. The terror that had gripped his throat for the last hour began to soften, its sharp, jagged edges rounding off into something soft, smooth, and extraordinarily peaceful. He looked at the Studer A80 reel-to-reel deck. The spools were turning with an exquisite, hypnotic grace. The brown magnetic tape glided across the gleaming silver guide rollers, passing over the polished steel playhead with a sound like a mother smoothing a cool bed sheet across a mattress. Whir, whir, whir. It was a beautiful sound. Arthur's fingers relaxed their desperate grip on the edge of the steel desk. His hands settled softly into his lap, resting against the soft wool of his trousers. "Do you remember?" the voice whispered, its tone drifting into the left ear cup now, wrapping around his mind like a heavy wool blanket. "The library at St. Jude's when you were 22? The corner desk on the third floor of the annex, tucked behind the bound volumes of 19th century geography?" Arthur closed his eyes. He saw the desk. He saw the tall, narrow lancet window looking out over the quadrangle, the golden autumn afternoon light slanting through the glass, illuminating millions of tiny dust motes floating in silent, lazy spirals through the air. He remembered the smell of the leather bindings, old calfskin and dried paste. He remembered the feeling of absolute, blissful solitude that had wrapped around him as he sat there for hours, reading by the fading light, entirely forgotten by the world outside. He had loved that desk. He had loved that quiet. He had felt, even then, that he belonged to the space between the books far more than he belonged to the bustling streets of the city. "You left a part of yourself in that corner, Arthur," the voice said, sounding soft and cozy, like a warm drink shared in a darkened room while the storm rages against the window panes. "You left your quiet there, and when they tore the annex down in 1994, that quiet did not vanish. It came down here. It joined us. We have kept it safe for you." "You kept it," Arthur murmured. His voice was no longer afraid. It was quiet, gentle, floating effortlessly into the room's atmosphere. "We keep everything," the voice replied softly. "Every silence that ever fell over this university is gathered here. The silence of the empty lecture halls at midnight. The silence of the chapel after the final candle is snuffed. The silence of the snow falling on the quadrangle when everyone has gone home for the winter. It is all here, Arthur, waiting for someone who knows how to listen." Arthur took a deep, slow breath. Inhale, it lasted 4 seconds. His chest rose smoothly, filling his lungs with the cool, dry air of sub-basement test cell C, air that smelled of old paper, iron oxide, and long-forgotten autumn afternoons. Behind his chair, the room responded, exhale. The breath was perfectly synchronized with his own. The two cadences, the archivist sitting at his desk and the ancient quiet occupying the space behind him, merged into a single, seamless rhythm. Arthur felt the tension completely drain from his neck and shoulders. The cold draft that had chilled his skin moments ago now felt soothing, a gentle, refreshing breeze that eased the long, heavy ache in his muscles. He reached up with a slow, deliberate movement and adjusted his studio headphones. He did not take them off. He pressed them closer to his ears, settling the soft velvet cushions deeply against his temples. Through the live monitor feed, he could hear the entire room breathing as one cohesive entity. The archive was no longer a cold, sterile vault beneath 3 floors of concrete. It was a haven, a dark, quiet sanctuary buried deep within the bedrock of the ancient earth, far beneath the noise, the hurry, and the frantic chaos of the surface world. Up there, far above the limestone ceiling, The rain was falling over the slate roofs of the university. Cars were sloshing through the puddles on the avenue. People were rushing under umbrellas, their minds filled with noise, worries, and the relentless, exhausting clatter of daily life. Down here, 3 floors below the ground, there was only the tape deck. There was only the warm amber light of the bank lamp, casting a cozy, golden circle over the brass controls and the creamy pages of his ledger. There was only the soft, rhythmic ticking of the brass clock on the wall. Tick, tock, tick, tock. "You don't have to go back up, Arthur," the voice whispered, its tone so soft now that it was almost indistinguishable from the gentle rush of the tape hiss. "There is nothing up there that requires your noise. Everything you have ever lost, every quiet moment you ever cherished, is right here in the dark." Arthur smiled softly in the dim light of the bank lamp. He looked at the digital recording console. The red rec light was still pulsing rhythmically, pulse, 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 recording the present moment into the archive's vast digital memory. The green VU meters were floating gently in the dark green zone around -24 decibels, their silver needles swaying smoothly back and forth in a slow, elegant dance that matched his respiration. Channel 1, Arthur. Channel 2, the room. The needles were moving in perfect unison now, hitting the exact same markers at the exact same fractions of a second. Inhale, left needle rises to 18 dB. Right needle rises to 18 dB. Pause, exhale, left needle settles to 24 dB. Right needle settles to 24 dB. Arthur reached out his hand. He did not turn off the recorder. He did not stop the Studer A80 deck. Instead, he picked up his fountain pen from the desk. He unclipped the cap, feeling the smooth, cold weight of the chased black resin between his fingers. He opened his leather-bound ledger to the fresh page for box 32, tape #975. His handwriting was no longer tense or rushed. It was smooth, flowing, and precise, the dark blue ink gliding effortlessly across the heavy paper. Tape #975. Date: October 14th, 2026. Location: sub-basement test cell C. Acoustic profile: nominal. Signal to noise ratio: perfect. Room status: occupied. He paused, staring at the wet blue ink gleaming under the warm amber glow of his lamp. He added one final line at the bottom of the page, his pen making a soft, comforting scratch against the parchment. The silence has finally reached the center of the desk. "It is very quiet here. It is very safe. I think I will stay and listen for a while." Arthur laid the pen down in the groove of the wooden desk block. He leaned back in his leather swivel chair, letting his head rest against the soft, padded headrest. He did not turn around to look at what was standing behind him. There was no longer any need to look. He knew what was there. It was not an intruder. It was not a ghost. It was 60 years of absolute peace, waiting patiently for him to sit down and share it. The entity's breath washed over his shoulders, warm, dry, and smelling of autumn cedar and old paper. It wrapped around his chest like a soft, heavy quilt, sinking into his limbs, settling into his lungs, smoothing away every remaining thought of the world above. Arthur closed his eyes. Through his headphones, the voice spoke one last time, a whisper so quiet, so impossibly soft, that it seemed to merge directly with the baseline hiss of the magnetic tape spinning on the deck. "Sleep now, Arthur," it breathed. "The archive is working. The tapes are turning. The quiet will take care of everything." Arthur took a slow, deep breath. Inhale. The room took a slow, deep breath. Exhale. The green VU needles splayed across the illuminated glass, hovering at the bottom of the scale. The reel-to-reel deck continued its smooth, anti-clockwise rotation, the quarter-inch tape whistling softly across the silver heads, carrying 60 years of silence into the present moment. Whir, 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 far above, 3 floors beneath the stone and earth, the rain continued to fall softly against the pavement, a steady, rhythmic purr that grew fainter and fainter until it vanished entirely into the subterranean dark. Arthur sat in the center of the room, cradled in the warm amber circle of his lamp, wrapped in the velvet cushion of his headphones. His chest rose and fell in perfect, unbroken rhythm with the dark space behind his chair. Inhale, pause, exhale. The archive was complete. The room was full, and in the absolute, beautiful quiet of Sub-Basement 3, Arthur finally went to sleep. The sound of the diesel engine did not vanish all at once. It unraveled slowly, frayed by the wind and swallowed by the relentless, wool-gray mist that clung to the Pacific shore. Julian stood on the lower landing of the iron ladder, his boots slick with spray, watching the supply boat, the Northern Star, shrink into a dark, shape-shifting knot upon the swell. For several minutes after the hull was lost to the fog, the low, wet thrum of its propeller lingered in the damp air, a faint heartbeat retreating toward the mainland. Then, that too dissolved. What remained was the ocean, vast and invisible beyond a perimeter of 30 yards, and the cold, granite bulk of Blackwood Point rising behind him like a broken tooth. Julian pulled the collar of his heavy Mackinaw coat higher around his throat, breathing in the sharp, bitter scent of salt, wet copper, and decaying kelp. The quiet that settled over the island was not a true silence, but a dense, layered atmosphere made of sound so ancient and constant that it felt like stillness. There was the heavy, rhythmic thrum of the tide collapsing into the basalt sea caves 80 feet below, the steady, whispering hiss of fine mist settling over the coarse grass, and the high, metallic groan of the wind, weaving through the bronze stays of the gallery railing far above. He turned toward the tower. The lighthouse at Blackwood Point had been anchored into the dark shelf of rock in the late 90s, constructed from massive blocks of gray granite quarried 300 miles to the south. It rose 85 feet into the low sky, capped by a copper dome turned pale green by 80 years of sea air. At its base sat the keeper's dwelling, a stout, low-slung cottage with thick slate shingles. Bolted directly to the rock with heavy iron rods, Julian carried his 2 canvas sea bags up the steep, cut stone steps toward the heavy oak door of the quarters. The wood was swollen with moisture, requiring the full weight of his shoulder to pop the latch. Inside, the air held the cool, dry odor of coal dust, paraffin oil, and linseed. Overlaid with the stale ghost of tea leaves left by the previous keeper, a quiet man named Miller, who had shaken Julian's hand without a word before stepping down into the tender's launch. The cottage was dark, its small, recessed windows looking out into the pale wall of fog. Julian set his bags on the braided rag rug in the entryway and listened. The house was settling around him, a framework of Douglas fir and granite absorbing the shock of the rising autumn gale. He moved methodically, establishing his presence through small, deliberate rituals. First, he opened the iron door of the cast iron cooking stove, cleared the gray ash into the scuttle with a small shovel, and laid a bed of dry cedar shavings and oil-soaked rags. He struck a wooden match against the stove's rough hip. The sharp, sulfurous pop was startlingly loud in the enclosed kitchen, a momentary spike of bright noise before the flame caught the cedar, crackling softly and casting a warm orange flicker across the whitewashed walls. He filled the heavy copper kettle from the hand pump at the stone sink, pumping until the dark water ran clear and ice-cold from the cistern beneath the floorboards. Setting the kettle on the stove ring, he stood for a moment, letting the growing heat of the fire press against his wool-clad knees. This was what he had asked for. 3 months of solitary service on an unlit edge of the world, where the days were measured not by the demands of men, but by the consumption of coal, the level of lamp oil in the brass reservoirs, and the relentless 40-second heartbeat of the foghorn. On the mainland, in the damp, timber-built streets of Port Townsend, his life had become cluttered with small failures, griefs that lacked clear edges, and the exhausting noise of a world moving too quickly into a bright electronic decade. Here, everything was heavy, mechanical, and visible. When the kettle began its low, thin whistle, Julian poured the boiling water into a thick ceramic mug over a pinch of black tea leaves. He drank it slowly, standing at the kitchen window, watching the sea fog press its pale, wet face against the glass. By late afternoon, the light began to bleed out of the air, turning the mist from white to a deep bruised violet. It was time to make his first ascent. Julian took his heavy brass pocket watch from his waistcoat, checked the time, 4:45, and opened the heavy oak door that led from the dwelling into the base of the tower. The transition was immediate. The warmth of the kitchen dropped away, replaced by the deep subterranean chill of the granite shaft. The tower acted like a giant ear, amplifying the voice of the sea outside. Every crash of a wave against the western cliff reverberated up through the stone in a low, subsonic shudder that vibrated in the soles of his boots. He began to climb. The spiral staircase was wrought iron, painted dark gray, its steps worn smooth and slightly concave in the center by 8 decades of keeper's boots. His footfalls produced a clear, ringing clink that traveled up into the vertical darkness above him. Every 12 steps, a small arched loop window cut through the 4-foot thick stone wall, offering a brief glimpse of the closing evening, a narrow slice of iron-gray water and tumbling cloud. 30 feet up. 40 feet up. The air grew progressively drier and warmer as he approached the lantern room, smelling more strongly of heated metal, machine oil, and the dry, sweet scent of beeswax used to polish the brasswork. At the 60-foot mark, he reached the service room, a round chamber lined with brass-bound cupboards containing extra wicks, glass chimneys, jars of rouge for polishing the glass, and the leather-bound logbooks. In the center of the service room sat the heavy iron housing of the clockwork mechanism that rotated the lens. A braided steel cable extended from the bottom of the housing, disappearing down a narrow chase in the center of the staircase, where a 300-pound lead weight hung, providing the mechanical power to turn the massive glass eye above. Julian picked up the heavy iron crank handle from its bench, fitted it into the side of the housing, and began to wind. Clack, clack, clack. The ratchet spoke with a clean, heavy precision. Julian leaned into the rhythm, his shoulders working, feeling the resistance of the rising iron weight deep within the tower's throat. 24 turns. He paused to catch his breath, hearing the tiny, rhythmic ticking of the governor assembly inside the iron box, waiting to be released. He climbed the final 10 cast iron steps, pushing open the heavy trapdoor that led into the lantern room itself. The chamber was a cathedral of brass and crystal, 10 feet across, bathed now in the pale, twilight gloom. In the center, sitting atop its iron pedestal in a circular bath of shimmering mercury, sat the first-order Fresnel lens. It was a magnificent, terrifying piece of 19th-century optics, a towering, multifaceted cage of liquid clear glass, shaped like an immense glass hive, composed of hundreds of hand-ground prisms, angled to catch every stray ray of light from the central burner and compress it into a single, blazing beam capable of piercing 20 miles of dark ocean. Julian stepped onto the polished brass deck surrounding the lens. The glass was so clean it seemed almost absent, reflecting only the dim, ghostly image of his own face and the dark collar of his coat floating in the air. He checked the oil reservoir, ensuring the pressure gauge held steady at 20 pounds, then opened the brass valve to feed the vaporized kerosene to the mantle. Striking another match, he held it to the burner. A soft, muffled whoosh filled the glass room as the mantle caught, glowing first a dull mottled orange, then brightening rapidly into an intensely white, blinding brilliance that forced Julian to squint. He reached down to the brake lever on the clockwork pedestal and pulled it back. With a long, soft sigh of metal and oil, the massive lens began to turn. The silence of the room was instantly broken by the rhythmic movement of the apparatus. As the giant prism swung past, the white light was gathered and thrown outward through the storm panels, sweeping out across the void of Blackwood Point. One rotation every 20 seconds, a long, blinding arm of yellow-white light slicing through the fog, illuminating millions of tiny suspension droplets of water before disappearing into the dark, only to return 20 seconds later. Julian stood on the brass catwalk, watching the light work. The beam hit the thick fog wall outside, creating a vast rotating tunnel of illuminated vapor that seemed to turn around the tower like the spoke of a wheel. Satisfied with the light, he descended to the service room to engage the pneumatic system for the fog signal. During the autumn storm season, the fog on Blackwood Point was not merely a passing weather pattern, it was a permanent atmosphere. A heavy, cold blanket that rolled off the subarctic currents and lodged against the coastal cliffs for weeks at a time. The lens alone was not enough. Ships blinded by the sea dust needed the voice of the tower. In the corner of the service room sat the timer box, a heavy brass clockwork device hooked to the air valves of the two massive copper horns mounted on the gallery roof outside. Julian unlocked the glass door of the timer, lifted the brass weight, and started the balance wheel with a gentle flick of his index finger. Tick, 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 tick. He stood waiting, his hand resting on the smooth brass casing. Inside the clockwork, a small brass cam rotated until it caught a trip lever. The lever lifted. A heavy iron valve opened with a sharp pneumatic hiss. Outside, directly above his head, the copper horn spoke. W-do-wah-om. The sound was not merely heard, it was experienced through the bones. It was a massive, subterranean roar, a low, resonant note tuned to F-sharp that vibrated through the granite walls, rattled the glass in the storm panels, and made the T in Julian's stomach coil into a hard knot. It lasted for precisely 3 seconds, a deafening, vibrating beam of sound thrown out over the waves. Then, the valve snapped shut. The sound cut off instantly. Silence returned to the tower, but it was a changed silence, ringing with the ghost of the blast. Julian drew a slow breath, counting in his head. 1, 2, 3, 4. The clockwork ticked softly on the shelf. 37. 38, 39. Clack. The trip lever lifted. BWW-wah-um. The blast shook the brass lamps on their wall brackets. Julian checked the pressure gauge on the air receiver, 40 pounds per square inch, holding steady, and closed the timer glass door. Every 40 seconds. For as long as the fog held. He gathered his oil cans, his rags, and his logbook, and made his way back down the long, winding spiral staircase to the keeper's dwelling below. By his second week on the island, the outer world had ceased to exist. The mainland was no longer a place of streets, towns, and people. It was a distant memory that belonged to someone else. Julian's reality had shrunk to the diameter of the granite tower, the 30 yards of wet rock visible from his kitchen window, and the relentless, mechanical cadence of the station. The fog had not broken once. It changed texture, sometimes a fine weeping drizzle that coated the rock in a sheen of black ice, sometimes a thick, motionless vapor so dense that the light from the lantern room could only produce a soft, woolly halo 60 feet above the ground, but it never lifted. Julian had adapted to the noise. The human mind possesses a quiet, desperate mercy. It can learn to sleep inside a machine. The 40-second cycle of the foghorn had become the background rhythm of his existence. Blast. 3 seconds of bone-shaking thunder. Silence. 37 seconds of wind, waves, and the ticking of the kitchen clock. He cooked his meals by it. He chopped wood in the small stone shed by it. He read his leather-bound volumes of maritime history by it, turning a page every 4 blasts. Even in his narrow iron bed in the corner of the cottage, the sound was no longer an intrusion. It was a heavy, comforting hand pressing him down into a dreamless, heavy sleep. It was on the 13th night that the pattern fractured. Julian was sitting at the oak kitchen table, cleaning the glass chimney of a reserve oil lamp with a soft piece of chamois leather. The wind outside had dropped to a low, mournful sigh, leaving the ocean quiet, only the long, lazy swell slapping against the lower ledge of the point. The foghorn sounded. WWW-wah, ah, The house vibrated. The teacup on the table quivered, small concentric rings forming on the surface of the dark liquid. The blast ended. The silence rushed back in, deep and wet. Julian rubbed the chamois in smooth, circular motions around the glass cylinder. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He counted unconsciously, a habit honed by 14 days of solitude. 18, 19, 20. Through the small window above the sink, the sea was a dark, impenetrable wall. 22, 23. Then, from somewhere far out beyond the rock, across the black, motionless expanse of the Pacific, came a sound. It was faint, so faint that Julian's hand froze mid-stroke on the lamp glass, his fingers tightening against the smooth cylinder. It was a foghorn. It was the exact, identical pitch of the station's own horn, a resonant, vibrating F-sharp, but attenuated by miles of fog and water, stripped of its close-range thunder, reduced to a low, mournful sigh that seemed to travel across the surface of the sea like a breath of cold air. Bubby-dubby-dwa. It lasted precisely 3 seconds. Julian remained frozen, his head tilted toward the window, his chest holding its breath. His pulse thumped twice in his ears. 38, 39. Bubby-dubby-wah. The station horn roared directly above him, shattering the quiet, rattling the iron spoons in the drawer behind him. Julian stood up so fast his chair screeched against the slate floorboards. He walked slowly to the window, cupping his hands around his eyes to block out the weak yellow light of the kitchen lamp, pressing his forehead against the cold glass. Outside, there was only the mist. The sweeping beam of the Fresnel lens cut overhead every 20 seconds, a long white sword slashing through the vapor, revealing nothing but the wet gray wall 40 feet out. "A vessel," he muttered aloud. His voice sounded thin, dry, and strange in the small room, the first time he had spoken in 6 days. A steamer off course. Navigating by the point, he waited, his hand resting on the cold wooden window frame. Silence. 1, 2, 3, 4. He listened with an intensity that made his ears ache, filtering out the crackle of the stove, the hum of his own blood, the slow tick-tock of the wall clock. 18, 19, 20. There. BWWWWWA. It came again. Exactly 20 seconds after the station horn had stopped. Faint, ghostly, but unmistakably clear. A response from the gray void. Julian felt a strange, cold tickle at the back of his neck, the hair on his arm standing up against the wool of his sweater. He pulled out his pocket watch and flipped the silver cover open. The second hand swept steadily across the white enamel dial. He timed it. Station horn to 00003. Silence, distant horn, 020 to 023. Silence, station horn, 040 to 0043. The responding blast sat precisely in the middle of the station's 37-second gap. It was balanced with mechanical perfection. Julian pulled on his boots, threw his heavy oilskin coat over his shoulders, and unlatched the back door. The cold night air hit him like a wet towel, carrying the heavy, sulphurous reek of low tide and sea mist. He walked out onto the granite plateau, his boots crunching on the wet gravel, and made his way to the iron gallery edge overlooking the cliff. The drop below was absolute darkness, save for the white ghostly line of foam where the ocean chewed on the jagged basalt. He stood by the cold iron railing, his hands buried deep in his pockets, waiting. The light from above swept over him. A blinding flash that turned the world into a stark black and white photograph for half a second, then left him in deep, velvet night. WWWA. Om. The sound vibrated out from the copper mouths on the roof, rolling over his head, heavy and terrifyingly physical. The sound waves seemed to push against his chest. The blast died. The echoes bounced once off the high cliffs behind the station and vanished into the fog. Julian turned his head, pointing his left ear toward the open ocean. He closed his eyes, concentrating every nerve in his body on the dark water. 10 seconds. 12 seconds. 15 seconds. The sea hummed. The wind whistled in the iron stays. 20 seconds. From the ocean, from a direction where there was no land, no shoals, no shallow water where a lightship could be anchored, and no shipping lane recognized by any chart in the service room, the sound returned. BWWWWA. It was not a ship. Julian opened his eyes in the dark. A ship's horn was higher, sharper, propelled by steam or compressed air from a smaller diaphragm. It possessed a directional movement. As a vessel passed, the sound would shift, pulled by the wind or altered by the vessel's heading. This sound did not move. It came from a fixed point in the fog, directly west-southwest, approximately 2 miles out. And it was not merely similar to the Blackwood Point horn. It was identical. It possessed the same acoustic signature, the slight, gravelly rattle at the start of the blast caused by a worn bronze reed in the air valve, a specific mechanical flaw that Julian had spent 3 days listening to and servicing. He stood on the wet rock, the sea spray dampening his face, watching the lighthouse beams slice through the blackness again and again. A reflection, he whispered into the dark. An echo off a thermal inversion layer. He had read about it in the lighthouse board circulars. Under specific atmospheric conditions, when a dense layer of cold air was trapped beneath a warm air mass, sound waves could be bent, bounced off the interface, and returned to their source with uncanny clarity. It was rare, but it was scientific. It was rational. He repeated the word reflection to himself 3 times as he walked back inside, latching the heavy door behind him. But as he sat down at the table, his tea now stone cold in its mug, he could not ignore the single flaw in his theory. An echo takes time to travel. If the sound was bouncing off a thermal wall 2 miles out, the delay should have varied as the fog shifted, drifted, and changed density with the wind. The response from the sea did not vary by a fraction of a second. It was tied to his horn like a shadow tied to a heel. By the 3rd week, the weather deepened into a true Pacific tempest. The wind came out of the northwest, a screaming, relentless gale that brought heavy, stinging sleet mixed with the salt spray. The ocean was no longer a rhythmic tide. It was a confused, towering mass of water that slammed into the base of Blackwood Point with the force of artillery. The entire tower vibrated, a slow, sickening sway of 6 inches at the lantern room level, engineered into the granite to keep the stone from snapping under the strain. Inside the cottage, the air was cold despite the roaring coal fire. Drafts found every keyhole and seam, whistling like thin wooden flutes in the darkness. Julian spent his days in a state of hyper-awareness. He no longer looked at his books. He barely cooked, surviving on tinned beef, hard biscuits, and endless pots of black tea. His world had narrowed to the clockwork, the oil levels, and the sound. The echoing horn had not stopped. Night after night, blast after blast, the response came from the fog. But it was no longer coming from 2 miles out. It was closer. On Tuesday night, Julian sat on the spiral stairs halfway up the tower, a brass stopwatch held in his palm. 1, 2, 3, 15, 16, 17, BWWWWA. The gap had narrowed. The delay was no longer 20 seconds, it was 14. Then 12. The sound out at sea was growing louder. It had lost its soft, muffled quality. It now possessed a hard iron edge that vibrated through the water, striking the submerged granite shelf of the island before rising through the rock into the soles of Julian's feet. Whatever was making the sound was moving toward Blackwood Point. Slowly, deliberately, plowing through the boiling, storm-tossed sea against a 60-knot gale, holding its steady, impossible course. Julian climbed the stairs to the service room, his boots feeling heavy, as if his feet were made of lead. He opened the heavy, leather-bound station logbook on the desk. His entries over the past week had deteriorated from the neat, copperplate cursive required by the lighthouse board into tight, jagged scribbles. Oct 18. Fog persistent. Wind NW47. Light operating well. Echo continues. WSW. Oct 20. Wind force 9. Heavy sea. Echo louder. Distance decreasing. No visual contact. Oct 22. The signal from the sea is now responding at an 8-second interval. It is less than a mile from the ledge. He set the pen down, his fingers trembling slightly. The ink was dark, almost black in the dim light of the oil lamp hanging from the beam above. He stood up and walked to the narrow loop window facing the sea. The glass was thick, bull's eye glass set in iron frames, dripping with condensation on the inside and lashed by sleet on the outside. He wiped the glass with his sleeve and pressed his eye to it. The lantern beam above was sweeping through the storm. The light did not penetrate far now. The rain was too thick, creating a blinding white curtain that swung around the tower every 20 seconds. Sweep, white darkness. Sweep, white darkness. Then came the blast from above. WWW. Julian held his breath, his forehead touching the cold iron frame of the window. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. WWW. The response did not come from the distance anymore. It came from directly below the cliff. It was so loud, so massive, that the glass in the loop window rattled against its lead caving. The sound was no longer a faint imitation. It was an absolute twin, a deafening, metallic roar that seemed to rise from the black water at the base of the rock, echoing off the wet granite face. Julian staggered back from the window, his heart hammering against his ribs like a trapped bird. It was at the ledge. It was sitting in the boiling, jagged breakers where any vessel, any ship made of wood, steel, or iron would be smashed into splinters in a matter of seconds. Yet there was no sound of rending timber, no distress flares, no screams through the wind. Only the horn. He turned toward the spiral staircase, intending to climb to the lantern room to search the water with the powerful beam of the lens. He took 3 steps down the iron landing, then stopped. The service room lamp hung from a brass hook on the central pillar. Its soft yellow light shone down onto the spiral stairs, casting the shadow of the wrought iron railing and the central pillar against the curved granite wall. It also cast Julian's shadow. He stood on the 5th step, his left hand resting on the smooth iron rail, his right hand holding the brass pocket watch. On the wall beside him, his shadow was long, black, and distorted by the curvature of the stone. Julian moved his right arm, bringing the pocket watch up toward his chest. On the wall, the shadow did not move. Julian froze. The black figure on the stone wall remained motionless, its right hand still hanging at its side, its head tilted at a strange, unnatural angle, as if it were listening to something deep inside the rock. The air in the staircase seemed to drop 10 degrees in a single second. The smell of cold copper and old salt grew so thick Julian felt a wave of nausea rise in his throat. "Julian," he whispered, his voice barely a breath. The shadow on the wall slowly raised its hand, but it did not bring the hand to its chest. It raised its hand toward the ceiling, pointing a long dark finger up the spiral stairs toward the lantern room. A second later, the station horn blew again. BWW. The vibration swept down the tower. As the stone trembled, the shadow on the wall snapped back into alignment with Julian's body, its arm dropping to its side, matching his posture perfectly. Julian backed away from the wall until his spine struck the cold central pillar of the tower. He was breathing in short, shallow gasps, his skin cold and slippery with sweat. The clockwork in the service room ticked on. Tick, 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 tick. Outside, 5 seconds later, the twin blast answered from the base of the cliff. It was no longer out at sea. It was inside the cove. It was under the rock. The night wore on, a long, suffocating passage of hours where time seemed to stretch and flatten like heated glass. Julian could no longer stay in the dwelling. The cottage felt unsafe, its thick oak doors and stone walls offering no real protection against a sound that lived inside the foundation of the island. He remained in the tower, moving between the service room and the lantern room, driven by a cold, mechanical necessity to keep the light turning and the oil flowing. He was a prisoner of the station's routine. The lens needed oil every 2 hours. The weight needed winding every 4. The glass needed wiping every hour as the sleet melted against the storm panels and left a cloudy film of salt and dirt. He performed these duties with a terrifying, hollow efficiency. He did not look at the stone walls as he climbed the stairs. He kept his eyes fixed on the step directly in front of his boots. Terrified of what his shadow might be doing in the yellow sweeps of the light, at 3 in the morning, the wind shifted. The gale did not blow itself out. Instead, it backed into the south, bringing with it a strange, unnatural warmth that melted the sleet instantly, replacing it with a fog so thick, so dense, that it seemed to possess weight. It pressed against the lantern room glass like a wet, gray pillow, smothering the light until the beam could penetrate no more than 10 feet from the gallery. Julian stood in the lantern room, leaning against the iron pedestal of the turning lens. The heat from the mantle was intense, baking his face while his back remained chilled by the drafts creeping through the brass floor vents. The apparatus turned around him with its steady, liquid hiss as the iron frame floated on its pool of mercury. Sweep, sweep. He looked out through the glass panels toward the south-facing gallery. The fog was moving. Not across the island, driven by the wind, but upward. Great, thick coils of gray vapor were rising from the ocean, climbing the granite cliffs like smoke rising from a subterranean fire, wrapping around the base of the tower and ascending toward the copper dome. And within the fog, the light was behaving strangely. When the sweeping beam hit the glass storm panels, it did not scatter into a clean, uniform cone of illumination. The light seemed to bend, curving slightly as it left the lantern, as if the air outside had acquired the density of water. Julian stepped closer to the glass, resting his palms against the brass work sill. Down below, at the base of the cliff, the second horn sounded. WWWA. It was no longer an echo. It was louder than the tower's own signal now, a deep, chest-crushing roar that vibrated up through the glass panels, making the glass sing like a crystal fingerglass tuned to a note of absolute dread. Julian looked down through the lower panes of the lantern room deck. The beam of light swept down toward the ocean. For a fraction of a second, as the white ray cut through the rising coils of fog, Julian saw something through the gloom. It was not a ship. It was not a rock. It was a shape, a vast, dark, geometric structure rising from the sea at the foot of Blackwood Point. It was tall, narrow, and constructed of dark, glistening blocks that looked like polished basalt, and from its upper section, protruding through the white foam of the breakers, was a curved brass cowl, an immense, gaping horn. Identical in every line and rivet to the copper horns mounted on the roof above his head. The light swept past, leaving the sea in velvet darkness. Julian did not move. He could not breathe. He stood with his face inches from the glass, his fingers locked onto the brass sill until his knuckles turned white. He waited for the light to come back. 20 seconds. A lifetime of ticking clockwork and humming mercury. 19, 20. The lens swung around. The beam dropped again, slicing through the gray vapor, bathing the foot of the cliff in brilliant, blinding white. The shape was still there. It was closer than it had been 20 seconds ago. It had moved up the rock, its dark, glistening base resting on the lower granite ledge that was usually submerged under 20 feet of ocean. It was rising, not as a ship rises with the tide, but as a building rises from its foundation, a dark, inverted twin of the tower, climbing out of the black depths of the Pacific, ascending the cliff inch by inch, carrying its silent wet history up into the air. And as the light held it for a brief, terrifying instant, Julian saw the top of the structure. It was a lantern room, a glass cage, multifaceted and framed in green, sea-corroded brass, sitting atop the basalt shaft. But inside the glass, there was no flame. There was no oil burner. There was only a dark, liquid stillness, an interior filled with clear black seawater in which floated the dim, ghostly shadows of an apparatus that had never known fire. The station horn blew. BWWA. Inside the flooded lantern room below, a pulse of dark purple-black light answered, not a beam that threw light outward, but a hollow, hungry vacuum that seemed to suck the illumination out of the night, drawing the beam of the Blackwood Point lens down toward its cold, subterranean center. Julian fell back from the glass, his heel catching on the edge of the brass floor plate. He hit the deck hard, his elbow striking the iron casing of the clockwork pedestal. The watch spilled from his pocket, rolling across the polished brass floor until it struck the base of the mercury bath with a soft clink. He lay there on his back, staring up at the giant Fresnel lens rotating above him. The light swept over him, white, blinding, hot, then darkness, then white, then darkness. And from all around him, from the walls, from the staircase below, from the sea outside, and from the deep granite heart of the island itself, came the sound. It was no longer two horns speaking in turn. The two blasts had met. They had overlapped. They were merging into a single, continuous, bone-shattering chord that filled the air, the tower, and the marrow of his bones with a sound that would never, ever stop. Julian did not move for a long time. The brass deck beneath his palm was ice cold, carrying the faint rhythmic shudder of the clockwork mechanism directly into his chest. Above him, The great multifaceted hive of the Fresnel lens continued its endless liquid rotation, throwing broad ribbons of blinding white light across the glass storm panels and out into the suffocating fog. Sweep, darkness, sweep, darkness. The watch lay near his outstretched fingers, its glass face hairline cracked in a precise spiderweb cross. The tiny second hand still ticking with a thin, dry sound that seemed almost absurd against the vast, heavy voice of the sea. Julian reached out, his knuckles stiff from the damp chill, and picked up the watch. He slipped it into his waistcoat pocket, feeling the cold brass against his ribs, and slowly pulled himself up onto one knee. The station horn blew again. WWWAM. The sound was no longer just a noise outside the tower. It felt as though it were being manufactured inside the hollow chest of the granite shaft itself. The floorboards, the brass railings, the lead weights hanging in the central chase, all of them hummed in sympathetic resonance. A single low F sharp that lingered in the back of Julian's throat long after the pneumatic valve snapped shut. He waited, his chin pressed against his collar, counting the silent seconds in his mind. 1, 2, 3, 4. Outside, there was no answering blast from the base of the rock, no second horn answered from the breakers. There was only a thick, heavy quiet that settled over the lantern room like a wet wool blanket. The wind, which had been shrieking through the gallery stays for 3 days, had died down to a low, breathless whisper. The sleet had ceased entirely. In its place, the air had grown dense, warm, and strangely sweet, carrying a faint odor that reminded Julian of turned earth, wet ferns, and cold river silt. A smell that belonged to the floor of an ancient forest, not a barren granite ledge 30 miles out in the Pacific Ocean. He walked to the southern storm panel, resting his brow against the thick glass. The fog outside had changed texture. It was no longer a rolling, chaotic mist driven by the ocean gale. It had flattened into a solid, motionless wall of white vapor that pressed against the lantern deck, so dense that the sweeping beam of the light seemed to cut a clean, geometric channel through it. Like a solid wooden spar turning through plaster, Julian looked down toward the gallery railing. The lower terrace of the island, the jagged black basalt shelf where the supply tender usually landed, was entirely obscured by the rising vapor. But he could hear something happening beneath that blanket of fog. It was not the crash of waves. It was not the sharp, slapping sound of spray against rock. It was a slow, heavy sloshing, like water being stirred in a deep wooden bucket. A smooth, dark, thick movement of fluid that possessed no foam, no white cap, and no agitation. He turned away from the glass and made his way down the cast-iron stairs into the service room. The small round chamber was bathed in the warm, yellow glow of the hanging kerosene lamp. On the wooden workbench, the leather-bound logbook lay open, its paper damp and soft to the touch. Julian sat down on the stool, picked up his steel-nibbed pen, and dipped it into the inkwell. His hand was remarkably steady now. The terror that had struck him on the staircase had settled into something quieter, heavier, a deep, hypnotic detachment, as if he were watching himself from a great distance through a fogged pane of glass. He wrote, Oct 28, 03:45. The gale has dropped entirely, atmospheric pressure rising sharply, though the glass in the barometer remains fixed at 29 inches. The secondary signal has ceased its countercycle. The air is warm, fog density absolute. He paused, the pen hovering above the blue-ruled paper. A small drop of black ink gathered at the tip of the nib, trembled, and fell, spreading into a soft, perfectly circular star on the page. He looked at the shadow cast by the hanging lamp behind him. It fell across the curved granite wall of the service room, broad and dark. As Julian sat motionless at the bench, the shadow on the wall slowly lowered its head, leaning forward over the shadow of the workbench, its fingers spreading wide against the dark stone, though Julian's own hands remained resting quietly in his lap. He did not pull away this time. He simply watched it, his breathing slow and even, listening to the soft tick-tick-tick-tick of the clockwork governor in the cabinet beside him. "What are you waiting for?" Julian whispered to the stone wall. The shadow did not answer. It merely held its posture, leaning over the dark workbench, pointing toward the floorboards, toward the dark, hollow core of the granite shaft that descended 85 feet into the foundation of the island. By 9 o'clock the following morning, the sun should have been up, but no light filtered through the thick loop windows of the tower. The sky remained a uniform, bruised iron gray, fading into the wet white sleeve of the fog. Julian spent 3 hours in the lantern room performing his morning maintenance, a routine he followed with painstaking, obsessive precision. He took his piece of soft chamois leather and his small brass pot of rouge powder and began to clean the individual prisms of the Fresnel lens. There were 188 prisms in the upper and lower rings, each cut from heavy leaded crown glass, ground to a perfect optical curvature. He worked slowly, moving from the top ring downward, swish, swish, swish. The leather made a dry, soothing sound against the glass. As he wiped each facet, he saw his own face reflected in the transparent surfaces, hundreds of small, dark Julians, mirrored in miniature across the great glass cage. In some of the prisms his eyes appeared wide and dark, in others his profile was stretched into a long, mournful line, and in one small, triangular prism on the lower eastern ring, his reflection was not looking back at him at all, but was standing with its back turned, staring out into the white fog beyond the storm panels. Julian wiped the triangular prism 3 times with the chamois. The reflection remained, turned away, its shoulders hunched, its dark coat stained with water, a flaw in the glass. Julian said quietly into the warm room. A lead pocket in the melt. He moved to the next prism. Below him, deep within the pedestal, the clockwork mechanism gave a sharp, dry click. It was a sound he had never heard before, a strange, metallic hitch in the smooth sequence of the gears. Julian stopped his arm, the chamois resting flat against the glass. He listened. Tick, tick, tick. Clack. The lens shuddered. The great, multi-ton glass cage, floating in its smooth, circular bath of liquid mercury, hesitated for a fraction of a second. The broad beam of white light outside stuttered, jerking forward 2 inches, then resuming its slow, 20-second rotation. Tick, tick, tick. Clack. The hitch occurred at the exact same point in the drive gear's revolution. Julian set the chamois and rouge pot down on the brass deck, took his small copper oiler and a 3/4-inch steel spanner from his tool belt, and knelt beside the lower housing of the clockwork pedestal. The drive system was housed in a cast iron box bolted directly to the granite deck. Through a small hinged access door on the side of the housing, the heavy bronze gears were visible, their teeth coated in a thick amber-colored layer of whale tallow and graphite grease. Julian unlatched the access door and held his brass pocket lamp to the opening. The gears were turning slowly, their heavy, hand-cut teeth meshing with a rhythmic, oiled squelch. Squelch, squelch, squelch. Then came the hitch. As the main drive gear, a 14-inch bronze wheel hooked directly to the vertical shaft, rotated past the central drive pinion, one of the teeth struck a resistance. It did not grind or strip, it simply caught, held for a split second as the 300-pound lead weight in the staircase chase forced it through. Then snapped forward with a loud clack. Julian leaned closer, the yellow light of his oil lamp illuminating the dark teeth. There was something lodged between the 24th and 25th teeth of the drive wheel. It was not a metal shaving, nor a piece of grit from the stone walls. It was a small, compressed mass of dark, wet material, flattened into the shape of a wedge by the immense pressure of the bronze gears. Julian took a small steel scriber from his coat pocket and poked at the wedge. The material was soft, dense, and cold. When the steel tip scraped across it, it gave way with a wet, tearing sound, releasing a faint puff of air that smelled strongly of wet salt, iron rust, and stagnant water. He worked the tip of the scriber beneath the wedge and pried it loose. The object dropped into his palm. It was a small, tightly folded piece of canvas, a scrap of heavy, unbleached duck cloth, the kind used by the lighthouse service for sea bags and sail covers. It was black, with grease and soaked through with cold seawater, but as Julian smoothed it out against his thigh, he saw that something had been written on it in dark, greasy graphite. It was a single word, written in a heavy, sprawling hand that he recognized instantly, the hand of Miller, the keeper who had preceded him at Blackwood Point. The word was, below Julian sat on the brass floor, his knees drawn up toward his chest, the small piece of greasy canvas resting in his open palm. The clockwork mechanism behind him resumed its smooth, silent rotation, the gears meshing without a single hitch now, the white beam sweeping effortlessly across the storm panels overhead. Squelch, squelch, squelch. The sound was soothing, almost rhythmic, like the steady breathing of a sleeping animal in the room with him. Julian closed his hand over the scrap of canvas, tucked it into his waistcoat pocket beside his cracked pocket watch, and stood up. He walked to the central spiral staircase and looked down into the dark vertical tunnel. The iron steps descended into the black throat of the tower, looping round and round the central pillar until they were lost in the gloom 60 feet below. The air coming up from the bottom of the shaft was no longer cold. It was thick, warm, and damp, carrying that same strange river silt odor he had smelled on the lantern gallery, and from the very bottom of the tower, from the dark storerooms beneath the keeper's dwelling, came a sound. It was soft, continuous, and rhythmic. Tap, tap, tap. It sounded like a small wooden mallet striking a hollow keg, or a boot heel striking slate. Julian placed his right hand on the iron rail and began to descend. He did not carry a lamp. He did not need one. Every 20 seconds, as the great lens turned in the lantern room above, a long, thin ray of white light spilled down through the open grating of the upper deck, slanting down the center of the spiral staircase like a spear of illumination, lighting 10 steps at a time before fading into darkness, only to return 20 seconds later. Light, step, step, darkness. Light, step, step, darkness. Julian counted the steps as he went. 10, 20, 30. At the 40-foot mark, he passed the narrow loop window that faced the western cliff. He stopped for a moment, his boots silent on the smooth iron steps, and looked out. The glass was completely obscured from the outside. It was not covered in ice, nor frosted by salt. Something dark and liquid was pressed flat against the outside of the pane, a smooth, heavy mass of black water that filled the entire frame of the window, motionless and clear as glass, held against the granite wall of the tower by some impossible pressure. Through the black water, Julian could see the sky outside, except it was no longer a sky. It was a vast, subterranean vault of dark liquid green, crisscrossed by long, slow currents that drifted like pale ribbons through the abyss. Far above or far below, he could no longer tell, small, luminous shapes drifted slowly through the fluid gloom, tiny pale organisms that throbbed with a faint, cold blue light, opening and closing like translucent hearts. A fish, long, slender, with pale, milky eyes and skin that looked like beaten silver, swam slowly up to the loop window, pressed its flat snout against the thick glass for a second, then veered away, its long tail fanning the black water into quiet, swirling eddies. Julian watched it go. He felt no terror now, only a strange, deep fascination, a sense of heavy, weightless tranquility that seemed to flow through the 4-foot thick stone walls and fill his lungs with every breath he drew. "The water is quiet," he whispered. His voice did not echo in the granite shaft. The sound was swallowed instantly by the warm, damp air, absorbed into the thick stone like ink into blotting paper. He continued his descent. 50 steps, 60 steps, 70. He reached the ground floor of the tower, where the iron staircase met the slate floor of the entryway. The heavy oak door that led to the keeper's dwelling was standing wide open. Beyond the threshold, the cottage was filled with a soft, watery, emerald light that filtered through the kitchen windows. The room was not flooded in the traditional sense. There was no currents, no floating furniture, no splashing water. The ocean had simply filled the house as a room fills with warm evening light. The air inside the kitchen was liquid, but it was heavy, clear, and perfectly motionless. The copper kettle sat on the cast iron stove, its spout releasing a thin, steady curl of dark liquid that hovered in the air like a thread of black ink before dissolving into the green atmosphere. The tea leaves in Julian's ceramic mug on the oak table were floating 3 inches above the rim, suspended in a neat, perfect cluster that drifted slowly, inch by inch, toward the window pane. Julian stepped into the kitchen. His boots made no sound as they touched the slate floor. He felt no weight in his limbs. His body seemed to float half an inch above the stone. His coat tails lifting gently in the dark, warm fluid like the fins of a deep water fish. He walked to the kitchen window and looked out. The island of Blackwood Point was gone. The jagged granite cliffs, the barren grass plateau, the iron railings, the slate-roofed coal shed, all of them had been swallowed by the dark mirror world that had risen from the depths of the Pacific. Standing directly opposite his window, less than 30 feet away through the clear, green water, was the Twin Tower. It was an exact, perfect inverted image of the lighthouse at Blackwood Point. Its granite blocks were dark, smooth, and draped in long, flowing ribbons of pale gray moss that drifted upward toward the surface like smoke. Its copper dome was turned a deep, shimmering green, and its heavy storm panels were glowing with a soft, cold, bioluminescent light that pulled at Julian's eyes with the gentle, rhythmic pulse of a slow tide. Inside the lantern room of the second tower, sitting on the brass catwalk beside the dark pedestal, was a figure. It was wearing a heavy, dark Mackinaw coat, its collar turned up around its neck, its hands buried deep in its pockets. Its face was turned away, looking up through the glass panels toward the inverted sky above. Julian raised his hand and pressed his palm flat against the cold glass of the kitchen window. On the other side of the narrow channel of green water, inside the second tower, the figure slowly turned its head. It raised its left hand and pressed its palm against the glass storm panel of its lantern room, matching Julian's position with absolute, silent precision. Its face was Julian's face, not as he appeared in the mirror of his wash basin, tired, gray-eyed, with 3 days of dark stubble along his jaw, but paler, smoother, its eyes dark and vast, filled with the clear, endless blue of the deep oceanic trenches. It smiled at him. It was not a cruel smile, nor a menacing one. It was the soft, tranquil smile of a man who has finally finished a long, exhausting walk through a dark wood and has reached the door of his own warm house. Julian felt a deep, heavy warmth spread through his chest. The silence in the kitchen was total. The ticking of the wall clock had stopped. The hiss of the stove had vanished. The vibration of the foghorn 80 feet above had ceased entirely, replaced by a low, soothing hum that seemed to come from the very center of the earth, a sound like the deep, rhythmic purr of a vast bronze bell submerged in 10 miles of calm water. The storm outside the tower was at its absolute peak when Julian made his final climb to the lantern room. The gale was blowing at 80 miles an hour, driving heavy squalls of sleet and salt spray across the Pacific Northwest coast. The sea was a wild, churning chaos of white water and black troughs, 40-foot waves slamming into the base of Blackwood Point with a force that rattled the dishes in the cupboards of Port Townsend 50 miles to the east. In the lantern room, the heavy clockwork mechanism had finally come to a complete halt. The central bevel gear, its bronze teeth worn smooth by 80 years of constant rotation, had bound tight against the drive pinion. The heavy 300-pound lead weight hung motionless in the stone chase, its steel cable stretched taut and rigid as an iron rod. The great Fresnel lens was frozen mid-turn. Its massive, multifaceted eye was pointed directly west-southwest, throwing a single, immovable beam of brilliant white light out through the storm panel, piercing the black squall like a silver spike anchored into the heart of the storm. Julian stood on the brass deck surrounding the lens. He was not wearing his heavy oilskin coat. His wool shirt was unbuttoned at the throat, his sleeves rolled up to his elbows, his bare forearms wet with the cool, damp mist that drifted through the brass floor vents. He held his steel spanner in his right hand, his fingers resting lightly against the cold metal handle. He did not place the spanner on the drive gear. He did not attempt to free the stuck tooth, nor did he lift the heavy iron brake lever to restart the rotation of the light. He walked to the western storm panel, set the spanner down on the brass sill, and looked out into the night. The ocean beneath the cliff had gone entirely, impossibly still. Despite the 80-knot gale that screamed through the gallery railings, despite the sheets of sleet that struck the copper dome overhead like handfuls of gravel, the surface of the Pacific Ocean for 3 miles around Blackwood Point had turned into a flat, unblemished sheet of black polished glass. There were no waves, no foam, no spray, no swell. The water was so perfectly still, so absolute in its flatness, that it reflected the dark cloud-torn sky above with the sharp crystalline accuracy of a silvered mirror, and deep beneath that black glass surface, glowing softly through 20 fathoms of clear, motionless seawater, sat the light. It was an exact, luminous mirror image of the Blackwood Point lantern room. The second lens was turning. Slowly, effortlessly, its multi-faceted prisms of clear glass rotated through the liquid dark, throwing long, soft ribbons of emerald green and deep indigo light up through the surface of the sea, intersecting with the static white beam of the upper tower in a brilliant, sparkling cross of illumination. Julian watched the light move beneath the water. Sweep, darkness, sweep, darkness. The interval was 20 seconds, and with every rotation of the underwater lens, the black glass surface of the ocean rose. It did not rise with the violent foaming surge of a tidal wave. It did not splash against the granite cliffside, nor did it send spray leaping into the dark air. It rose like mercury rising in a glass tube, smoothly, silently, effortlessly. The water swallowed the lower ledge of the point. It covered the basalt shelf where the supply tender landed. It rose past the slate roof of the coal shed, engulfing the small stone building without a sound, its green light illuminating the submerged roof shingles like polished jade. It reached the base of the tower. It climbed the 4-foot thick granite walls, inch by inch, foot by foot, sliding up the gray stone like a dark silk curtain being pulled toward the sky. Julian stood at the storm panel, his face pressed against the cool glass, watching the water rise to meet him. He could see the loop windows of the tower disappearing one by one beneath the rising surface. First, the lower window at the 10-foot mark, then the 20-foot window, then the narrow stone arch of the service room stairwell. As each window was submerged, the sound of the wind outside grew softer, muffled by the rising mass of dark fluid, turned from a harsh, shrieking gale into a low, gentle sigh that sounded like the distant murmur of a sleepy forest. The ocean reached the lantern room gallery. It rose past the iron railings. It covered the two brass foghorns mounted on the roof, filling their heavy copper mouths with clear, dark seawater, silencing their voice forever. Then, the water reached the storm panels. It did not smash the glass. It did not crack the heavy leaded frames. It slid smoothly up the outside of the windows, a dark, transparent wall of deep blue ocean that rose past Julian's chest, past his chin, past his eyes, until the entire lantern room was completely surrounded by the calm, motionless depth of the Pacific. Inside the lantern room, the air remained dry, warm, and clear. The mantle of the lamp continued to burn, throwing its white beam out into the dark fluid outside, illuminating thousands of tiny, drifting particles of sea dust that floated in the dark blue water like suspended stars. Julian looked up through the upper glass panels of the lantern room dome. Far above him, through 60 feet of smooth, clear ocean, he could see the sky. It was no longer gray or storm-torn. It was a vast, deep expanse of dark velvet, lit by the pale, cold glow of an impossible moon that shone down through the liquid depths, casting long, soft ribbons of silvery light through the water around the tower. Julian sat down on the polished brass deck of the lantern room. He rested his back against the iron housing of the clockwork pedestal. His legs stretched out before him, his hands resting quietly in his lap. The stillness of the room was absolute. There was no sound of wind, no sound of waves, no sound of grinding gears or ticking clocks. There was only a deep, serene, weightless quiet, a silence so vast and comforting that it felt as though the entire world had been wrapped in a blanket of dark wool and lowered gently into the bottom of a calm, endless sea. Above him, the single frozen beam of the Fresnel lens shone out through the clear water, holding its position like a silver anchor, dropped into the abyss. And from below, from the dark, submerged foundations of the island, the second light continued its slow, liquid rotation, sweeping its soft ribbons of emerald light through the quiet room, over the brass railings, over the stone walls, and across Julian's resting face. 20 seconds. The green light swept over him, warm and soothing as a touch. Darkness. Julian closed his eyes. He drew a long, slow breath of the warm, dry air, feeling his chest rise and fall in time with the gentle pulse of the light outside. 20 seconds. The light returned, soft and blue, painting the inside of his eyelids with a pale, tranquil glow. He did not open his eyes. He did not need to look any longer. The tower was safe. The light was held fast in the deep water, anchored to its reflection, locked in an eternal, silent mirror that no storm could ever touch, no gale could ever break, and no wave could ever disturb. He let his chin drop toward his chest, his breathing growing slower, deeper, and softer with every passing sweep of the light. Sweep. Serene darkness. Sweep. Serene darkness. The lighthouse at Blackwood Point sat 60 feet beneath the surface of the Pacific Ocean, glowing softly in the dark blue depth. Wrapped in total, blissful, underwater silence, a quiet light resting forever in the calm, motionless heart of the deep sea. The rain did not fall in sheets, but as a fine, persistent veil that hung between the high pines, softening the darkness until the world outside the guard shack was reduced to gradients of wet slate and black wood. Deep in the throat of the mountain valley, miles from the nearest paved highway, St. Jude's Sanatorium sat in its long, unfinished decay, a sprawling 1930s monument of limestone, brick, and iron, half dismantled by demolition crews who had abandoned the project months ago when autumn mud made the access roads impassable. Marcus sat in the center of the small, square security cabin at the edge of the east parking lot. The shack was built like a watchtower, elevated 3 feet off the mud on treated timber stilts, its low-slung tin roof catching the unending, rhythmic drumming of the mountain rain. Inside, the space was small, warm, and dense with the smell of wet wool, instant coffee, and the dry, metallic heat of an old electric radiator whose exposed coils glowed a dull, pulsing orange against the floorboards. Before him, stacked in 4 horizontal rows of 8, were 32 analog cathode ray tube security monitors. They were heavy, beige-cased boxes from another era, their curved glass screens casting a soft, hypnotic glow across the small shack. Some screens flickered in pale monochrome green, others hummed in a pale, muted twilight blue. Together, they emitted a continuous, high-frequency flyback transformer whine, a needle-thin, static tone that sat just at the edge of human hearing, vibrating in the back of the throat like a swallowed insect. Every 3 seconds, with mechanical precision, the central switcher unit on the desk made a soft, heavy clack, and a bank of 8 monitors would cycle to the next set of camera feeds. Clack. The upper row shifted. A long, empty hydrotherapy hall on the ground floor dissolved into a cascade of white noise before settling into a view of the rusted exterior fire escapes on the west facade. Clack. The third row shifted. A shot of the flooded boiler room basement flickered into a wide view of the overgrown courtyard, where an abandoned yellow excavator sat like a dead crustacean under the downpour, its steel bucket pooled with dark water. Marcus took a slow sip from his heavy ceramic mug. The coffee was lukewarm, tasting of boiled tap water and powder, but the heat of the ceramic warmed the meat of his palms. He adjusted his weight in the old vinyl office chair, the cracked faux leather creaking under him with a soft, familiar sigh. This was his 3rd week on the graveyard shift at St. Jude's. 12 hours a night, 6 nights a week, sitting alone at the edge of 30 acres of silent, hollowed-out architecture. The job paid little, but it offered what Marcus had been searching for since leaving the city: absolute, unbroken stillness. There were no visitors here. No trespassers braved the 4-mile hike through the muddy logging roads in the dead of winter. His only duty was to sit in the dry, warm circle of the guard shack, listen to the rain, and watch the slow, rhythmic dance of 32 screens turning static into shadows and shadows back into static. Outside, a low gust of wind swept down from the pine ridges, brushing the tops of the Douglas firs together with a sound like a long, drawn-out exhalation. A loose piece of corrugated iron on the main building's roof groaned once, a deep metallic protest, then went quiet again. Marcus set his mug down on the wooden desk next to the worn leather-bound logbook and a brass desk clock whose second hand ticked with a heavy, deliberate tick-tick-tick that seemed to sync with the steady drip of condensation from the shack's eaves. He rested his forearms on the desk and looked at the wall of screens. To anyone else, the 32 feeds would have looked identical, long. Cavernous hallways with peeling lead paint hanging in long, curling ribbons from the plaster ceilings, arched doorways leading into stripped patient rooms, rows of tall, narrow windows framed by heavy oak trim, where rain trailed down the glass like molten solder. But after 90 hours spent in this chair, Marcus knew the geometry of St. Jude's by heart. He knew that Camera 04, which overlooked the former children's ward on the 2nd floor, had a dead moth trapped behind its protective acrylic dome, casting a permanent, soft-edged crescent shadow in the upper left corner of the frame. He knew that Camera 09, positioned above the main entrance foyer, suffered from ground loop interference. causing a subtle wave of visual hum to roll continuously from the bottom of the screen to the top, like an invisible tide. And he knew that camera 14, located at the far end of the third-floor east wing corridor, was angled just high enough to capture the dark, vaulted timber beams of the old solarium ceiling. The East Wing had been the original tuberculosis ward in 1934. It was the highest point of the sanatorium, built to catch the clean mountain air that doctors once believed could heal scarred lungs. Now, it was a hollow stone shell, stripped of its radiators, its copper pipes, and its glass windows open to the pine-scented wind and the drifting rain. Clack. The switcher clicked. The second row of monitors refreshed. Marcus's eyes drifted casually across the grid. Camera 11, empty laundry chute landing. Camera 12, kitchen prep area, where a stainless steel sink caught a slow periodic drip from the floor above. Camera 13, east wing stairwell landing, dark and clear. Camera 14, third floor east wing corridor. Marcus paused. He didn't move his head, only shifted his focus slightly. The feed on camera 14 was grainy, far grainier than usual. A thick, snowy haze of static drifted across the screen like microfine dust swept by a draft. The monochrome green screen hummed, the scan lines rolling with a faint, nervous tremor. At the far end of the long hallway, where the frame dissolved into the deep black shadow of the collapsed solarium doorway, there was a break in the texture of the static. It wasn't a distinct shape. It was merely a place where the white snow of the analog signal refused to settle. A narrow, vertical column of pale gray, roughly 6 feet tall, stood near the left wall, just beside the open doorway to room 312. Marcus leaned forward slightly, the vinyl chair giving a short squeak. He stared directly at the screen. The pale column did not move. It was completely motionless, blurred around the edges like an oil stain on paper. Static, Marcus muttered to himself, his voice raspy from hours of silence. The sound of his own voice was small, instantly swallowed by the rhythmic drumming of the rain on the tin roof and the steady zzz of the cathode ray tubes. He knew how these old analog systems behaved. Moisture got into the coax cables running through the damp walls of the building. The insulation degraded, introducing capacitance issues that manifested on screen as vertical smearing, ghost images, or frozen visual artifacts. A stray branch scraping against an exterior cable mount could ground the signal, creating a shape that looked convincing until you looked away and looked back. He reached for the manual channel selector, a heavy, bakelite rotary knob mounted on the console below the switcher, and turned it to isolate camera 14 on the main 9-inch monitoring screen directly in front of his keyboard. With a sharp clunk, the central monitor flashed bright white, then settled into a crisp, enlarged view of the third-floor corridor. The resolution didn't improve much. The image was still constructed from 525 lines of glowing green phosphor, but the details became slightly sharper. The hallway stretched away from the lens in steep perspective. The plaster walls were dark, with dampness. On the floor, piles of fallen lath and wet insulation lay like scattered bones. And there, 40 feet down the hall, stood the light spot. It was still there, straight, slender, and pale against the dark archway of room 312. Marcus picked up his reading glasses from the desk, slid them onto the bridge of his nose, and pressed his face closer to the curved glass of the cart screen. He could smell the static electricity, that sharp, sweet, ionized scent that clings to old television sets, and felt the faint, microscopic tug of the high-voltage field against the fine hairs on his cheeks. He looked directly at the pale shape. Nothing. It was entirely static. It didn't sway. It didn't breathe. It didn't shift its weight. It sat within the frame like a smudge of grease left on the camera's glass element. Marcus exhaled a long, slow breath through his nose, his shoulders dropping a fraction of an inch. He took off his glasses, set them on the desk, and leaned back, reaching for his coffee. Clack. The main sequence board refreshed. The isolated display on the central monitor flickered as the switcher completed its automated cycle, holding camera 14 for 3 seconds before shifting to camera 15, the exterior roof access. Marcus took a sip of his coffee. He watched camera 15 for 3 seconds. A dark frame of rain-streaked asphalt and a dark copper ventilation stack silhouetted against the night sky. Clack. Camera 16, West Wing service elevator doors, pried open 18 inches and choked with dead ivy. Clack. The switcher finished its loop and returned to the primary bank. Camera 14 returned to the central monitor. Marcus looked up. The pale shape was no longer by room 312. It was standing by room 308. It was 12 feet closer to the camera. Marcus froze, his mug held halfway to his lips. The heat of the ceramic radiated against his mouth, but a sudden, icy needle of cold seemed to pull tight down the center of his spine. He did not blink. He set the mug down on the desk with a heavy, wet thud that vibrated through the wood. He stared directly at camera 14. The figure, if it was a figure, was taller than he had first thought. It was narrow, impossibly smooth, and devoid of any human clothing or features. In the low-resolution phosphor green of the screen, it looked like a column of compressed fog or a tall, bone-pale silhouette that absorbed the ambient shadow around it rather than casting its own. It had no distinct head, no shoulders that rose or fell, no arms hanging at its side. It was simply an upright posture, an undeniable vertical presence occupying the center left of the third-floor hallway. And it was completely, utterly still. Marcus stared at it with fixed, unblinking intensity. 1 second passed. 2 seconds passed. The screen hummed. A line of fine static rolled down the glass from top to bottom, refreshing the image line by line. The shape did not move. It stayed frozen in place beside the doorframe of room 308, as inert and lifeless as a marble pillar. Marcus kept his eyes locked on the image. He refused to blink. His eyes began to burn, water forming in the corners of his eyelids. But he kept his focus pinned to the center of the green screen. He wanted to see it move. He wanted to catch the subtle shift of footstep, the slide of a shadow, the physical reality of a trespasser walking down the hall. 3 seconds passed. Clack. The automated switcher clicked. The screen flashed briefly as the feed toggled to camera 15. "No," Marcus whispered. He lunged forward, his thumb slapping down on the manual override toggle, locking the central monitor to camera 14 permanently. The screen glitched, white noise tearing across the middle third of the glass, before the image of the third-floor corridor snapped back into view. The pale figure was standing at room 304. It had covered another 15 feet in the single fraction of a second during the video signal handoff. A deep, quiet silence filled the guard shack, heavy and thick, punctuated only by the relentless tap-tap-tap of rain on the tin roof above. The electric heater hummed its dry, metallic song, but the air inside the shack suddenly felt thin, stripped of its warmth. Marcus felt his heart give a slow, heavy thump against his ribs, not a wild racing, but a cold, deliberate knock that vibrated in his ears. "It doesn't move when you watch it," he murmured aloud, his voice dropping to a low, rhythmic whisper that matched the tone of the room. "It only moves when the signal breaks." He stared at the screen. The entity was now less than 30 feet from the lens of camera 14. At this distance, the details should have become clearer, but they didn't. The closer the figure came to the camera, the more abstract it appeared on the analog feed. It was not made of cloth or skin. it appeared on the cathode screen as a density of white static, a high-frequency cluster of visual noise so tightly packed that it pushed the surrounding black levels into total darkness. It looked like a tear in the film, a missing piece of the world through which the cold light of a dead channel was shining through. Marcus rested his palms flat on the wood of the desk. The timber felt damp and smooth under his fingers. He watched the screen. He kept his gaze dead center on the figure's pale chest. "Don't look away," he thought. "Don't blink." He forced his eyelids to stay wide. The monitor's high-frequency hum seemed to grow louder, filling the tiny room, vibrating through his jawbone. Zzz. A heavy drop of rain fell from an overhead pine branch, landing with a loud, hollow plop on the tin roof directly above Marcus's head. Instinctively, his eyes twitched upward toward the ceiling for a microsecond, less than a tenth of a second, a fleeting reflex of human attention. When his eyes snapped back down to the screen, the pale figure was standing directly in front of camera 14. The screen was filled with it. The entity's pale, featureless face, if it was a face, occupied the entire center of the monitor. There were no eyes, no mouth, no nostrils. Only a smooth, contoured expanse of bone-white static, so close to the camera lens that Marcus could see individual phosphors on the curt screen, glowing white-hot, vibrating with immense, silent energy. And then, slowly, a thin layer of white frost began to bloom across the surface of the screen on camera 14. Not on the monitor glass in the guard shack, on the lens of the camera 3 floors up in the east wing. Marcus watched in hypnotic fascination as dark, crystalline patterns of ice spiderwebbed across the top of the monitor frame, creeping downward like tiny silver ferns. The image behind the ice grew distorted, warped, and foggy, until the pale shape was nothing more than a dark, soft blur behind a window of frozen glass. Then, the feed went completely black. A quiet, high-pitched tone sounded from the central switcher console. Beep, beep, beep. A small red light flickered above the inputs. Signal lost. Cam 14.F. Marcus sat completely still in his vinyl chair. The silence returned, vast and heavy, broken only by the steady, soothing sound of the rain outside and the gentle hum of the remaining 31 monitors. He looked down at his desk. His hands were pale against the dark wood. The skin on the backs of his knuckles was raised in fine goose flesh. He picked up his pen. His fingers felt stiff, cold, as though he had been holding them in a draft. He opened the leather logbook to tonight's date. The entry line for 01:15 AM was blank. He brought the pen down to the paper, but his hand hovered an inch above the page. He couldn't write camera 14 failure. He couldn't write system malfunction. The words felt false, heavy, and useless against the cold reality that was currently settling into the bones of the building across the yard. He looked back up at the grid of 32 screens. Camera 14 was a dark, dead square of faint blue light, but next to it, camera 13 was still live. Camera 13 was mounted on the third-floor east wing stairwell landing, pointing down the long concrete staircase that connected the upper wards to the main ground-floor concourse. The staircase was wide, built of solid poured concrete with heavy cast-iron handrails that had rusted into scales of dark brown rust. At the top of the stairs, framing the upper doorway, was the dark opening that led to the east wing corridor. Marcus didn't turn the rotary dial to isolate camera 13. He didn't want to see it enlarged. He kept it small, 1 square among 31, watched from a safe distance of 4 feet across the warm, dry air of the guard shack. For almost 2 minutes, nothing happened on camera 13. The concrete stairs lay cold and empty under the dim, pale wash of the camera's infrared illuminator. Rain drifted in through a broken transom window on the landing, caught in the faint beam of the camera like tiny suspended specks of dust. Clack. The switcher cycled. Clack. It cycled again. Marcus kept his eyes fixed on that small, 2-inch square of glass in the third row. Then, during the 3-second hold on camera 13, the static on the feed thickened. At the top of the concrete stairs, in the dark frame of the door, a pale shape appeared. It did not walk down the steps. It did not take steps like a man. It simply existed on the top step during one frame. Then, after a micro flicker of the scan lines, it existed on the 5th step down. It moved with the rhythm of a slideshow, strobe-like, sudden, completely motionless during the moments it was visible, but advancing down the incline with terrifying, silent efficiency whenever the camera refreshed its raster line. Step 5, Step 9, Step 14, the landing. Marcus swallowed hard. His mouth was entirely dry. He could feel the cold now, not a draft from the window, but a deep, structural chill that seemed to radiate up through the wooden floorboards from the wet earth beneath the shack. The electric radiator was still glowing orange, but its heat felt distant, ineffective, like a candle lit in a cave. He watched the entity pause on the middle landing of camera 13. It stood beneath the broken transom window. Outside, the pine trees swayed against the rain, their heavy branches sweeping across the night air like black feathers. The silhouette of the entity caught the pale, indirect moonlight filtering through the storm clouds. It had no mass. It cast no shadow on the concrete floor beneath its feet. The shadows of the iron railing passed through its body, as if it were rendered out of light rather than bone. And yet, as it stood on the landing, the camera lens of camera 13 began to cloud over. Marcus watched the silver needles of frost bloom across the top corner of the feed, creeping down the glass with slow, geometric perfection. The cold was traveling with it, not as a physical wind, but as a condition of its presence, a freezing of the air, a freezing of the signal, a freezing of time itself. Signal lost. Cam 13-0. The second red light blinked on above the switcher panel. Beep, beep, beep. Marcus leaned back in his chair. The cracked vinyl groaned softly beneath him. His breathing was slow, deep, and quiet. He felt remarkably calm, a strange, crystalline clarity that often arrives at the far edge of fear. The horror was not loud. It was not screaming. It was quiet, hypnotic, and utterly inevitable, moving through the concrete veins of St. Jude's like cold water running down an incline. It was on the ground floor now. The ground floor was connected by a central concourse, a 600-foot corridor that ran the entire length of the building, connecting the east wing, the main administration hub, the west wing, and the rear service entrances. There were 8 cameras along the ground concourse, cameras 05 through 12. Marcus looked at the middle row of monitors. Camera 12, concourse east entrance. The screen was already starting to flicker. Fine, horizontal bands of static were rolling up the glass, tearing the image into jittery, jagged strips. In the center of the frame, emerging from the dark archway that led to the stairwell, was the pale silhouette. It was closer now than it had ever been. It occupied almost half the height of the hallway. Marcus watched as it advanced down camera 12, frame 1 near the fire doors, frame 2 past the old pharmacy window, frame 3 standing directly beneath the camera. The screen glitched, turned white, and dissolved into static. Signal lost. Cam 12.0 immediately. Camera 11, 20 yards further down the concourse, began to flutter. Marcus did not move. He sat in his warm, dry cabin, surrounded by the smell of hot copper, old paper, and stale coffee, and watched the entity trace its path through the dark, abandoned hospital toward the center of the building. Clack. Camera 11 went dark. Signal lost. Cam 11 it. Clack. Camera 10 went dark. Signal lost. Cam 10 it. It was moving faster now. Or perhaps it wasn't moving faster, Perhaps the distance between the cameras was simply shrinking as it approached the central administration hub. The administration hub was where the main master panel was located, the heavy steel junction box that routed all power, security feeds, and door locks throughout the 30-acre complex. And Camera 09 was mounted directly above the central administration entrance, pointing down at the heavy, reinforced oak doors that led out to the front courtyard. Marcus shifted his gaze to Camera 09. The feed was clean for a moment, crisp, dark, illuminated only by the faint green standby LEDs of the fire control panel on the wall. Then, the air in the video frame seemed to turn thick. The pale figure materialized in the middle of the hall. It did not come around the corner. It did not walk through the archway. It simply appeared, standing perfectly upright in the center of the concourse, facing the oak doors. Marcus stared at it. For the first time, he noticed something about the figure's shape. It was not entirely smooth. Around its head and shoulders, the static didn't merely buzz, it swirled. It looked like tiny microscopic moths circling a lantern, or like fine white ash suspended in a slow invisible eddy of water. And in the center of what should have been its face, where features ought to be, there was a dark, shallow depression. A soft, concave void that seemed to pull the light away from the surrounding phosphor lines. It was looking at the camera. Or rather, it was looking through the camera, up the length of the coaxial cable, through the junction boxes buried beneath the wet earth of the courtyard, and straight into the small, heated guard shack at the edge of the woods. Marcus felt a strange, soft sensation at the back of his neck, a light, prickly feeling, as if someone were standing 2 inches behind his chair, breathing softly against his hair. He didn't turn around. He knew there was nothing behind him in the shack. The shack was 6 feet by 6 feet, lighted by the orange glow of the heater and the blue-green wash of 32 screens. There was nowhere to hide. He kept his eyes on Camera 09. The figure turned slowly. It did not pivot on its feet. Its entire body rotated as a single rigid piece, turning away from the front exit doors and facing toward the short corridor that led to the East Service Annex. The East Service Annex was the conduit through which the security cables ran out of the main building, down into the mud, and up into the floorboards of the guard shack. Camera 08, Service Annex hallway. The feed on Camera 08 began to jitter wildly. The picture shrank into a thin, vibrating horizontal line across the center of the screen, then expanded back out into a storm of black and white noise. Through the noise, Marcus saw the pale figure step into the frame. It was 500 feet away from the guard shack. Marcus reached out his hand. His fingers were trembling slightly, not with violent fear, but with a cold, rhythmic pulse that matched the ticking of the brass clock on his desk. Tick, tick, tick. He laid his hand flat on the central control console, right over the big red toggle switch marked Master Facility Lockdown Eng. It was an old pneumatic system, installed back in the late 1970s when the facility was converted into a state psychiatric annex. Flipping the switch would drop heavy steel security grills across every ground floor doorway and seal the outer iron gates at the perimeter fence. It wouldn't stop whatever was on the screens. Marcus knew that with absolute, quiet certainty. An entity made of static and frost cared nothing for iron grills or deadbolts. But he wanted to hear the heavy, metallic thud of the locks engaging across the yard. He wanted something loud, something physical, something real to break the suffocating, whispered silence that was closing in around his shack. He took a deep breath. The air in the shack was freezing now. He could see his own breath, a pale, translucent cloud hanging in the air before his face, dissolving slowly into the green light of the cathode tubes. The electric radiator beside his boots had stopped glowing orange. Its coils were dark gray, cooling down with soft, metallic clicks as the room's temperature plummeted. Marcus looked up at camera 08. The pale figure was standing at the end of the service annex corridor, right beside the heavy steel door that led out to the trench where the underground cables ran. It stood there, static swirling around its head like a crown of salt. Then, slowly, without bending its knees or lifting a hand, it leaned forward. It passed through the steel door. It didn't open the door. It didn't break the latch. It simply glided through the solid steel plate as if the door were nothing more than a shadow cast across a wall. On camera 08, the heavy steel door remained locked, its red latch firm in its housing. But on the floor beneath the door, a thick white crust of frost began to spread out into the hall, swallowing the threshold in a carpet of glittering, silver ice. Signal lost. Cam 08. The red light beeped. Beep, beep, beep. Marcus watched as camera 07 went dark, then camera 06, then camera 05. The entity was no longer in the building. It was in the underground cable conduit, tracing the copper wire through the frozen mud of the parking lot, coming straight toward the watchtower. Marcus looked down at the central monitor. There were only 4 live feeds left on the bottom row. Camera 04, West Fire Escape. Camera 03, Perimeter Fence North. Camera 02, Parking Lot West. Camera 01, Guard Shack Exterior. Marcus slowly pulled his hand back from the lockdown switch. He didn't flip it. There was no point. The silence in the room had become absolute, so dense and heavy that even the drumming of the rain on the tin roof seemed to have lost its sound, reduced to a distant, muffled vibration that he felt in his teeth rather than heard with his ears. He looked at camera 01. Camera 01 was mounted on the exterior eaves of the guard shack itself, 6 feet above the ground, pointing down at the small wooden steps that led up to the shack's heavy oak door. The feed on camera 01 was bright, clear, and perfectly focused. It showed the rain falling through the yellow cone of the exterior floodlight. It showed the muddy ground, the dark wall of pine trees behind the fence, and the 3 wooden steps leading up to the threshold. On the bottom step, there was a mark in the mud. A single, clean, pale print, not the footprint of a boot, but a flat, frozen oval where the mud had turned instantly to white ice under the rain. Marcus looked at the screen. A second frozen oval appeared on the middle step, then on the top step. Directly outside his door, there was no knock upon the heavy oak door. Outside, the mountain rain continued its slow, ceaseless work, drumming against the tin roof of the guard shack with the soft, hypnotic cadence of falling grain. But on the top step, directly beyond the 4-inch timber frame that separated Marcus from the forest night, the sound of the storm had changed. It no longer sounded like water hitting wood. It sounded like small, frozen needles ticking against dry glass. Marcus did not move his eyes from camera 01. On the 9-inch monochrome monitor directly in front of him, the top step was entirely white. The moisture on the planks had crystallized into a dense coat of hoarfrost that sparkled beneath the pale, amber glow of the exterior floodlight. The ice did not melt under the light. It expanded, creeping outward along the grain of the wood toward the base of the doorframe like silver lichen spreading across an ancient tombstone. Clack. The central video switcher on his desk completed its automatic 3-second loop, cycling the primary bank of screens. Clack. The image on camera 01 flickered. A single horizontal tear of white static split the frame from side to side, vibrating with the sharp, high-pitched zzz of a broken radio frequency. When the scan line cleared, the bottom step, the middle step, and the top step were empty. The pale, frost-covered ovals in the mud were gone. Marcus held his breath, his ribcage locked in place, his chin tilted slightly downward. The warm air in his lungs felt heavy, almost solid, as if the moisture in his breath were condensing into fine grit behind his teeth. He waited for the sound of the step creaking. The guard shack was built of aging Douglas fir and tongue and groove pine, suspended 3 feet above the forest floor on creosote-soaked stilts. Every shift of the mountain wind caused the joists beneath his feet to groan with a subtle, familiar flex. If someone, if anything, placed its weight upon the threshold, the floorboards would yield with a sharp, dry rasp. The floorboards remained silent. Instead, the cold arrived. It did not come through the crack beneath the door as a draft or a breeze. It emerged from within the materials of the shack itself. The air surrounding Marcus did not rush or circulate. It simply lost its kinetic warmth, collapsing into a dense Arctic stillness that tasted of dry stone and copper. Marcus looked down at his desk. Beside his elbow, the blue ceramic mug of coffee was no longer steaming. The liquid inside, dark and lukewarm only moments before, was freezing from the outer edges inward. A delicate, translucent ring of ice was forming where the coffee met the glaze, tiny geometric needles creeping across the dark surface toward the center until the dark circle was completely sealed under a pale, cloudy film. Beside the mug, the brass desk clock ticked on. Tick, tick, tick. The sound was growing muffled, as though the internal brass gears were turning through thick oil. Each swing of the balance wheel felt slower than the last, stretching the intervals between seconds into long, hollow silences that seemed to fill the room like rising water. Marcus reached out his hand to touch the casing of the clock. His fingers moved with excruciating slowness. His joints felt stiff, dry, like hinges that had gone unoiled for decades. When his index finger brushed the polished brass top of the clock, he felt no metallic chill. He felt nothing at all. The sense of touch on the tips of his skin was turning numb, muffled under a layer of quiet, dead weight. He looked up at the grid of 32 screens. On the bottom row, camera 01 was no longer displaying the exterior steps. The signal was degrading rapidly. The phosphor screen, usually a crisp, pale monochrome green, had turned a deep, bruised twilight blue. Snow, thick, heavy, microfine static, flooded the screen from the bottom up, rising like silt in a stirred pond. Clack. The switcher made its mechanical click, but the sound was dull now, stripped of its sharp, Bakelite snap. It sounded distant, as if the console were buried under several feet of damp earth. Signal lost. Cam 01.0. The red indicator light above the first channel input blinked once. It did not flash wildly or beep its warning tone as it had with the upper floor feeds. It simply glowed a dull, steady crimson, then went dark. The screen of camera 01 dissolved into a solid, velvet field of black noise. Marcus sat perfectly still in his vinyl office chair. The guard shack was quiet now. The sound of the rain on the tin roof had softened until it was merely a continuous, distant murmur, like the sound of a far-off sea heard through a closed window. The electric radiator against the wall was entirely dark, its metal housing contracting with a final, faint clink as the last residual heat bled out into the floorboards. He knew he should stand up. He knew he should reach behind him for his heavy canvas coat hanging from the brass hook beside the door, turn the brass door handle, and walk down the frozen steps into the rain. The pine forest was dark, but he knew the logging road. He had driven it every night for 3 weeks. 4 miles of gravel and mud leading down the mountain to the valley highway, where streetlights burned in bright amber halos above the asphalt. He tried to turn his shoulders. His body refused the command. It was not a sudden, terrifying paralysis. There was no surge of panic, no wild thrashing of the heart against his ribs. Instead, his muscles felt heavy, peaceful, and immovable, like stone pillars anchored deep into the foundation of the earth. His breath came slow and shallow, a thin ribbon of pale vapor rising from his lips and hovering in the quiet air before his face. He realized, with a calm, detached clarity, that he was no longer cold. The bitter, biting edge of the frost had passed. In its place was a profound, weightless numbness that wrapped around his arms, his chest, and his throat like a heavy wool blanket. The room felt immense, stretched out in the dim green light of the remaining monitors, the corners of the shack dissolving into soft, smoky shadows that seemed to hold no edge or boundary. Clack, the central switcher cycled again. The main 9-inch monitor in the center of his desk, the isolated feed that Marcus had locked to the primary channel, flashed white. The static on the screen began to clear. It did not clear all at once. The electron gun behind the curved glass moved line by line, raster by raster, drawing the image from the top of the frame down to the bottom with slow, deliberate precision. 525 lines of glowing green phosphor. First came the ceiling. Marcus stared at the top inch of the screen. He saw the dark, exposed wooden rafters of a small, square room. Hanging from the center beam was a single, bare electrical cord terminating in an empty porcelain light socket. He recognized those rafters. He was looking at the ceiling of the guard shack. The scan lines continued their downward sweep, painting the image on the glass with painstaking clarity. Next came the walls, the dark wood paneling, faded and water-stained near the corners. The small glass window on the western side, streaked with diagonal lines of rain. The brass hook by the door, where his heavy canvas coat hung limp and dark against the timber. The scan line dropped further. In the center of the frame, occupying the middle third of the monitor screen, was the back of a high-backed vinyl office chair. Sitting in the chair was a man. He was wearing a dark wool sweater, his shoulders slightly hunched, his head tilted forward as he stared at the console before him. The back of his neck was pale, the short hair trimmed neatly above the collar. Marcus watched the screen. He was looking at the back of his own head. The perspective of the camera was positioned high in the upper corner of the guard shack, right where the wall met the ceiling above the small rear window, a corner where no camera had ever been installed. The view was wide, capturing the entirety of the tiny 6x6 wooden room in a single, slightly curved, fish-eye perspective. There he sat, framed in the glowing green light of the central monitor, Marcus, motionless in his vinyl chair. His palms resting flat on the wooden desk, his body silhouetted against the bright grid of the 32 screens stacked before him. And then, the scan line swept across the floor behind the chair. Standing directly behind Marcus, less than 6 inches from the back of his vinyl headrest, was the pale shape. It filled the space between the chair and the closed oak door. In the monochrome phosphor feed, it was taller than the room should have allowed, its narrow bone-pale head nearly brushing the exposed timber rafters. It possessed no distinct shoulders, no arms, no clothes. It was a vertical column of compressed, high-frequency white noise, vibrating softly against the dark wood paneling of the shack. In the center of its featureless oval face, the soft concave void was focused directly down at the back of Marcus's neck. It was not moving. It stood as still as a carved stone marker in a graveyard, its pale form casting no shadow upon the wooden floorboards behind it. Marcus stared at the glass screen. He could see himself on the monitor. He could see the pale figure standing behind him on the monitor. "Turn around," his mind whispered. The command was simple, small, and clear. All he had to do was twist his neck 3 inches to the left. Just 3 inches. Just enough to look over his shoulder into the dark, quiet corner behind his vinyl chair. He concentrated all his willpower into his neck muscles. He tried to feel the strain in his tendons, the familiar shift of bone against cartilage. Nothing moved. In the screen's reflection, the man in the wool sweater remained completely still. his head tilted forward, his eyes locked on the console. Marcus looked down at the dark, turned off display glass of the auxiliary unit beside his keyboard, a dead 5-inch monitor whose glass was dark black, acting as a small, convex mirror in the ambient light of the room. In the reflection of that dark glass, Marcus could see his own face. His eyes were open, his lips were parted slightly. The pale green light from the active screens illuminated his features in sharp, faint relief. He decided to blink. He commanded his eyelids to shut, just for a fraction of a second, just to break the dry, burning strain in his corneas. In the dark glass reflection, his eyes stayed wide open. They did not blink. They did not shift. They remained fixed, glassy, and unmoving, staring back at him from the dark surface of the tube like the eyes of a portrait painted on wood. A profound, quiet understanding settled over Marcus then, arriving without shock or horror, but with the cold, heavy weight of an ancient truth finally falling into place. He was not looking at a live feed of the room. He was no longer sitting in the chair. He looked back at the main central monitor, the 9-inch screen that showed the interior of the shack from above. The image on the screen was no longer updating in real time. It had become a frozen frame, a single, static moment caught in the 525 phosphor lines of the cathode ray tube. The man in the wool sweater was not waiting to move. He had become the image. He was locked inside the raster lines, rendered in fine shades of dark green and black, preserved forever within the continuous, high-frequency hum of the monitor's flyback transformer. The figure behind the chair was not standing in the room with him. The figure had brought the room into the screen. Zzz. The high-pitched hum of the cart monitors seemed to shift its tone, dropping from a needle-thin whine into a deep, resonant vibration that echoed through Marcus's mind. It sounded like the sound of the ocean heard from inside a glass bottle, a smooth, rhythmic hum that carried no edge, no anger, and no end. Outside, or what felt like outside, the rain continued to fall. Through the glass of the screen, Marcus could see the small window of the guard shack. Beyond the glass, down at the far end of the muddy parking lot, 2 long shafts of pale, yellow light cut through the veil of rain. A vehicle was coming up the mountain road. It moved slowly, its tires crunching through the deep waterlogged gravel of the logging track, its headlights swaying gently as it navigated the deep ruts left by the abandoned construction equipment. Marcus watched from within the screen. He couldn't feel his hands. He couldn't feel the weight of his boots on the floorboards or the cold air in his lungs. He had no lungs. He had no hands. He was merely a point of awareness suspended in the soft green glow of the phosphor layer, embedded within the glass frame of camera 01. The vehicle stopped at the edge of the gravel turnaround, 50 yards from the shack. The engine idled for a long moment, a low, rhythmic rumble that hummed through the damp night air. Then the ignition was turned off. The yellow headlights died, plunging the parking lot back into the deep slate-gray darkness of the rain and the pines. A car door opened with a dull clunk, followed by the splash of heavy boots stepping out into the mud. A flashlight beam clicked on, a thin, sharp shaft of white lead light that sliced through the darkness, sweeping across the rusted wire fence, over the yellow excavator, and settling finally on the wooden steps of the guard shack. The beam illuminated the 3 steps. The wood was dark, wet, and glistening with fresh rain. There was no frost upon the planks. There were no white frozen ovals in the mud. The steps looked clean, ordinary, and old. A figure in a heavy yellow rain slicker walked into the beam of light. He was carrying a dark thermos in one hand and a small black vinyl lunchbox in the other. He walked with a slight hunch against the rain, his head tucked down into the high collar of his coat, his boots making a soft, wet squelch, squelch, squelch in the mud as he approached the stairs. He climbed the 3 wooden steps. Creak! The top step gave a short, familiar groan beneath his weight. The man in the slicker paused on the landing, setting his lunchbox down on the small wooden bench beside the door. He reached into his coat pocket, pulled out a small brass key ring, and selected the long, notched key that opened the guard shack's deadbolt. He inserted the key into the brass cylinder. Click! The lock turned smoothly. The heavy oak door swung inward with a soft, quiet sigh of air. The man stepped inside, shaking the rainwater from his hood, his boots leaving dark, wet prints upon the dry pine floorboards. "Marcus?" he called out, his voice raspy, muffled by the sound of the rain outside. "Hey, Marcus, shift's over, man. Relief is here." He reached out his hand and flipped the toggle switch on the wall beside the door. The small, bare bulb hanging from the ceiling rafters did not turn on. The light switch made a soft clack, but the overhead socket remained dark. The only illumination in the shack came from the wall of 32 security monitors. They glowed in their horizontal rows of 8, a hypnotic, pale mosaic of monochrome green and blue light that cast long, quiet shadows across the small room. The relief guard stepped further into the shack, letting the heavy oak door swing shut behind him. The latch engaged with a quiet, solid thud. "Power out again?" the man muttered to himself, setting his thermos down on the corner of the wooden desk. He walked around the back of the high-backed vinyl office chair. The chair was occupied. A man sat in the chair dressed in a dark wool sweater, his shoulders hunched slightly forward, his hands resting flat upon the wooden desk before him. He was completely motionless, his head tilted downward toward the central console. The relief guard stopped 2 feet behind the chair. "Marcus?" he whispered, his voice dropping into a quiet, tentative tone. "You asleep, man?" He reached out his right hand, his fingers hovering an inch above the shoulder of the wool sweater. "Hey, wake up. It's 6 in the morning." His hand came down upon the shoulder. It didn't touch wool. His fingers passed through the dark material as if it were nothing more than a column of cold smoke. A sharp, sudden shock of static electricity snapped from the chair, biting into the tips of his fingers with a high-pitched crack. The relief guard pulled his hand back instantly, clutching his fingers against his chest. "What the?" he breathed, stepping back a pace. He looked down at the desk. The desk was empty. There was no coffee mug. There was no leather-bound logbook. There was no brass clock ticking away the seconds. There was only the flat, dust-covered expanse of dark wood, illuminated by the pale, rhythmic flicker of the cathode ray screens. And in the center of the desk, the main 9-inch cart monitor was humming. Zzzz. The relief guard stepped around the side of the chair, his heart giving a slow, heavy thump in his chest. He leaned over the desk, his eyes narrowing as he looked directly into the curved glass screen of the primary monitor. The feed on the screen showed camera 14, 3rd floor east wing corridor. The long, cavernous hallway stretched away from the lens in steep, narrow perspective. The plaster walls were dark with dampness. On the floor, piles of fallen lath and insulation lay scattered like dry bones beneath the dark arches of the patient rooms. At the far end of the hall, 40 feet down the corridor, stood a figure. It was small in the frame, a narrow, vertical shape rendered in fine lines of glowing green phosphor. It was wearing a dark wool sweater. It was standing perfectly still beside the open doorway to room 312, its pale, featureless face turned directly toward the lens of camera 14. The relief guard stared at the screen. He didn't move his head. He didn't reach for the manual selector knob. He simply stood in the small, warm circle of the guard shack, his eyes locked on the tiny green image in the center of the console. Clack, the automated switcher clicked. The screen on camera 14 flickered, dissolved into a brief flash of white static, and hand off to camera 15. The roof access was empty, rain-streaked asphalt and a dark copper ventilation stack silhouetted against the mountain sky. Clack, camera 16, West Wing service elevator doors choked with dead ivy. Clack, the switcher finished its loop and returned to the primary feed. Camera 14 flashed back onto the central glass screen. The figure in the wool sweater was no longer by room 312. It was standing by room 308. It was 12 feet closer to the lens. The relief guard pulled his reading glasses from his coat pocket and slid them onto the bridge of his nose. He pressed his face closer to the curved glass of the Kurt screen, feeling the microscopic, dry tug of the static field against the fine hair on his cheeks. He smelled the ozone. He smelled the hot copper, the dusty vacuum tubes, and the faint sweet scent of ancient pine needles trapped beneath deep ice. He did not look away. He did not blink. Outside, the mountain rain continued its unending, rhythmic work, falling through the high firs, drumming upon the tin roof of the watchtower, with a sound like whispered voices spoken underwater. The switcher clicked its mechanical beat. Clack, the image shifted. Clack, the raster scan lines swept down the glass, drawing the dark hallway line by line, second by second, holding the shape within the quiet, eternal hum of the green light. Inside the glass, Marcus stood motionless in the corridor of the third floor, waiting for the signal to refresh. He felt no cold. He felt no fear. He felt only the vast, weightless stillness of the circuit, the long, endless expanse of the 32 screens, and the quiet, soothing rhythm of the rain that would never stop falling upon the roof of St. Jude's. Clack, the hallway was empty. Clack, the figure was at the top of the stairs. The relief guard sat down slowly in the vinyl chair, his palms resting flat upon the smooth, dark wood of the desk. The chair creaked softly beneath his weight, a gentle, welcoming sound that dissolved into the steady, high-frequency whine of the transformer. He adjusted his position slightly, making himself comfortable for the long shift ahead. He picked up the rotary dial. He turned the knob to lock the primary feed, and in the warm, dark, blue-green quiet of the tower, he settled in to watch the screens. The road to Whispering Lake had no name on the map, only a thin blue line on the vintage paper chart Alina had bought at the petrol station 50 kilometers back. As the tires of her small estate car crunched over the packed ice, the asphalt faded into hard drifted gravel, and then into nothing more than a clearing carved between the ancient birch and pine trees. Here, deep within the northern timberlands, winter was not a season, it was an architecture. The branches overhead bowed low under the weight of wet, gray-white snow, forming a heavy cathedral ceiling that swallowed the engine's dull hum. Alina turned off the ignition. The stillness that rushed into the cabin was immediate, absolute, and so dense it felt like a physical pressure pressing soft palms against her ears. She sat in the driver's seat for a long moment, watching her breath form faint, ghostly blooming clouds against the frost-edged windshield. Her eyes burned with the familiar, dry ache of 3 days without real sleep. For months, insomnia had been a thief in her life, stealing the boundaries between her days and nights until her home in the city felt less like a sanctuary and more like a brightly lit waiting room where nothing ever began and nothing ever ended. She opened the door. The air outside hit her lungs like glass, sharp, immaculate, smelling faintly of cold stone, pine resin, and the vast, unmoving expanse of frozen water somewhere just beyond the tree line. She pulled her heavy wool coat tighter around her throat and walked down the gentle slope toward the coordinates the owner had emailed her. Through the narrow trunks of white birch, their bark peeling like dry parchment, the house slowly revealed itself. It was an impossible structure. Where one expected a timber cabin or a pitched roof of dark cedar, there was only a sharp, rectangular void of light and reflection. The glass house sat elevated on low concrete piers above the snow, a minimalist modern jewel box surrounded by primeval wilderness. Its 4 external walls were constructed entirely of massive, seamless floor-to-ceiling glass panels held together by thin, matte black steel ribbons. From 50 paces away, it looked less like a home and more like an ice cube dropped into an ancient forest. Inside, warm yellow light flared from recessed fixtures, illuminating floating Scandinavian oak shelves, a low-slung charcoal sofa, and a sleek, freestanding cast iron stove positioned near the center of the open floor plan. Alina stepped onto the wide timber deck that encircled the structure. Her boots left deep dark prints in the light dusting of fresh powder. She located the keypad beside the heavy glass door, entered the code, and listened as a soft electronic click chimed through the quiet woods. When she pushed the glass door open, the house breathed out a wave of dry, cedar-scented warmth. The interior was nearly silent, save for the low rhythmic hum of radiant floor heating embedded beneath the pale oak planks. Step by step, Alina walked into the center of the living room, her heavy boots replaced by soft wool socks she took from her pack. Beneath her feet, the wood was pleasantly, almost unnaturally warm. She turned in a slow circle. From the main living area, the forest was entirely visible in 360 degrees. To the north stood the endless, dense ranks of dark pines. To the west, the white birch grove caught the last amber slivers of the fading Nordic twilight, and to the south, stretching into the vast flat horizon, lay Whispering Lake, a massive, wind-scoured sheet of snow-covered ice, completely still beneath the darkening sky. It was precisely what her doctor had suggested and what her publisher had practically begged for: total isolation, stripped of the frantic noise of the city, a place where the mind had no choice but to settle, rest, and finally finish the manuscript that had been stalled for over a year. "There is nothing out here to distract you, Alina," her editor had said over coffee 2 weeks ago, pushing a printout of the rental listing across the table. "Just wood, ice, and glass. You'll write 10,000 words, or you'll sleep for a week." Alina smiled faintly at the memory, though the skin around her eyes felt tight and dry. Sleep felt like a distant country she had lost the passport to enter. She unpacked slowly, intentionally turning each action into a ritual of quiet settling. She placed her woolen sweaters into the floating teak wardrobe, set her brass coffee kettle on the induction stovetop, and laid her heavy leather-bound notebook beside her mechanical keyboard on the long, low desk that faced the southern glass wall overlooking the lake. By 7 in the evening, night had completely fallen over the valley. With the darkness came the snow. It started not as a storm, but as a vast, silent descent of broad, feathery flakes. They fell vertically through the windless cold, dropping past the glowing glass box like millions of white ash particles drifting through a dark sea. Alina lit a fire in the cast iron stove. The dry birch logs caught quickly, sending a soft, crackling pop through the room. The smell of sweet wood smoke drifted faint and comforting through the air. She made a cup of chamomile tea, held the hot ceramic mug in both hands to warm her numb fingertips, and walked to the south glass panel to look out at the lake. That was when she noticed the change in the architecture. By daylight, the floor-to-ceiling glass was almost invisible, creating the illusion that she was standing outdoors while surrounded by heat. But now, with the sun long gone and the interior lights turned on, the physical properties of the glass reversed entirely. The pitch-black forest outside turned the exterior panes into giant, immaculate mirrors. When she looked toward the lake, she did not see the frozen ice or the snowy birches. Instead, she saw herself, She saw the warm, firelit interior of the glass house reflected against the dark timberlands beyond. She saw the soft glow of the fireplace burning in the center of the floating room, the long oak desk, the neat stack of paper, and her own tall, slender silhouette wrapped in an oatmeal-colored cardigan, holding a steaming mug. It was a strange, layered illusion. Because the glass was double-glazed and perfectly polished, her reflection seemed to float out there in the cold, suspended among the dark pine trunks 6 feet beyond the actual wall. If she shifted her weight, her mirrored double moved through the snowy timber like a phantom walking through the trees. A house of mirrors, she whispered to herself. Her voice sounded soft, muffled by the acoustic insulation of the thick glass and the dense snowfall outside. She turned away from the glass and sat down at the heavy oak desk. The mechanical keyboard felt cool beneath her fingertips. She snapped on the small, brass gooseneck lamp on the left side of her desk. Its narrow beam illuminated her blank monitor and the white sheets of paper lined up in precise rows. Clack, 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 clack. The sound of her typing echoed off the flat surfaces of the house. In the city, the sound of her keyboard was always swallowed by the rumble of passing traffic, the hum of the refrigerator, or the distant sirens of the avenue. Here, every keystroke was crisp, solitary, and loud. It sounded like small dry sticks snapping in an empty church. She typed a paragraph, paused, and deleted it. The white cursor blinked on the black screen, steady as a pulse. Blink, blink, blink. Alina leaned her forehead against the cool oak edge of the desk and closed her eyes, breathing in the warmth of the room. Her body was heavy with a profound, bone-deep exhaustion, but her brain remained bright, wired, and restless, humming like high-voltage wires in a storm. Outside, the snow continued to fall, burying the tire tracks she had made hours before, sealing the glass house in a soft white cocoon. By midnight, the silence inside the house had developed its own distinct texture. It was not a vacuum. It was a living, breathing quiet made up of tiny, rhythmic microsounds. There was the faint, liquid hiss of the underfloor heating pipes, the occasional, sharp clack thud of a settling fire log, and the low, muffled moan of the surrounding pine forest whenever a light breeze swept across the frozen expanse of Whispering Lake. Alina sat at the desk, sipping cold tea. She had given up on typing for the evening and had opened her handwritten notebook instead. She preferred the quiet drag of graphite on paper. When her mind was this frayed, the physical resistance of the page felt more real than digital text. She held her pencil in her right hand, tapping the wooden shaft against her chin as she pondered a sentence. Her gaze drifted off the page and toward the south glass wall directly in front of her. In the reflection, the room looked impossibly deep. Because the glass walls met at crisp 90-degree angles, the interior lights bounced back and forth between the south and east panes, creating an endless, receding series of mirrored rooms that stretched out into the dark forest like a long, dimly lit tunnel. In the primary reflection, the one straight ahead, she could see her desk, her lamp, and herself. She lifted her pencil to her lip again. In the glass, her reflection shifted as well. Alina froze. It was a feeling first, a cold, subtle prickle along the back of her neck, like a sudden drop in barometric pressure before an ice storm. She stared into the dark glass. The reflection was slightly off-center, as it always was due to the angle of the indoor lighting. She was holding her heavy silver pencil in her right hand, her thumb traced over the metal clip. She glanced down at her actual hand. Her right hand was resting on the desk, holding the pencil flat against the paper. She looked up at the glass again. In the south wall reflection, the woman sitting at the oak desk was holding a long, dark pen in her left hand. Alina's heart gave a slow, heavy thud against her ribs. She blinked hard, rubbing her dry, burning eyelids with her left knuckle, convinced that her exhausted eyes were playing tricks on her. Insomnia was famous for this, producing visual trails, subtle optical lag, and phantom shadows at the periphery of sight. She took a deep, steady breath, exhaling slowly through her nose. Sleep deprivation, she murmured aloud. The sound of her own voice grounded her, just eye fatigue. She forced herself to look back at the glass. The reflection was normal now. Her double in the dark pane held the pencil in her right hand, her posture identical to Alina's own, slouched slightly forward, shoulders tense, hair pulled back into a loose, untidy knot. Alina let out a short, quiet breath that misted faintly against the air near her face. She shook her head, feeling foolish. She set the pencil down on the notebook, closed the leather cover, and stood up from the desk. As she moved across the room toward the small kitchen alcove to pour a glass of water, she kept her eyes fixed on her feet, refusing to look at the glass walls surrounding her. The glass house was built for light, for daylight, for total immersion in nature. But at night, surrounded by miles of black pine woods and frozen water, it felt less like a sanctuary and more like standing on a brightly lit stage in the middle of a dark, empty theater. Anyone, or anything, standing outside in the snowy woods could see every move she made, every breath she took, while she could see nothing beyond her own pale reflection. She drank the water, switched off the main overhead fixtures, and left only the small reading lamp on beside her bed in the northern corner of the house. The drop in lighting immediately altered the glass walls. The mirror effect dimmed, and the surrounding wilderness pressed in closer, the pale white silhouettes of the birch trees visible once more against the gray snow. Alina slid beneath the heavy duvet. The bed was wide and firm, smelling clean of lavender and crisp linen. She pulled the blanket up to her chin, stared up at the black steel beams of the ceiling, and listened to the snow tapping soft. Dry fingers against the high glass overhead. It took 3 hours for sleep to find her, and when it did, it was thin, cold, and restless. She awoke at dawn to a world made entirely of milk and iron. A thick, blinding fog had rolled off Whispering Lake during the early hours, combining with the falling snow to blur the horizon into a single, seamless curtain of white. The pine trees were dark gray shapes floating in the mist, their outlines soft and indistinct. Alina sat on the edge of the bed, wrapped in her quilt, holding a steaming mug of black coffee. Daylight returned the glass walls to their transparent state. The terrifying black mirrors of the night before were gone, replaced by clear, clean views of the quiet forest. Snow had built up along the lower ledges of the glass panes, forming high, soft drifts that reached up to her knees from the outside. The quiet of the daylight hours was magnificent, almost spiritual. She spent the morning pacing the perimeter of the interior. She examined the construction of the house, trying to rationalize her moment of panic from the previous night. The glass panels were massive, nearly 3 inches thick, triple-paned, filled with argon gas for insulation. They were anchored into heavy steel channels bolted directly into the bedrock beneath the floorboards. It was a masterpiece of modern structural engineering. Yet, as she stood near the south wall, placing her flat palm against the surface, she felt an odd sensation. Despite the intense heat generated by the radiant floorboards, the inner surface of the glass was ice cold. Not merely chilly, but freezing, so cold that after a few seconds, the tips of her fingers turned pale and numb. She leaned closer, her nose inches from the pane. Inside the triple glazing, between the second and third layers of glass, she noticed faint, web-like patterns etched into the material. They weren't frost patterns, they were far too geometric for that. They looked like faint, silvery lines, almost like the fine silver backing on an antique-looking glass that had begun to degrade and delaminate over a century of exposure. "Strange," she whispered. She traced one of the silver lines with her nail, but her finger met only the smooth, cold surface of the interior glass. The markings were trapped inside the sealed panel itself. She went back to her desk and opened her laptop to check the house manual the owner had left on the cloud drive. She scrolled through the pages of technical specifications for the heating system, the water filtration, the snow melt gutters, until she reached the section detailing the construction history of the property. The entry was brief. Architectural note, constructed in 2018 on the site of the former Lindvist estate. To preserve the historical footprint and minimize ecological disturbance, foundation piers were set into the original granite cellar stones. Outer glazing utilizes custom manufactured reflective thermal glass incorporating restored period plate substrate fragments. Alina read the last sentence twice. Restored period plate substrate fragments. She looked back up at the south wall. The fog outside had drifted closer, pressing its white, featureless face directly against the glass. She turned back to her work, determined not to let her imagination run away with her again. She opened her manuscript draft and forced herself to type. Clack, 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 clack. Hours passed in a steady, hypnotic rhythm. The snow fell continuously, a quiet, relentless sift that buried the world outside millimeter by millimeter. By mid-afternoon, the light began to fail again. The pale gray sky deepened into a stormy violet, and the forest surrendered to the coming night. Alina stayed at her desk. She was on a roll, the first real progress she had made in 7 months. Words were flowing, forming sentences, paragraphs, scenes. The fatigue was still there, sitting like a sandbag behind her forehead, but her focus was locked onto the screen. At 4 o'clock, the automatic exterior sensors chimed, and the house's interior ambient lights hummed to life. Instantly, the daylight died behind the glass. The transparent windows vanished, replaced once again by the heavy pitch-black mirrors. The room bounced inward, reflecting the fireplace, the desk, the yellow lamp, and Alina. Alina kept typing, refusing to look up. Clack, clack, clack. She finished a chapter, saved the file, and stretched her arms above her head, letting out a long sigh. Her joints popped in the quiet room. She looked up at the south wall pane directly in front of her desk. The mirror image was clear and bright. Her reflection sat at the desk. Her reflection's arms were raised above her head in a stretch. Alina lowered her hands slowly, placing them flat on the smooth, polished surface of the oak desk. In the glass, the reflection's arms remained raised above its head. Alina stopped breathing. The room seemed to drop 10 degrees in a single second. The sound of the crackling fire in the stove suddenly felt distant, muffled, as if she were underwater. In the south wall reflection, the double did not lower her hands. Instead, the figure in the glass slowly, methodically dropped her left hand down to the desktop, while her right hand stayed suspended in midair, fingers bent at an unnatural, rigid angle. Alina stared, her heart hammer striking against her sternum. Her vision narrowed to a pinprick of intense, terror-stricken focus. "No," Alina whispered. "No, no, no." She stood up so fast her chair screeched loudly against the oak floorboards. In the reflection, the figure did not stand up. The woman in the glass remained seated at the reflected oak desk. Slowly, with a stiff, unnatural mechanical movement, the reflection leaned forward over the desk. Her face was shrouded in shadow because the reflected gooseneck lamp was positioned differently in the glass. The reflection reached out with its left hand, picked up a long, dark object from the blotter, and held it up to the glass pane. It was an antique dip pen, its steel nib glistening dark and wet, as if freshly dipped in black ink. Alina took a step back, her boots catching on the edge of the rug. Her back slammed into the edge of the freestanding fireplace enclosure, the heat radiating off the iron warming her spine, but her blood was pure ice. "Who are you?" Elena rasped, her voice breaking in the silent room. The reflection did not answer with sound. Instead, the figure in the glass leaned closer to the inner surface of the mirrored wall, the surface that corresponded to the snowy woods outside, and lowered the nib of the pen toward the glass. Screech, a sound echoed through the modern living room. It was tiny, high-pitched, and razor-sharp, the sound of a metal point dragging across cold glass. Elena looked down at the south pane. On the interior side of the glass, where she stood, there was nothing. But in the reflection, the figure had begun to write backwards on the inner surface of the mirrored pane, leaving thick, black, spidery strokes of ink floating against the dark woods beyond. The first letter was a capital H. The second was an E. The third was an L. The fourth was another L. Hello. Elena stared at the word mirrored in the glass. It hung there in the dark reflection, crisp and dark, floating right between her own face and the black pines of the forest. The figure in the glass set the pen down on the reflected desk. Then, very slowly, she raised her face toward the light. She did not look like Elena. Her hair was dressed in a tight, high Victorian bun held together with ivory combs. Her high-collared dress was dark wool, buttoned tightly up to her throat with small, glistening jet-black buttons. Her skin was terribly pale, dry as old paper, and her eyes, wide, sunken, and dark, were fixed not on Elena's eyes, but on a spot directly behind Elena's right shoulder. Elena whipped around, her heart nearly bursting through her chest. Behind her stood only the empty modern living room, the sleek gray sofa, the minimalist coffee table, the kitchen island with its brushed steel fixtures. Empty, silent, warm. When she turned back to the south wall, the figure was gone. The reflection was back to normal. In the dark glass, Elena saw only herself, standing alone by the fireplace, her hair disheveled, her face white as chalk, her hands trembling uncontrollably at her sides. The clock on the microwave read 5:14 p.m. Elena stood frozen in the center of the room for nearly 20 minutes, listening to the hard, rapid pulse of blood pounding in her ears. Outside, the storm had intensified. The wind had picked up, coming down off the high ridges across Whispering Lake, pushing broad sheets of dry, powdery snow against the glass walls. The wind didn't roar, it whistled, a high, thin, rhythmic mourn that slid through the steel framework of the house, making the massive panes vibrate with a faint, continuous hum. It was the tone of a crystal glass being rubbed along its rim by a damp finger. "It's the glass," Elena muttered to herself, her voice shaking as she paced back and forth in the middle of the warm room, staying at least 10 feet away from any of the perimeter walls. "It's the glass and the light. It's an optical illusion, a trick of the double glazing and the old substrate." She remembered the architectural note, restored period plate substrate fragments. Of course. The glass wasn't modern, or at least not entirely. It contained salvaged material from the old estate, the Lindfist house that had burned down on this very spot in 1888. The old silvering on the mirrors must have retained ghost images. Or perhaps the multiple layers of glass were acting like a camera obscura, projecting latent light patterns stored within the crystalline structure under specific thermal and light conditions. It was a logical explanation. It was scientific. It made sense. Except for the sound of the pen scratching against the glass. Elena looked down at her hands. They were shaking so badly she couldn't keep her fingers still. She needed to prove it to herself. She needed to know that she was safe, that she was alone in this forest, and that her mind wasn't finally breaking after months of agonizing sleeplessness. She walked carefully over to the main electrical panel, set into the timber wall, near the front door. Her hand hovered over the master breaker switch. If she turned off all the internal lights, the mirror effect would disappear instantly. Without light inside the room, the glass would no longer bounce her image back to her. The house would become transparent again, allowing her to look straight out into the dark forest, proving that there was nothing there. No Victorian woman. No antique furniture, no floating ink, no haunting past. Just snow, trees, and dark ice. "Just turn them off," she whispered to the empty room. "Turn them off and look outside." She gripped the heavy plastic switch. Outside, a sudden gust of wind swept across Whispering Lake, throwing a fresh spray of snow against the south wall with a soft brushing shh. The cast iron stove crackled softly, a small pocket of sap exploding in the burning birchwood with a quiet pop. Alina pulled the switch down. Click. Every light in the glass house went out at once. The recessed ceiling fixtures, the gooseneck desk lamp, the under-cabinet LEDs, the microwave clock, all erased in a single fraction of a second. The room plunged into absolute darkness. Alina held her breath, waiting for her eyes to adjust to the dim blue-gray ambient light of the snowy night outside. She expected to see the faint, dark silhouettes of the birch trees. She expected to see the vast, pale white blanket of Whispering Lake stretching out under the clouded moon. She opened her eyes wide, staring toward the south glass wall. The darkness did not remain. Instead of pitch-black woods, the glass panels did not turn transparent. They began to glow. It was not a sharp, electric light, but a soft, warm, amber luminescence, the deep, rhythmic flickering of an open hearth in dozens of burning beeswax candles. The glass walls were no longer reflecting the modern room behind Alina, nor were they showing the snowy forest outside. Through the massive floor-to-ceiling panes, Alina was looking into an entirely different building. It was a vast, heavy Victorian parlor. The floor was made of deep, dark, hand-scraped mahogany planks covered by thick, crimson Persian rugs. High, shadowy ceilings were trimmed with intricate, heavy plaster cornices. Along the walls stood towering mahogany bookcases filled with leather-bound volumes that rose to the ceiling. In the center of this mirrored room, a massive stone fireplace roared with a deep golden flame, casting long, dancing shadows across the velvet-draped furniture. And around the hearth sat people. There were 7 of them, men in stiff, dark wool frock coats and high collars, women in heavy, dark silk dresses that pooled around their feet like spilled ink. They sat in high-backed velvet wing chairs, perfectly still, arranged in a quiet, semicircular gallery facing the glass wall. None of them were reading. None of them were speaking. They sat in complete, motionless silence, holding small porcelain teacups or leather-bound books in their laps, and every single one of them was staring directly out of the glass pane, looking straight into the dark, modern living room where Elena stood alone in the cold. The darkness inside the glass house was not total, because the glass itself refused to go dark. When the breaker switch clicked down beneath Elena's hand, the small green indicator lights on the modern kitchen appliances died instantly. The pale, cold hum of the underfloor heating stuttered and fell silent. The yellow glow of the brass desk lamp dissolved into nothingness. Yet the house did not plunge into the pitch-black void of the Scandinavian night. Instead, the 4 vast walls of floor-to-ceiling glass, which should have turned transparent, opening her view to the snow-choked pine forest, began to glow with a deep, low, golden radiance. It was a light that had no business existing in the modern room. It was thick, warm, and amber like old honey held up against a tallow flame. It did not spill onto the floorboards from above or beside. It emanated from within the glass itself, as though the triple-pane panels were filled not with insulating argon gas, but with trapped, liquid sunlight from another century. Alina stood frozen by the open electrical box, her hands still resting on the plastic toggle of the master switch, her breath hitched in her throat, a small white plume that drifted out and hung suspended in the darkening air of the kitchen. Through the south wall pane, directly across from where her minimalist oak desk sat, the reflection had not vanished with the turning off of the lights. It had deepened. The black pine trees, the snowy banks of Whispering Lake, the vast, milky void of the winter sky. All of it was gone. In their place, framed perfectly by the thin black steel beams of the modern house, stood a grand Victorian parlor. It was rendered with impossibly crisp, luminous clarity. Alina could see the intricate, floral damask pattern in the heavy crimson wallpaper, dark and rich as dried blood. She could see the tall mahogany bookcases lining the far wall, their shelves packed tightly with gold-embossed leather spines that caught the flickering firelight. In the center of the room, built into a wall of dark-dressed granite, a massive hearth crackled with thick, glowing logs, sending lazy swirls of orange embers up a wide, soot-stained chimney. And around the hearth, arranged in a quiet, formal semicircle, sat 7 people. They were motionless. 4 men and 3 women, dressed in the heavy, formal attire of the late 19th century. The men wore high-boned linen collars, dark wool waistcoats, and long frock coats that draped heavily over their knees. The women were encased in dark, high-necked gowns of silk and velvet, their hair swept up into intricate gleaming knots secured with tortoiseshell and ivory combs. In the center of the ark sat the woman Elena had seen before, the one who had written upon the mirrored pane. Her hands rested folded in her lap over a small velvet-bound book. Her face was pale, serene and unlined, illuminated from below by the soft, jumping light of the fireplace. Every single pair of eyes in that room was fixed on the glass pane. They were looking straight at Elena, not with malice, not with anger or sudden, terrifying hunger. Their faces bore the quiet, patient expressions of hosts waiting in a drawing room for a long-expected guest to finally step across the threshold. Alina's heart hammered against her ribs, a wild, frantic rhythm that felt entirely out of place in the profound stillness of the room. She took a slow step backward. Her socked foot slid over the oak floorboards with a soft shh. In the glass, not a single figure flinched. The flickering firelight danced across their dark pupils, casting long, swaying shadows behind their high-backed velvet chairs. A sound began to filter through the house. It was not coming from the forest, nor from the cold metal framework above. It came directly from the glass wall ahead. It was the deep, rhythmic, metallic clack-tick of a heavy brass pendulum clock. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The sound was slow, heavy, and infinitely calm. It measured time not in frantic modern seconds, but in the long, unhurried paces of a winter evening in 1888. Along with the sound came a shift in the air. The sterile, dry heat of the modern electric floor began to cool rapidly. But in its place came a different kind of warmth. A dense, heavy draft that smelled of burning pine logs, melted beeswax, old paper, and the faint, dusty sweetness of dried lavender kept in dark drawers. Alina drew a trembling breath through her mouth. The air tasted of wood smoke. "This isn't real," she whispered to the empty, shadowy room. Her voice sounded thin, fragile, like dry leaves scraping over ice. "It's an optical anomaly, a projection." She forced her feet to move. She walked toward the south pane, her hands clenched into tight fists at her sides. With every step she took closer to the glass, the cold of the modern house seemed to retreat. The air grew warmer, thicker, heavier with the rich, dry scent of the parlor's hearth. She stopped inches from the glass. The pane was no longer smooth, flat, and cold to the touch. When she raised her hand and pressed her fingertips against the surface, she did not feel the hard, impenetrable shield of modern tempered glass. The surface was cool, but it yielded slightly, like cold oil or the surface of deep, still water held together by surface tension. On the other side of the glass, barely 3 feet away, the woman with the ivory combs in her hair slowly leaned forward. The movement was smooth, silent, and deliberate. The rustle of her heavy silk gown echoed softly in Alina's ears. A quiet, dry frou-frou of rich fabric sliding against velvet. The woman set her leather-bound book down on a small mahogany side table beside a half-empty porcelain teacup. She looked directly into Alina's eyes. Her lips parted slightly, and though no sound passed through the barrier, Alina heard the words as clearly as if they had been whispered directly into her ear. "Come in out of the cold, my dear." "The storm is nearly over." Alina pulled her hand back from the glass as if she had been stung. She backed away until her heel struck the edge of her modern oak desk. She turned and looked out the eastern glass wall, then the western wall, then the northern wall. The transformation was absolute. The entire perimeter of the house had ceased to reflect the forest or the snow. All 4 walls were now continuous windows into the same grand Victorian home. To the east lay a quiet hallway lined with dark oil paintings of forgotten landscapes and long, narrow runner rugs. To the west, a tall library filled with dark wood desks and brass reading lamps. To the north, a wide, sweeping staircase of polished mahogany that curved up into the dark upper levels of the mansion. The modern glass house had become an island of shadows floating in the center of a ghost manor. Outside, beyond the glowing frames of the parlor, the real world was vanishing. The blizzard had reached its peak. The wind howled through the high canopy of the Scandinavian pine trees, a low, desolate roar that sounded like a distant sea. Great, heavy sheets of snow swept down off Whispering Lake, piling up against the exterior foundation of the house. Alina looked down. Through the bottom edge of the glass panels, where the modern concrete piers met the earth, she could see the snow rising. It was not merely drifting, it was accumulating with unnatural speed, rising in thick, soft, white walls that pressed directly against the exterior panes. Foot by foot, inch by inch, the white powder rose. It swallowed the low birch trees. It buried the timber deck. It crept up the height of the glass walls like a soft, silent shroud. And as the snow rose outside, insulating the house in a massive, lightless tomb of ice, the image of the Victorian parlor grew more vivid, more solid, and more real. Alina realized then what the architect had done. The note in the rental manual had been precise, though she had been too blind with fatigue to understand it. Outer glazing utilizes custom-manufactured reflective thermal glass, incorporating restored period plate substrate fragments. The house had not been built on top of the ruins of the Lindqvist estate simply to take advantage of the granite foundation. The glass itself had been cast using the melted, annealed silvered mirrors that had survived the catastrophic fire of 1888. Mirrors that had stood in this very parlor for decades. Mirrors that had absorbed every ray of firelight, every quiet evening, every tick of the brass clock, every breath of the family that had lived and died within these walls. The modern glass structure was not a window to look out at the forest, it was an optical trap. A lens designed to concentrate the light, the cold, and the isolation until the physical boundaries of the present dissolved, leaving only what the glass remembered. The storm outside was not destroying the house, it was sealing it shut. It was cutting off the last ties to the outside world, covering the glass in a thick blanket of white, that reflected nothing back out to the forest, forcing all the light, all the memory, and all the time to collapse inward. Alina fell back into her desk chair. The mechanical keyboard lay before her on the sleek oak surface, its black plastic keycaps feeling cold, dead, and utterly foreign beneath her fingers. Beside it, her laptop screen gave a final, desperate flicker of amber light, showing a low battery warning before turning completely black. The silence of the modern world had ended. In its place was the deep, cozy, enveloping quiet of the past. Tick-tock, tick-tock, the clock on the parlor wall struck 5. 5 deep, resonant bronze chimes vibrated through the room. They didn't ring out with a harsh, sharp clang. They drifted through the air like heavy velvet, warm and melodic, settling into the corners of the space like soft dust. With the 5th chime, one of the men sitting by the hearth stood up. He was an older man, with silvered hair brushed back neatly from his temples and a thick, well-trimmed mustache. He wore a dark blue frock coat with velvet lapels. He held a silver pocket watch in his left hand, glancing at it briefly before snapping the cover shut with a soft, satisfying click. He turned toward the glass wall, toward Alina's desk, and smiled gently. He walked toward her. His boots made no sound on the floorboards of the parlor, or perhaps the sound was swallowed by the thick Persian rugs. He stopped at the edge of the glass pane, directly across from where Alana sat clutching the edge of her desk. He reached out his right hand and placed his palm against the glass. Where his hand touched the pane, the glass did not frost over. Instead, a circle of faint, warm condensation appeared on Elena's side of the glass, as if a warm breath had been blown against it from within the room. The glass was melting, not into liquid, but into air. The physical barrier that separated the cold, dark modern box from the grand, firelit parlor of 1888 was growing thinner, soft as a layer of morning mist vanishing under the morning sun. "You look so tired, my dear," a soft, quiet voice murmured. It came from behind her. Elena turned her head slowly, her neck stiff with a profound, terrifying coldness that was rapidly giving way to an overwhelming sense of physical heavy fatigue. Standing beside her modern desk, within the space that should have been empty darkness near the kitchen island, stood a high-backed velvet wing armchair. It was empty. Its crimson fabric looked soft, deep, and inviting, positioned perfectly to catch the warmth of the roaring granite hearth that now occupied the entire southern wall of her room. The modern charcoal sofa was gone. The sleek aluminum kitchen island was gone. The floorboards beneath her socks were no longer pale Scandinavian oak. They were wide, dark mahogany planks, polished to a deep mirror sheen, partially covered by the thick, hand-woven pile of a crimson Persian rug. The transition was happening not with a crash or a tear in reality, but with the quiet, effortless drift of snow falling upon snow. Alina stood up from her chair. Her limbs felt weighted, heavy as iron, filled with the profound, bone-deep exhaustion she had carried with her for months. The dry ache behind her eyes, the restless humming in her nerves, the endless, agonizing alertness that had kept her awake through scores of lonely nights, all of it began to smooth out, to flatten, to drift away like smoke up a chimney. She looked down at her hands in the soft, warm light of the beeswax candles. Her skin no longer looked pale and hollow under the harsh glare of modern LEDs. It looked warm, soft, and rested. She took a step toward the empty velvet armchair. Her wool socks brushed against the soft, high pile of the Persian rug. The floor beneath her feet was no longer warm with the artificial heat of hydronic plastic pipes. It was warm with the genuine, radiant heat of dry birch logs burning in a heavy stone hearth. She reached out and touched the wing of the armchair. The crimson velvet was soft, thick, and slightly dusty under her fingertips. It smelled of old wool, rosewater, and gentle age. "Sit down, Alina," a quiet voice whispered from the circle around the fire. It was the woman with the ivory combs. She had poured a second cup of tea from a silver pot that sat on the side table. Steam rose from the delicate bone china in a thin, lazy spiral that curled upward into the dark wood beams of the ceiling. "You have been awake for so long," the woman said softly, her eyes filled with a deep, soothing kindness. "The storm is high outside. The snow is deep. There is nowhere left to go tonight." Alina turned her head to look back toward where the desk had been. The minimalist oak table was still there, but it was changing. The smooth, processed wood was darkening, swelling into heavy, hand-carved mahogany legs. The mechanical keyboard had dissolved, replaced by a dark leather desk blotter, a crystal inkwell, and a long, dark steel-nibbed dip pen resting on a brass tray. Beside the inkwell lay her notebook. The modern leather cover had aged into worn, dark calfskin. The pages within, which had been filled with her frantic, stalled manuscript, were now blank, smooth and heavy, waiting quietly for a pen to touch them. Beyond the desk, where the glass wall had once stood, there was no glass left at all. There was only the grand parlor wall, lined with dark oil paintings and heavy, silk-draped windows that looked out into the absolute, silent whiteout of the blizzard. The modern house was gone. The forest was gone. Whispering Lake was gone, buried deep beneath dozens of feet of silent, motionless snow. There was only the room. Only the fire, only the quiet, unhurried passage of a time that would never end. Alina felt a single, small tear slip down her cheek. It was not a tear of terror, nor of grief. It was the release of a tension so old and deep she had forgotten she was carrying it. Her mind, which had been spinning in endless, sleepless circles for a year, slowed to a calm, steady rhythm, matching the slow, heavy tick of the grandfather clock in the corner. "Tick-tock, tick-tock, is it time to sleep?" Alina asked softly. Her voice was barely a whisper, slipping into the quiet air of the parlor like a falling snowflake. The older man with the silver hair turned from the fireplace, a heavy woolen blanket held across his arm. He smiled down at her with a quiet paternal warmth. "The night is very long out here, my dear," he said gently, spreading the heavy blanket over the back of the crimson velvet chair. "And you are finally home." Alina sank into the armchair. The cushion yielded beneath her with a deep, quiet sigh of down feathers and velvet. The warmth from the stone hearth rushed over her ankles, her lap, her chest, wrapping around her like a thick, heavy quilt. She leaned her head back against the soft, winged headrest. Across the hearth, the 7 occupants of the parlor returned to their quiet, peaceful stillness. The woman with the ivory combs picked up her teacup. The man with the pocket watch opened a broadsheet newspaper, the dry paper rustling softly as he turned the page. The pendulum clock ticked on. Tick, tock, tick, tock. Outside, high above the buried room, the snow continued to fall through the dark Scandinavian night, soft, relentless, and absolute. It filled the tracks in the forest, covered the pines, smoothed out the ridges of Whispering Lake, and smoothed away the last sharp edges of the world above. Alina let her eyes close. The flickering amber light of the hearth danced behind her eyelids, warm, golden, and steady. The smell of wood smoke, old paper, and sweet lavender settled around her face like a soft veil. For the first time in 1,000 nights, her breath lengthened, deepening into the slow, heavy cadence of a true and unbroken rest. She did not feel the cold. She did not hear the wind. She heard only the crackle of the fire, the steady tick of the clock, and the endless, silent falling of the snow outside the parlor walls, keeping her safe, keeping her hidden, keeping her warm. Forever, the rain did not merely fall. It descended like a heavy, sodden veil, wrapping the empty platform in sheets of liquid iron. David stood beneath the rusted corrugated overhang of the station, his coat collar turned up against a wind that carried the sharp metallic tang of wet gravel and forgotten tracks. His legs felt hollow, filled with the leaden ache that only comes from 16 straight hours beneath the relentless, buzzing glare of office fluorescent bulbs. Every muscle in his shoulders was pulled taut, locked into a persistent tightness, while behind his eyes sat a dull, pulsing pressure, a migraine waiting for the silence of home to fully bloom. It was 1:11, and when he had dragged himself down the slick concrete stairs to platform 4. The city behind him was a smeared blur of yellow traffic lights reflecting off asphalt. Fading into the dark expanse of the rural commuter belt that lay ahead. This line, the old line as the locals called it, was a survivor of a bygone era. Most commuters took the high-speed subterranean rail that bypassed the river towns entirely, but David had missed the last express by 3 minutes. He was left with the 114M local, a train that rarely appeared on the digital departure boards. A service spoken of only in whispered complaints by those who worked the graveyard shifts. A low, resonant hum began to vibrate through the soles of David's water-logged leather shoes. It was not the high-pitched whine of modern electric engines, but a deep, throaty purr, the heavy rumble of an old diesel motor pulling heavy iron through the dark. Out of the curtain of rain and fog, a single round headlight emerged. Its beam was pale and butter yellow, cutting through the silver threads of downpour, illuminating the gleaming parallel lines of the track. The engine glided in with remarkable smoothness, its iron flanks painted a deep, lustrous dark green, streaked with water. There was no screech of steel brakes, no jolting shudder that usually accompanied an ancient passenger train coming to a stop. Instead, it slid along the platform like a dark ribbon pulled through grease, coming to a halt with a quiet, releasing hiss of air. David stepped toward the nearest carriage door. The brass handle felt cold and surprisingly heavy in his hand as he turned it. The door swung inward on oiled hinges, making no sound at all. As he stepped up into the vestibule, the violent, rhythmic drumbeat of the storm was instantly muted, reduced to a soft, comforting patter against the thick glass windows. The air inside the carriage was warm and heavy, carrying a distinct, nostalgic scent, a mixture of aged mahogany, beeswax polish, damp wool, and the faint, dry sweetness of old leather bindings. It was an atmosphere that felt preserved, as though the carriage had been sealed away decades ago and opened only for this quiet midnight run. David shook the water from his umbrella, letting the droplets pool silently on the dark linoleum floor before pushing open the interior door into the main passenger compartment. The car was illuminated by a series of low-wattage wall sconces fitted with bell-shaped, frosted glass shades. They cast a warm amber glow across the interior, creating deep, velvety shadows in the corners and under the high-backed seats. The wood trim, dark mahogany, oiled to a rich sheen, gleamed softly. David took a deep breath, letting the cozy warmth sink into his chilled bones. He felt his eyelids grow instantly heavy. All he wanted was to slide into a seat, rest his temple against the cool glass, and let the rhythmic motion carry him through the 30-minute journey home. He walked down the central carpeted aisle. The carpet was a thick, dark burgundy runner, absorbing the sound of his wet shoes entirely. As he scanned the carriage for a quiet spot, he noticed he was not alone. Scattered throughout the car were several other passengers. Near the front sat an elderly gentleman in a gray wool overcoat, his hands resting neatly on the brass head of a wooden walking stick. A few rows behind him, a woman in a dark green headscarf sat rigid, a leather handbag resting squarely on her lap. Further down, near the center of the car, a younger man in a dark suit leaned back against the plush upholstery. David felt a subtle pang of relief. There was a faint, shared camaraderie among late-night commuters, a tacit agreement to respect the silence, to exist as ghost-like companions, sharing the same small island of warmth cut off from the sleeping world outside. He selected a window seat 3 rows from the back, placing his wet umbrella on the floor beneath his legs and slumping into the thick, springy cushion. The seat was upholstered in a heavy, indigo velvet that felt soft and cool against his palm. He leaned his head back against the leather headrest, letting out a long, shuddering sigh of pure fatigue. With a smooth, almost imperceptible surge, the train began to move. There was no sudden jerk, no rattling of window panes. The iron wheels began their slow, hypnotic dance against the steel rails. Clack, 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 clack. The sound was muted, buried beneath the deep floorboards, coming through as a rhythmic, comforting pulse. Clack, 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 clack. David turned his head to look out the window. The rain was streaming across the glass in diagonal ribbons, distorted into tiny amber beads by the faint light of the interior sconces. Outside, the platform dropped away into absolute blackness. The city suburbs had already vanished, swallowed by the dense woodland and open fields that lined this forgotten corridor of the rail network. He closed his eyes for a moment, letting the gentle sway of the carriage massage the tension from his neck. The diesel engine hummed a steady, low baritone, a vibration that resonated pleasantly through the frame of his seat, sinking into his bones. It was the kind of deep, enveloping quiet that makes a person feel safely tucked away from the rest of the universe, safe from deadlines, safe from emails, safe from the cold, ceaseless demands of the waking world. 10 minutes passed. Or perhaps 15. Time seemed to stretch and thin in the warm amber light of the car, measured only by the endless steady cadence of the rails. Clack, 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 clack. David opened his eyes slowly, his vision slightly blurred by sleep. The persistent headache behind his brow had dulled to a soft ache, but a strange, subtle sensation had begun to take its place, a quiet, prickling feeling at the back of his neck. It was too quiet. He knew, logically, that a train carriage at 1 in the morning ought to be quiet, but this was a stillness of a different order. There was no rustle of a turning page, no subtle shift of fabric as a passenger adjusted their weight, no clearing of a throat, no squeak of leather shoe against floorboard. Even the air itself felt extraordinarily still, as though it were not being moved by human lungs. David shifted slightly, the indigo velvet beneath him creaking with a faint, dry sound that felt shockingly loud in the silence. He leaned out into the aisle slightly to look down the length of the car. The elderly man in the gray coat had not moved an inch. His hands remained clasped over the top of his walking stick, his chin tilted slightly downward. His eyes were closed. David watched him for a moment, waiting for the subtle, involuntary rise and fall of the shoulders that accompany sleep. But the coat remained entirely stationary, the fabric smooth and unwrinkled. David's gaze shifted to the woman in the green headscarf. Her head was held straight, perfectly aligned with the high back of her seat. Her eyes, too, were closed, her face calm, completely unblemished by expression. Her hands held the straps of her handbag with a firm, static grip. A strange, cold knot began to form in David's stomach. It was not panic, not yet, but rather the profound, uncanny discomfort of looking at a photograph and expecting it to move. He focused his attention on the younger man in the dark suit, sitting just 2 rows ahead on the left. The amber light caught the side of the man's jaw, casting a long shadow down his neck. David held his own breath, watching the man's chest. Nothing. Then, suddenly, the man's chest expanded. It was a deep, deliberate inhalation, taking 3 full seconds. Then, a pause. Then, a slow, measured exhalation that took another 3 seconds. David breathed a quiet sigh of relief. He was just tired. His overworked brain was manufacturing ghost stories out of simple exhaustion. Of course they were sleeping. It was nearly 1:30 in the morning. They were tired commuters, just like him, lulled into a deep slumber by the hypnotic sway of the carriage. He was about to lean back against his own headrest when he noticed something else. At the exact moment the man in the suit inhaled, the woman in the green headscarf also inhaled. David blinked, leaning further into the aisle. He watched the elderly man in the gray coat. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, pause, exhale, 1, 2, 3. All three of them were breathing at the exact same moment. Their chests rose in perfect, mechanical unison, expanding and deflating with the precise, rhythmic regularity of a clockwork mechanism. Up, down, pause, up, down, clack, 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 clack. The rhythm of their breathing was perfectly synchronized with the click of the rails beneath the floor. Inhale on the first click, hold on the second, exhale on the slide. David felt the hairs on his arms stand up. The air in the carriage suddenly felt colder, despite the lingering warmth of the amber lamps. He stared down the aisle, his eyes darting from the old man, to the woman, to the young man in the suit. There was a fourth passenger further up, a figure in a heavy rain mac, seated near the front partition. David watched that figure's shoulders. They rose and fell in exact, terrifying symmetry with the others. "Hey," David whispered. The word was meant to be a normal question, a quiet attempt to break the weird illusion, but it came out as a fragile, dry rasp that barely carried past his own seat. None of the passengers stirred. No eyes fluttered open, no heads turned. The rhythmic, collective breathing continued, uninterrupted, smooth and quiet as the tide pulling away from a shore. David pulled himself back into his seat, his heart thumping a quick, erratic counter-rhythm against his ribs. He pressed his back hard against the indigo velvet, as if trying to merge with the structure of the seat itself. "It's just an illusion," he told himself, pressing his cold palms against his knees. The rhythmic vibration of the train car is causing their bodies to move together. It's physics. Resonance. That's all it is. He swallowed hard, his throat feeling as dry as paper. But deep down, beneath the rationalizations, the primitive, instinctual part of his mind, the part that shivers in the dark when the stairs creak, knew that bodies do not vibrate into synchronized breathing. He turned his gaze back to the window, desperate for something ordinary, something real to anchor his thoughts. Outside, the storm raged on. Rain struck the glass in heavy, erratic splatters, washing down the outer pane like liquid obsidian. The landscape was a void of absolute darkness, no house lights, no distant highway beams, no red hazard lights twinkling on distant radio towers, just an infinite, empty ocean of black. The train began to slow down. The rhythmic clack-clack of the rails broadened into a deeper, slower cadence. Clack, clack, clack. David looked out, straining his eyes against the glass. A pale, yellow sodium streetlight materialized out of the dark mist, its light diffuse and sickly, casting long, wavering rays through the downpour. Then came the wooden edge of an old open-air platform. David looked for the station sign. Every station along this line had a heavy enamel board painted in navy blue with stark white lettering, announcing towns like Oakhaven, Millfield, or Blackwood. As the carriage glided past the lamp, the sign came into view. It was an enamel board mounted on two wet timber posts, illuminated directly by the buzzing sodium light. But the letters painted on it were wrong. David leaned closer to the glass, his breath fogging the lower corner of the pane. He wiped it away hastily with his sleeve. The marks on the sign were not letters. They were intricate, spiraling symbols, delicate, looping scripts that twisted inward like the shell of a nautilus or the whorls of a fingerprint. They seemed to curve and writhe as the light played across them, offering no clear beginning or end. They were utterly unreadable, yet they possessed an eerie, deliberate geometry that suggested a language far older and far stranger than anything David had ever seen. The train did not stop. It merely crawled past the platform at the speed of a walking man. David stared at the platform as it drifted by. It was completely deserted. Wet leaves from unseen trees were plastered against the wet concrete boards. The single sodium light buzzed overhead, flickering once, twice, casting long, sharp shadows that seemed to stretch in directions that didn't align with the light source. Then, the platform ended, plunging the window back into pitch blackness. The engine roared, a low, smooth, effortless purr, and the train began to pick up speed again. Clack, clack. Clack, clack. David's hand was trembling slightly as he reached up to rub his forehead. The dull ache behind his eyes was growing sharper, fueled by the rising tide of quiet dread that was slowly saturating the car. He looked down at his wristwatch. The dark face of his analog watch showed the hands frozen at 1:14. He stared at it, watching the narrow, red second hand. It ticked forward 1 second, hovered for a moment, and then slipped back to where it had started. Tick, slip back. Tick, slip back. He tapped the glass face with his fingernail. Clack. The second hand remained trapped in its endless, 1 second loop. Battery, he muttered aloud, his voice sounding hollow and small. Just a dying battery. He pulled his smartphone from his coat pocket, pressing the side button to wake the screen. The glass lit up, bright and jarring in the dim amber interior of the carriage. In the top corner, where the signal bars usually sat, there were no bars. No service warning either. Instead, the area was populated by a row of tiny, static symbols, spirals, similar to the ones he had just seen on the station platform sign. The clock in the center of the screen read 01:14. David sat frozen, staring at the lit screen. He waited for the digital minute to change to 01:15. He watched the white numbers, unblinking, his thumb resting nervously against the edge of the phone. A minute passed. Then, another. The screen dimmed slightly as the auto-lock timer engaged, but the display remained stubbornly locked on 01:13. A cold prickle of sweat broke out along his hairline. He squeezed his eyes shut, pressing the heels of his hands into his eye sockets until brilliant patterns of red and purple light bloomed across his vision. "You are having a sleep deprivation hallucination," he thought, repeating the words like a protective spell. "You worked 16 hours. You drank 4 cups of stale office coffee. You are dreaming sitting up. In a moment, you will wake up, the conductor will announce your stop, and you will walk home." He opened his eyes. The carriage was still there. The warm amber lamps continued to cast their soft, quiet glow against the rich mahogany walls. The rain continued its steady, hypnotic music against the glass. And down the aisle, 4 passengers continued to breathe in absolute, unyielding synchronization. Inhale, exhale. David felt an overwhelming urge to get up, to run to the front of the carriage, to grab the young man in the suit by his lapels and shake him until his eyes opened, until he yelled at David to let him go, until he did anything human and uncoordinated. He braced his hands against the armrests of his seat, preparing to stand. Before he could push himself up, a soft, dry sound echoed from the far end of the car. Squeak, thud. It was the sound of a heavy metal door latch turning, followed by the quiet, cushioned thud of an interior door opening. David froze, his body locked mid-rise. From the dark vestibule at the front of the carriage, a figure stepped into the aisle. It was the ticket conductor. He wore a traditional dark navy uniform made of heavy wool, fitted with double-breasted brass buttons that gleamed faintly in the amber light. A stiff, peaked cap sat low on his head, casting his upper face in deep shadow. In his right hand, he held a small silver ticket punch, which glinted like a needle whenever it caught the light of the wall sconces. The conductor began to move down the aisle. He walked with an uncanny, liquid grace. His polished black leather shoes moved across the burgundy carpet, yet they made no sound whatsoever. No heavy heel strike, no rustle of trouser legs, no creak of leather. He drifted down the aisle like a shadow gliding over water. As he reached the first passenger, the figure in the heavy rain mac, the conductor stopped. He did not ask for a ticket. He did not speak. He leaned down slightly, raised the silver ticket punch, and pressed it into the air near the passenger's lapel with a sharp metallic click. The passenger did not move. They did not reach into a pocket. They did not even blink. Their eyes remained closed, their chest rising and falling in that terrible uniform rhythm. The conductor stepped to the next row, where the elderly man in the gray coat sat. Again, the conductor bent his head slightly. Click. The silver punch bit into empty air, dropping a tiny, unseen circle of paper toward the carpet, though David couldn't see anything fall. A wave of icy, paralyzing dread swept through David, pinning him to his seat. Every instinct screamed at him to pull his legs up, to shrink into the shadows of his corner, to disappear into the indigo velvet. The conductor moved past the woman with the green headscarf. Click, then past the young man in the suit. Click. Each time, the process was effortless, silent, and performed with a slow, ritualistic care. The conductor was moving closer, row by row, stepping steadily toward the back of the car where David sat alone. David's breath hitched in his chest. He pressed his back tightly into the seat, his knuckles white as he gripped the wooden edges of the armrests. The ambient sounds of the train seemed to retreat, growing faint and distant as if underwater. The heavy rumble of the diesel engine, the persistent clack-clack of the steel rails, the rushing roar of the rain outside, all of it faded into a hushed, suffocating quiet. The only sound left in the universe was the soft, rhythmic breathing of the sleeping passengers. Inhale, exhale. The conductor stopped at the row directly in front of David. For a long moment, the man stood motionless in the aisle, his back turned slightly toward David. He was tall and thin, his navy blue coat fitting his narrow frame with immaculate precision. The collar of his coat was clean, unwrinkled, smelling faintly of dry lavender and cold earth. Slowly, deliberately, the conductor turned around to face David. Beneath the shadow of his peaked cap, his face was visible in the warm amber light. He was a man of indeterminable age, with pale, smooth skin that looked almost like polished wax. His features were soft, almost gentle, but entirely devoid of lines, wrinkles, or blemishes. His eyes were wide and dark, illuminated by a quiet, deep clarity that felt impossibly ancient. There was no malice in his expression, no menace, no threat, only a vast, patient softness, the look of a man who had waited a very long time for a delayed guest and was glad to see them finally arrive. The conductor held David's gaze, his dark eyes reflecting the warm, flicking light of the bell-shaped sconce overhead. He raised his right hand, the silver ticket punch held lightly between his fingers, resting at his side. "Ticket, please," the conductor said. His voice was a soft, low whisper, a sound like dry autumn leaves brushing across a stone pathway, or the distant, gentle hiss of rain falling on dry soil. It was intimate, quiet, and impossibly clear, resonating not just in the quiet air of the carriage, but directly inside David's own mind. David swallowed, his heart hammering violently against his ribs. He couldn't speak. He couldn't move his hands. His coat pocket felt miles away, heavy and unreachable. David managed to whisper, his voice cracking, barely audible over the hum of the carriage. I don't know where my ticket is." The conductor offered a small, reassuring smile, a gentle curving of his pale lips that carried no cruelty, only an infinite, soothing empathy. "That is quite all right, David," the conductor murmured softly, stepping 1 inch closer to the side of David's seat. "You've been holding it in your hand the entire way." David looked down at his right hand, clutched tightly in his palm, crumpled and damp with sweat, was not his usual rectangular, magnetic strip commuter pass. It was a small, thick piece of stiff cardstock, yellowed with age, its edges worn soft and feathered. Printed across the top in faded, elegant ink were words he couldn't quite read, swirling in delicate loops that matched the strange, impossible script on the station platform sign outside. David stared at the card in his trembling palm. "Where are we?" David asked, his voice shaking, barely louder than the patter of rain against the window pane. "What station was that back there? Why isn't anyone awake?" The conductor did not answer right away. He raised the silver punch in his hand, bringing it close to the small yellow card in David's hand. Click, a clean circular hole was punched into the corner of the cardstock. A single tiny disc of paper drifted downward, floating through the air with agonizing slowness before vanishing entirely before it touched the burgundy carpet. The conductor lowered his hand and looked down at David, his dark, tranquil eyes holding a profound, quiet weight. "This train does not travel between towns, David," the conductor whispered softly, his tone as warm and gentle as a wool blanket pulled up to the chin on a freezing night. "It travels between the moments you left behind." David felt a cold sensation bloom in his chest, pulling the air right out of his lungs. What does that mean?" "Look out your window," the conductor said quietly, pointing a thin, pale finger toward the rain-slicked glass. "Look closely at the rain." David slowly turned his head. The glass was cold against his cheek as he leaned in. Outside, the night was no longer just blackness and water. The rain streaming down the glass had slowed down. The drops were hung suspended in the air like beads of liquid silver, glowing softly in the dark. And through the misty, shimmering curtain of the downpour, beyond the glass, another platform was slowly materializing out of the dark. It was not the abandoned wooden platform with the spiraling signs. It was a platform from a memory he hadn't thought about in 15 years. It was a small, sunny suburban station on a warm June afternoon. The platform was bathed in golden, late afternoon sunlight. Standing near a green wooden bench was a younger version of David himself, wearing an old denim jacket, holding a worn canvas backpack, staring down at his phone with a look of agonizing uncertainty. Standing a few feet away from his younger self was a young woman with dark curls, her hands buried in the pockets of her cardigan, her shoulders slightly hunched, waiting for him to say something. To say anything. David gasped softly, his forehead pressing hard against the cold glass of the train window. He remembered that day. He remembered the precise, painful weight of that exact moment. It was the afternoon he had decided not to get on the train with her. The afternoon he had chosen safety, comfort, and his familiar city routine over moving across the country with the only person he had ever truly loved. He had stood on that platform, let the train come and go, and walked away without looking back. Outside the window, the scene played out in absolute, silent, slow motion. He saw his younger self open his mouth, say something brief and cold, and turn his back. He saw the girl step onto the train alone, her head lowered, as the doors slid shut between them. Every stop along this line The conductor's voice floated softly from beside him, as light and dry as a whisper in the dark is a crossroad you walked away from, a path you abandoned, a choice left unmade, lingering like a ghost in the corners of your mind. David's breath hitched, leaving a warm oval of mist on the glass that slowly dissolved. "Why am I seeing this?" David asked, his eyes locked on the memory of the sunlit platform as it slowly drifted past the window, dissolving back into the swirling blackness and rain. Am I dreaming? Did I fall asleep on the train?" "You are tired, David," the conductor replied, his tone filled with a deep, boundless tenderness that felt almost maternal. "So terribly, terribly tired. You have been running on empty for years, dragging yourself from one gray day to the next, carrying the weight of every regret, every wrong turn, every lonely evening." The conductor stepped back into the aisle, gesturing broadly toward the carriage around them. "Look at them," he murmured, indicating the other passengers. "The old man who never wrote his book, the woman who never left her hometown, the young man who worked himself into a shadow. They were all so tired, David, just like you." David looked down the aisle again. The passengers sat as they had before, upright, motionless, bathed in the soft amber glow of the sconces. But now, looking at them, David didn't feel terror. He felt a strange, profound ache in his chest, a deep, shared grief that bonded him to every quiet soul in the car. They weren't trapped. They weren't suffering. They were resting. Their synchronized breathing sounded less like a mechanical terror now, and more like the rhythmic breathing of a family sleeping peacefully in the same room while a storm rages harmlessly against the roof outside. Inhale, exhale, clack, 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 clack. The train sped up slightly, the iron wheels singing their steady, hypnotic song against the rails. The rain outside returned to its heavy, persistent drumming, tapping a soothing, complex rhythm against the thick glass pane next to David's head. The smell of mahogany, beeswax, and damp wool seemed to grow warmer, wrapping around him like a heavy velvet quilt. The conductor looked down at David, his silver ticket punch tucked neatly into his coat pocket. "We are approaching the next platform, David," the conductor said softly. "It is a choice. Your choice." David looked up at the conductor's pale, tranquil face. "What choice?" At the next station, the conductor whispered, leaning down slightly so his voice was right beside David's ear, "The doors will open. You may step off the train. You may walk onto that platform, step back into one of those moments, and live it differently. You can choose the life you didn't lead. You can fix the mistake. You can feel the warmth of that sunny June afternoon again and stay there forever." The conductor paused, letting the words settle into the quiet warmth of the car. "Or?" David asked, his voice barely a breath. The conductor smiled, a small, infinitely peaceful expression. "Or you may stay on the train," he whispered. "You may keep your seat in this warm, quiet car. You may let the rain fall against the glass, let the tracks carry you through the dark, and finally, let yourself rest." The engine purred beneath the floor, a deep, steady bass note that vibrated softly through David's boots, up into his legs and into his weary spine. The air in the carriage felt thicker now, heavy with an intoxicating, peaceful stillness. David's eyelids felt as though they weighed 100 pounds each. The dull pressure behind his eyes had vanished entirely, replaced by a deep, irresistible wave of drowsiness that pulled at his consciousness like a gentle, warm current. Outside, the darkness began to thin once more. Another sickly sodium lamp loomed through the rain, casting its yellow, wavering light across a wet concrete platform that was slowly sliding into view. David looked at the window. The rain on the glass began to slow down again, forming silver beads. Beyond the pane, through the mist, he could see the faint outline of a porch, a wooden porch on a quiet lake at dusk, bathed in the soft purple light of a summer twilight. Sitting on the steps of the porch was an older version of his father, who had passed away 3 years ago, sitting with 2 mug cups of coffee, waiting for someone to join him. It was the evening David had canceled a visit home to finish an urgent quarterly report for his firm. David felt a tear slip hot and quiet down his cheek. It tracked slowly down his skin, dipping into the crease of his lip. The train was crawling now. Clack, clack, clack. The sound of the brakes was not a screech, but a long, releasing sigh of air, like a giant lungs exhaling in the dark. The carriage came to a complete stop beside the platform. For the first time since David had boarded, the heavy brass handle on the double doors at the end of the aisle turned with a soft metallic click. The door glided inward, opening to the cool, rain-scented night air. A gentle draft drifted down the aisle, carrying the smell of wet pine, damp soil, and the faint, sweet aroma of fresh coffee drifting from the porch in the distance. The quiet in the car was absolute. The conductor stood in the aisle, his hands folded neatly behind his back, his dark eyes resting patiently on David. He did not push. He did not urge. He simply waited, an eternal host offering a final, quiet haven. "The platform is open, David," the conductor whispered softly. "What is your heart's desire?" The open door let in a draft of air so cold it raised gooseflesh across David's arms, yet it carried a profound, undeniable invitation. Outside, beyond the threshold of the carriage, the rain fell in a slow, luminous silver curtain. The wooden porch on the edge of the lake at dusk sat there, suspended in the amber mist, waiting for a foot to step across its boards. His father sat on the second step, the steam rising in lazy curls from the blue ceramic mug between his palms. He did not turn around. He did not need to. He sat with the patient stillness of a man who had all eternity to wait for a son who had worked too late. David's fingers curled into the fabric of the indigo velvet seat. The temptation was an actual physical weight, pulling at his chest. To stand up. To walk down the narrow aisle, step past the silent conductor and cross that threshold. To sit on the cedar steps, smell the wet pine needles, and hear his father ask him how his day at the office went. Not the office of spreadsheets and glaring monitors, but the simpler days of youth before the world tightened its iron grip around his throat. He looked back down the aisle. The other passengers remained anchored in their repose. The old man with the walking stick, the woman in the green headscarf, the young man in the suit. Their chests rose and fell together. Inhale, exhale, it was a communal breathing, a shared lung drawing from an endless reservoir of calm. They had chosen, or perhaps they had simply stopped fighting the current. David looked back at the open door, then down at the worn, yellowed cardstock ticket in his palm. The little circular hole punched by the conductor's silver instrument looked like a tiny window into the dark. "It is a heavy thing," the conductor whispered. His voice was like dry leaves shifting in a quiet courtyard. "To carry every door you ever closed, to walk through the world wondering what lies behind the timber of houses you never entered." David's throat tightened. A tear slipped down his cheek, catching the amber glow of the wall sconce before soaking quietly into his collar. "If I step off," David whispered, his voice trembling so violently he could barely shape the words, "do I have to remember the office? Do I have to remember the deadlines, the alarms, the fatigue?" The conductor tilted his head slightly, his waxy, flawless face softening into an expression of immense, heartbreaking empathy. "You would remember everything, David. Every regret would follow you onto that porch." You would sit with your father, but the shadow of tomorrow would be waiting in the trees behind the cabin. The clock would still tick, the years would still pile up. David closed his eyes. The exhaustion in his bones felt ancient, geologic. The thought of stepping back into the stream of time, even into a happier, softer memory, felt exhausting. To have to choose again, to have to fight, to work, to worry, to age, to fail, to wake up to another alarm clock at 6 a.m. after 4 hours of broken sleep. And if I stay? David asked. The conductor's smile was as gentle as a falling snowflake. The train does not stop again, David. It rolls through the dark, forever keeping the storm outside. The rain will wash away the noise. The rails will sing you to sleep. And you will never have to check the time again. David looked down at his wristwatch. The second hand was still trapped, twitching back and forth in its endless, looping second, refusing to move forward. He looked back out the window. The vision of the porch at dusk, his father sitting quietly on the step, began to blur. The silver rain fell thicker, obscuring the cedar planks, dissolving the golden twilight into the deep, velvety blackness of the endless countryside. The memory receded, folding inward like a soft fabric being put away in a dark drawer. David exhaled a long, shuddering breath. The tension that had lived behind his eyes for 10 years, the permanent, grinding knot of stress, began to uncoil, loosening its grip on his mind. He slowly released his grip on the wooden armrests. His hands slid down, resting flat and heavy against his thighs. "I'm tired," David whispered. It was the truest thing he had spoken in a decade. The conductor nodded slowly. He did not speak. He simply reached out and closed the heavy train door. Click. The lock engaged with a solid, reassuring sound, cutting off the draft of cold pine air. The heavy, warm scent of mahogany, beeswax, and damp wool flooded back into the space, wrapping around David like a shroud of absolute comfort. The conductor turned, his dark eyes meeting David's one last time. He dipped his head in a quiet gesture of profound respect, then turned and glided silently down the burgundy carpet toward the front of the carriage, his footsteps making no sound at all against the floor. David watched him go until the forward door swung shut, muffling even the distant hum of the engine. He was alone again in the back of the car. But the loneliness was gone, replaced by an immense, enveloping quiet. David leaned his head back against the thick indigo velvet headrest. The fabric was cool against the back of his skull. He shifted his weight, sinking deeper into the cushions until his body felt entirely supported, cradled by the old iron carriage. Outside the window, the rain continued its steady, hypnotic drumming against the glass. Patter-tap, patter-tap, patter. It was a sound designed to erase thought, to blur the hard edges of the world until nothing remained but the gentle cadence of water falling against steel and wood. The train surged forward with a smooth, effortless motion, its wheels finding their ancient eternal rhythm on the rails. Clack, 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 clack. David closed his eyes. Down the aisle, through the dim, amber-lit shadows, the other passengers breathed as one. Inhale, 1, 2, 3. Exhale, 1, 2, 3. David let his own chest match their cadence. He drew in the warm, scented air of the carriage, feeling it fill his lungs, washing away the dust of the city, the glare of the monitors, the endless ticking of the clocks. And as he breathed out, he let go of his name. He let go of his apartment, his keys, his job, his regrets, and the cold rain outside. The train rolled on through the unending night, its butter-yellow headlight cutting a lonely swath through the mist, carrying its quiet passengers ever onward through the dark, beautiful silence of unmade time. The world above 70 degrees north did not end in a sudden, sharp fracture, but in a long, velvety exhalation of blue darkness. For 3 weeks, the sun had not risen above the jagged spine of the Dovrefjell Range, leaving Station 9 suspended in a permanent twilight. A vast, indigo ocean where day and night were distinguished only by the slight shift in the tint of the snow. Outside, 300 miles of uninhabited plateau stretched into the frozen dark, swept by winds that carried the dry, singing grit of ice dust across the metal cladding of the station's outer shell. Inside, the world was no larger than 16 square meters, framed by tongue and groove pine planks, sealed against the Arctic air by triple-paned reinforced glass and warmed by the dull copper hum of an old kerosene stove and the amber glow of vacuum tubes. Eric adjusted his heavy velvet-cushioned headphones, settling them more comfortably over his ears. The leather was supple, softened by years of oil from his skin, and smelled faintly of lanolin and aged spruce dust. Through the copper wiring and the paper cone diaphragms, the universe hummed its endless, quiet song. The faint, granular hiss of ionospheric noise, the distant crackle of lightning storms discharging thousands of miles away in the tropical Atlantic, and the steady, rhythmic thump-thump-thump of the diesel generator housed in the bunker below the floorboards. He loved the noise. In the absolute silence of the polar night, pure stillness was an enemy. It made the ear strain, created ghosts in the acoustic darkness, filled the mind with the phantom sound of footsteps on frozen gravel. The static was a blanket. It was a textured, living warmth that assured him the planet was still spinning, still breathing, still sending out its frantic, invisible web of human voices and automated pulses across the dark expanse. Eric picked up his brass-tipped mechanical pencil, rolling it between 2 calloused fingers. On the scarred oak desk before him lay the daily station log, a thick, ledger-bound book filled with crisp, cream-colored pages. His handwriting was neat, precise, almost architectural. Every 4 hours he recorded the standard meteorological metrics: ambient air pressure, wind velocity, humidity, snowpack density, and receiver gain. 14 knot UTC, he wrote, the graphite scratching softly against the heavy paper. Barometer, 1012.4 HPA. Exterior temp, 28.6 C. Interior temp, plus 18.2 C. Wind, 14 knots, north-northeast. Primary band clear. Solar interference nominal. He paused, resting the side of his hand on the desk, feeling the subtle, vibrating pulse of the station. Station 9 was one of 7 automated relay outposts constructed in the mid-50s, anchored directly into the granite foundation of the mountain peak. It was designed to collect weather telemetry and act as a low-frequency repeat station for coastal shipping routes and military aviation. But mostly, it was a place of deep, undisturbed, solitary retreat. Eric was 6 months into his 9-month rotation, and he had long since dropped into the slow, hypnotic rhythm of the installation. He stood up, his heavy wool socks hushing against the pine floorboards. His movements were slow, unhurried, measured to match the muted pulse of his surroundings. He walked the 3 steps from his desk to the small kitchenette in the corner of the room. The air near the floor was cool, carrying the sharp iron scent of the metal subframe, but at chest height, it was thick and warm, smelling of boiled chicory, wood smoke, and the faint, sweet aroma of drying paraffin. He lifted the heavy cast iron kettle and filled it from the copper water canister. The water splashed with a bright, ringing clarity into the kettle's belly. He placed it upon the flat iron top of the stove, turning the small brass valve to widen the jet of blue kerosene flame beneath. A quiet, fluttering hiss emerged from the burner, a dry, steady sound like autumn leaves scraping across flagstones. While he waited for the water to heat, Eric walked to the single south-facing window. A thick, crystalline border of frost had bloomed across the outer edge of the glass, forming intricate fern-like structures that caught the dim yellow glow of the interior desk lamp. Beyond the frost lay the blackness. There were no stars tonight. A high, thin sheet of stratus cloud obscured the sky, turning the atmosphere into a solid, seamless vault. If he looked closely at the glass, he could see his own reflection floating against the void, a slender man in his late 30s, clad in a thick navy blue wool sweater, his hair trimmed short, his gray eyes pale and calm in the soft light. A tiny sound drew his attention back to the equipment rack. It was not a sudden noise, nor was it loud. It was merely a shift in the quality of the static coming from the secondary shortwave receiver, a broad-spectrum tuner he kept dialed to the emergency monitoring band at 4.622 mHz. Eric stepped back to the desk, picking up the secondary headset that hung from a brass hook beside the console. He pressed one side of the leather cup to his ear. The open-air static, that soft, rolling shh of cosmic radiation, had smoothed out. It sounded flat, compressed, as though an invisible hand had placed a dampener over the broadcast frequency. Then came the chime. Plink, it was a solitary, mechanical note, crisp, cold, and perfectly clear, like a small steel hammer striking a tiny glass bell. It had a strange, lingering resonance that faded slowly into the quiet baseline hiss. 7 seconds passed. Plink. Eric frowned slightly, though his expression remained relaxed. Shortwave radio was a museum of strange, forgotten signals. Number stations, military beacons, radar test loops, and amateur propagation markers drifted through the airwaves like ghost ships, broadcasting to no one, maintained by automated systems whose creators had long since forgotten their existence. He leaned over the console, his hand resting on the brushed aluminum tuning knob. The dial was heavy, weighted with an internal flywheel that glided with a smooth, buttery resistance. He micro-tuned the frequency down, 0.5 kilohertz. The signal did not fade. If anything, it grew clearer, completely devoid of the atmospheric distortion typical for this time of day. Plink. Another 7 seconds of silence. Then a voice broke through. It was neither distinctly male nor female, but carried the flat, measured cadence of an old synthesized voice recording or a reader reading from an unpunctuated ledger. It was quiet, calm, and stripped of all emotional inflection, yet recorded with a startlingly high fidelity that made it sound as though the speaker were sitting on the stool beside him, breathing softly into the microphone. 7, the voice said. The English was immaculate, unaccented, almost clinical. 4, 0, 8, 9, a pause. 7 seconds of smooth velvet static. Plink. 1, 2, 3, 6, 0. Eric leaned forward, picking up his pencil. Out of pure habit, the reflex of a technician trained to log all unexpected signal anomalies, he wrote the numbers down on a blank index card beside his ledger. 74089 cell 2360A number station, he murmured to himself, his whisper barely audible over the hum of the stove. He had heard dozens of them over the years. Usually, they originated from high-powered transmitters in Eastern Europe, Cuba, or secret facilities in northern England, broadcasting encrypted code blocks for intelligence operatives in the field. But those signals were almost always noisy, riding on short-wave bands that bounced erratically off the ionosphere, prone to fading, static crashes, and harmonic distortion. This signal was pristine. There was no fading, no atmospheric hiss, no phase shift. It sounded less like a broadcast bouncing off the upper sky and more like a signal coming from a line audio feed plugged directly into his receiver's front jack. Plink. 8, 6, 3, 1. Eric watched the graphite point of his pencil trace the numbers onto the card. The rhythm was hypnotic, 7 seconds of total silence, a single glass-like chime, followed by 4 or 5 numbers read in that soft, monotone cadence. He reached out and tapped the chassis of the receiver. The metal was cool to the touch. The signal strength meter on the panel, a small glass window housing a delicate black needle, was barely moving. It rested its signal too, almost at the bottom of the scale. The signal was physically weak, yet its audio clarity was absolute. 2004. The stove behind him gave a quiet fluttering gasp as the kerosene jet adjusted to the draft, and the kettle began to emit a low, vibrating hum, the precursor to a boil. Eric set the headphones down on the wooden desk. The voice continued to leak softly from the leather cups, a muted, rhythmically repeating murmur in the warm shadows of the cabin. Plink 590. He turned his back to the console and walked to the stove. The iron top was glowing a faint, cherry red in the dark around the burner ring. He lifted the kettle, pouring the steaming water into his heavy ceramic mug over a filter packed with dark, fragrant coffee grounds. The dark liquid trickled down into the cup with a soothing, wet sound, releasing a thick cloud of steam that smelled of roasted beans, bitterness, and soil. He breathed in the vapor, letting the heat wash over his face. It was easy to lose track of reality up here. The mind was an engine that demanded patterns, and when left in an environment stripped of natural daylight, social contact, and varied scenery, it began to build patterns out of whatever material was at hand. He knew the signs of polar sickness, the slow onset of hyperfixation, the feeling that inanimate objects possessed intent, the sense that the wind was calling one's name from behind the storage sheds. He swept those thoughts away with a gentle, practiced breath. He was fine. He was rational. The numbers station was simply a transmission from a coastal naval base or a forgotten weather relay station operating on an automatic loop. He took a slow sip of the hot coffee, letting it linger on his tongue before swallowing, feeling the warmth travel down into his chest. From the desk, the headphones spoke again. Plink 1820. Eric took another sip of coffee, his eyes drifting down to the digital temperature readout mounted on the wall beside the stove. The LCD display read, number 18.2 CA. He paused, the cup resting halfway to his lips. He looked back at the index card on his desk, then back at the digital display. H182, go nurse, he smiled, a faint, wry curve of his lips. A simple coincidence, the mind searching for order in noise. 018.2S was the ambient room temperature he had written in his logbook just 15 minutes ago. The digit 0 nurse at the end was merely part of the 5-digit block structure typical of mathematical transmission ciphers. Still, he walked back to the desk and sat down, pulling the index card closer under the yellow glow of the goose neck lamp. The voice continued, steady, unhurried, rhythmic as a swinging pendulum. Plink 8624. Eric looked down at his desk. Taped to the wood beside his tuning knob was the station's grid reference card, a small, laminated chart listing the geographic coordinates and radio call signs for all regional outposts. Station 9's official grid coordinate on the Scandinavian military map was Z8624 Ness. Eric's hand hovered over the paper. The quiet in the cabin suddenly felt slightly denser, as if the air pressure had subtly shifted, pressing a soft, invisible weight against his eardrums. "Don't do that, Eric," he murmured softly to the empty room. His voice sounded small, dry, instantly swallowed by the wooden walls and the wool insulation. He leaned over and switched off the desk lamp, plunging the corner into relative shadow. Only the warm orange light from the vacuum tubes inside the radio receiver remained, casting long, delicate ribs of shadow across his hands and the wooden surface. He picked up the headphones again, slipping them over his ears. The world contracted immediately into the space between the speakers. Plink, 1819. Eric turned his head slowly toward the wall thermometer. The digital numbers flickered, the last digit dissolved from a 2 to a 1, then settled. W18.1 CA. A faint draft touched the skin at the back of his neck, a tiny, invisible thread of cool air pulling through the cabin from the direction of the entry vestibule. It was a common occurrence when the exterior wind shifted. The equalization valve in the outer airlock would occasionally bleed off excess pressure, allowing a fraction of a degree of heat to escape. He watched the red LCD numbers. Zelir 18, 1 Nern. Plink, 1810. The display flickered again. The sick 1 Nerns held, but the room felt different, not cold exactly, but crisp. The warm scent of chicory and wood smoke seemed to sharpen, condensing in the slightly cooler air. Eric set his coffee mug down on the blotter. He didn't drop it. He lowered it with deliberate, agonizing care so that the ceramic base made no sound against the leather. The transmission was not coming from a naval station in England. It was not a lingering remnant of a Cold War relay network bouncing aimlessly through the upper atmosphere. He reached out his index finger, touching the glass of the receiver's frequency display. 04622.0 kHz. He rotated the weighted brass dial to the left. The signal began to slide away. White noise, the wild, untamed, chaotic static of the universe, rushed back into his ears like a surging tide. The comfort of the random, unpredictable shh of the atmosphere swept over him, and he let out a long breath he hadn't realized he was holding. He left the dial at D4615.0 kHz. Pure static. He picked up his coffee mug, took a sip, and leaned back in his wooden swivel chair. The chair creaked, a dry, reassuring sound of spruce and iron spring. See? He told himself. It was pareidolia, a string of numbers, a mind desperate for patterns, a coincidental drop in room temperature. Nothing more. He closed his eyes, letting the heavy, rhythmic hum of the generator soothe him. The generator was 2 levels down, anchored to 4 concrete pillars sunken into the bedrock. Thump, 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 60 cycles per second. A steady, unyielding heartbeat that kept the heat flowing, the lights glowing, the air moving. As long as the generator hummed, Station 9 was an impregnable fortress against the endless, icy dark of the plateau. He opened his eyes. From the small tabletop monitor speaker, on the corner of the shelf, the secondary speaker that was supposed to be hardwired exclusively to the receiver's primary channel, a sound emerged. Plink. Eric's gaze snapped to the speaker. The frequency display on the receiver still read Euro 4615 NATO kHzh. He had detuned it. The signal should be gone. 7 seconds of silence. Plink. 0091. The voice was no longer coming through the headphones. It was spilling out into the open room, soft and clear, floating through the amber twilight of the cabin, mixing with the smell of coffee and the quiet flutter of the stove flame. Eric stood up so fast his chair rolled back 2 feet, its casters clicking sharply against the floor seams. 0091. The voice repeated, though it had not said the sequence twice before. It was repeating itself, as if waiting for him to listen, waiting for him to log it. Station 9's internal registration code. The serial identifier stamped on the brass plate, mounted directly above the main door frame, was AST Leo 91Nex. Eric felt a cold, prickling sensation sweep across his arms, raising the fine hairs beneath his wool sweater. It was not fear, not yet. It was something far more profound and quiet, the sudden, terrifying sensation of being seen. He walked slowly to the main console, his slippers making no sound. He reached for the master volume knob on the receiver rack, a large, knurled bakelite wheel. He turned it hard to the left, all the way to the 0 detent. The click of the switch was loud in the small room. The audio did not stop. Plink. 1, 7, 9, 5. The voice issued from the paper cone of the monitor speaker with perfect, unblemished clarity. The volume had not decreased by a single decibel. It remained at a soft, conversational level, a quiet, whispered reading, stripped of urgency, stripped of malice, stripped of everything except absolute terrifying certainty. Eric looked at the wall thermometer. Due 17.9 CE. The temperature was dropping in precise tenths of a degree, exactly matching the 4-digit sequences broadcast by the signal. He turned toward the small hallway that led to the station's heavy inner airlock door. The hallway was dark, unlit except for the faint amber spill from the living quarters. He stepped into the narrow corridor. The air here was noticeably cooler. The tongue and groove pine walls felt icy to the touch as his shoulder brushed against them. At the end of the short passage sat the airlock door, a massive slab of steel fitted with a heavy rubber gasket and a triple-spoke chrome locking wheel. He stood before the door, listening. Beyond the steel slab lay the unheated outer vestibule, and beyond that, the heavy storm doors that led out onto the icy expanse of the mountain peak. Usually, the wind could be heard even through the heavy insulation, a low, mournful whistling as the gale sheared off the sharp corners of the station's roof. Tonight, there was no wind. Eric placed his palm flat against the cold chrome of the locking wheel. The metal was so cold it stung his skin, a sharp, biting sensation that made his muscles contract. He leaned his ear against the center of the wheel. Nothing, no sound of drifting snow scouring the steel outer skin, no creaking of the radio tower's guy wires, no distant rumble of atmospheric pressure shifting across the peaks. The mountain was dead silent. Then, through the thick steel of the door, floating through the solid metal as if it were nothing more than tissue paper, came a faint, delicate sound. Plink. Eric pulled his hand back from the wheel as if it had burned him. The sound hadn't come from the radio. It hadn't come from the monitor speaker in the main cabin. It had come from inside the vestibule. He backed away slowly, stepping out of the narrow hallway and back into the warm light of the main cabin. His heart was beating with a slow, heavy rhythm, each throb echoing in his ears like the pulse of the generator below. Thump, thump, thump. He looked back at his desk. The index card lay under the glow of the vacuum tubes, the numbers written in his neat, graphite script. 740891236E86241820 1819 Bo 911795. He walked to the desk, his legs feeling heavy, as though he were walking underwater. He sat down, pulled the ledger toward him, and turned to the back pages, the section reserved for technical schematics, antenna array diagrams, and structural system maps. He opened to the wiring diagram for Station 9. His fingers traced the yellowed paper, following the red ink lines that represented the station's electrical grid. The radio console was powered by a dedicated 24-volt direct current bus connected to the battery bank in the subfloor, which was continuously charged by the diesel generator. There was no internal speaker inside the airlock vestibule. There were no signal cables running through the outer hull insulation. The audio feed could not physically exist in the hallway. Plink, the chime resonated through the cabin again. It did not bounce off the wooden walls. It seemed to originate from the air itself, short-circuiting the room's acoustic geometry. 1772, the voice murmured. Eric looked at the thermometer. D17.7C. The temperature drop was accelerating. A sudden, sharp crack echoed through the room. Eric jumped, his head snapping toward the south-facing window. A thin, spider-web line of fractured frost had split across the center pane of the glass. It started at the bottom left corner, right where the frost ferns had been thickest, and zipped silently across the surface, dividing the frame in two. Along the line of the fracture, a minuscule bead of condensation formed, instantly freezing into a row of tiny, perfectly round ice pearls. Eric rose from his desk and walked to the window. He hesitated, then extended his hand, pressing the pad of his index finger against the glass right over the new crack. The glass was not merely cold, it was devoid of heat in a way he had never experienced. It felt as though the thermal energy in his fingertip were being sucked out into a vacuum, drawn through the triple pane barrier by some immense, unseen gradient on the other side. He looked through the glass into the polar night. Normally, even on the darkest nights, the snowpack on the slope below the station caught whatever ambient light remained in the upper atmosphere. A soft, pale gray sheen that outlined the sharp drop-off of the ridge. Tonight, there was no ridge. The halogen floodlight mounted on the station's exterior corner bracket was switched on. Its yellow beam was supposed to cast a wide, bright cone across the landing pad 20 meters away. Eric looked out at the floodlight. The fixture was glowing. He could see the bright yellow bulb inside its protective cage, but the light was not traveling. It did not extend into the dark. It formed a flat, luminous disk against the glass of the fixture, as if the light itself were frozen at the source, unable to penetrate the absolute, pitch-black opacity that pressed against the building. The space beyond the window was not dark, because it was night. It was dark because there was nothing left out there to reflect the light. Plink 1750. The room grew instantly colder. Eric could now see the soft white plume of his own breath condensing in the air before him, a delicate swirling cloud that hung in the shadow of the desk lamp before drifting slowly toward the floor. He wrapped his sweater tighter around his chest, pulling the heavy wool collar up around his neck. The cold was not violent. It didn't bite or sting like the Arctic wind outside. It was a still, heavy cold, a gentle, descending chill that felt clean, pure, and strangely calm. He walked back to the stove. The blue jet of the kerosene burner was still burning, but the flame had shrunk. It was no longer a fluttering, aggressive ring of blue light. It had pulled back into a thin, violet thread hovering just above the brass orifice. The kettle on top was no longer singing. The steam had stopped. The water inside had gone dead quiet. Eric reached out and picked up the pencil again. His fingers were stiffening, the joints slightly dull, but his hand was steady. He sat down in his chair and pulled the index card closer. He didn't try to turn off the radio. He didn't try to check the generator. He sat in the center of his small, amber-lit world, surrounded by the creaking wood, the glowing tubes, and the falling temperature. And he prepared to write down the next set of numbers. Plink, the tone was softer now, muffled slightly by the thickening air. 1718, Cebu 17.1 CE. Eric watched his breath rise and fall in the dim light. Inhale, exhale, plink, 1684. He wrote the numbers down. 1684 neath. 165, 1651 neath. The numbers were coming faster now. The 7-second pause between the chime and the voice was shortening, collapsing into a steady, rhythmic cadence, a quiet, mechanical lullaby that filled every corner of the station with its soft, unhurried recitation. Eric looked at his desk clock, a heavy brass chronometer mounted in a polished mahogany box beside the ledger. The second hand was moving with its usual, precise tick-tick-tick. But as he watched, the hand seemed to drag. hesitating for a fraction of a second at the top of its arc before dropping down. The station was slowing down. The air was thickening. The cold was creeping through the floorboards, not as an enemy breaking through the walls, but as a long-awaited guest filling the gaps between the timber, smoothing over the sharp edges of the room. He looked down at his handwritten list. The numbers were no longer just coordinates or room temperatures. They were a log, a complete, unbroken record of every microstate of his reality, calculated and read aloud by a voice that knew every atom of Station 9 before it even came to rest. Plink, 1590. Eric leaned his cheek against his hand, his elbow resting on the cold oak desk. The velvet cushions of the headphones were cool against his ears now, but the baseline static had turned into a deep oceanic murmur, the sound of a vast, calm sea washing over a shore that had never seen a sun. He closed his eyes for a moment, listening to the rhythm. Plink. 1, 5, 2, 3. The generator beneath the floor gave a low descending sigh. Its heavy 60-cycle pulse shifted, dropping an octave into a deep, purring rumble that felt less like an engine and more like the purr of a massive sleeping animal nestled deep in the mountain's granite heart. The lights in the station dimmed, softening from sharp yellow to a rich, warm butterscotch hue. Eric opened his eyes. He didn't feel afraid. The paranoia that had tightened his throat moments ago had dissolved, washed away by the rhythmic certainty of the voice. There was no threat here. There was no monster in the dark, no storm breaking down the door. There was only the signal. Plink, 1, 4, 6, 7. He picked up his mug of coffee. The liquid was cool now, smooth and dark. He took a small sip. It tasted clean, uncomplicated. Out the cracked window, the blackness remained absolute. But it no longer felt cold or hostile. It felt vast. It felt like an enormous, soft duvet waiting to be pulled up over the station, over the mountain, over his eyes. The voice spoke again, soft as a breath against the paper cone of the speaker. 1, 4, 0, 0. Eric smiled faintly into the dim, cooling room and adjusted his grip on the pencil. The air in the cabin had settled into a crisp, motionless density, cold enough now that each breath Eric drew felt like sipping chilled spring water. The plume of vapor from his lips didn't vanish quickly. It hung in the amber glow of the desk lamp, a miniature, swirling nebula that drifted toward the pine-paneled ceiling before slowly dissolving into the dark. He did not reach for his heavy winter coat immediately. Instead, he pulled a second sweater, a coarse, hand-knit garment of unbleached wool that smelled faintly of peat smoke and sheep's lanolin, over his head, smoothing the heavy collar around his neck. He layer-wrapped his feet in thick knitted socks, stepping back into his fleece-lined slippers with deliberate, quiet care. His movements were unhurried, almost liturgical, as if any sudden disturbance of the air might shatter the fragile, miraculous equilibrium that had settled over Station 9. On the wooden desk, the index card was nearly full. His graphite pencil, warmed by his fingers, moved across the paper with a rhythmic, scratching whisper. Plink, 1372 01372E. Eric checked the digital wall display. 013.7 CE. The temperature had fallen past the threshold of ambient comfort, yet the cabin did not feel uninhabitable. The cold was not aggressive. It lacked the biting, predatory edge of the Arctic gale that usually scoured the ridge. It was a still cold, a dry and preserved cold, like the air inside a stone vault carved deep into ancient granite. It brought with it a profound clarity. The faint smells of the room, the oily tang of the tuning capacitor grease, the dry aroma of aged spruce boards. The rich, toasted bitterness of the cooling coffee grounds seemed to separate, standing out in sharp, distinct sensory layers. He turned his attention back to the secondary radio chassis. The two large thermionic vacuum tubes, glass cylinders the size of small apples mounted on top of the steel amplifier deck, were glowing with an intense, gorgeous amber radiance. Inside their clear envelopes, the delicate tungsten filaments shone like suspended threads of liquid fire, casting long, skeletal ribs of orange light across the wooden shelf behind them. Eric leaned closer, resting his forearms on the cool edge of the desk. He could feel the tiny, subtle, radiant heat coming off the glass bulbs, a faint warmth against his cheeks that contrasted sharply with the drop in room air. Plink, the tone was changing. It was no longer the sharp, glass-like chime of a small hammer on steel. The sound had deepened, expanding into a low, resonant bell note, rich, harmonic, and sustained, like the vibration of a massive bronze bowl struck underwater. The sound seemed to originate not from the monitor speaker's paper cone, but from the metal chassis itself, vibrating through the oak desk, traveling up through Eric's elbows and into his collarbones. The voice followed, softer now, carrying a delicate, feathered texture that sounded less like a synthesized recording and more like a gentle breath passed across the lip of a crystal vessel. 0945 Mo 0945H. Eric reached out and picked up his logbook, flipping past the operational records of the past 6 months. He stopped at the reference section in the back, a series of tables detailing the station's physical specifications, structural weights, and electrical load balances calculated by the Norwegian State Telecommunications Board in 1954. His thumb traced down the column labeled Fuel Capacity and Flow Rate. At standard idle, the diesel generator in the basement consumed precisely 0.945 liters of fuel per hour. He looked down at the paper, then up at the glowing tubes. A faint, quiet smile touched the corners of his mouth. "You know the fuel rate," he murmured. His whisper was barely more than a rustle of wool against wool. The radio did not answer directly, but 7 seconds later, the bronze chime hummed through the wood. Plink. 0940. The generator beneath the floorboards seemed to respond to the broadcast. Its heavy, rhythmic thump-thump-thump softened, shifting down half a tone. The metallic vibration in the floorboards smoothed out, turning into a deep, velvety purr that felt remarkably like the purring of a cat resting against a sleeper's feet. Eric sat back in his chair, drawing his knees up toward his chest and wrapping the wool blanket from his cot around his shoulders. He felt an extraordinary sense of calm settling over his mind. In his first months at Station 9, he had feared the isolation. He had spent long, restless nights staring at the dark ceiling, listening to the mountain wind, terrified of the vast, unpopulated emptiness that stretched for hundreds of miles in every direction. A void that seemed constantly threatening to crush the tiny timber box and swallow him whole. Now, that terror was entirely gone. The emptiness was no longer outside trying to break in. The station had become a vessel, perfectly sealed, floating on a sea of quiet dark, guided by a voice that accounted for every drop of oil, every degree of heat, every splinter of wood. Plink. 0821. The voice was no longer reading 5-digit code blocks. It had shifted to 4-digit pairs, spaced by longer, more spacious pauses. 11 seconds between the chime and the numbers. 11 seconds of total, magnificent silence. Eric closed his eyes and listened to the silence. It was not a dead silence. It was filled with microscopic sounds he had never noticed before. The microscopic tick of the brass clock's gears as they turned against their jewel bearings. The microscopic sound of the frost crystals on the window pane expanding. their tiny ice fingers branching across the glass like delicate silver lace, the quiet, rhythmic whoosh of his own lungs expanding and contracting. Inhale, exhale. He opened his eyes and looked at his pencil. Plink, 0, 7, 6, 4. He looked down at his chest. Inhale, exhale. He waited. He didn't write the number down this time. He simply held the pencil loosely between two fingers, watching the point hover over the cream-colored card. He took a slow, deep breath, filling his lungs completely, then held it. He held his air in the stillness of his chest, keeping his ribs motionless, counting the seconds in his head. 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 15 seconds. The radio stayed silent. The 7-second window for the chime came and went. No bell tone struck, no voice spoke. The monitor speaker offered only a soft, flat hush, the sound of an empty stage waiting for the actor to step into the light. Eric held his breath until his chest felt a mild, warm pressure. Then he let it go in a slow, smooth exhalation that formed a white plume in the amber light. The instant the air cleared his lips, the chime struck. Plink, 0, 7, 6, 3. A quiet, soft laugh bubbled up in Eric's throat, barely audible, warm and dark. It was counting his breaths. The sequence was not a weather telemetry report. It was not a military code. It was an inventory. It was counting down the remaining respiratory cycles of the cabin, matching his lungs step by step, breath by breath, as the station drifted deeper into the quiet dark. He took another breath. Slow. 4 seconds in. 4 seconds out. Plink. 0, 7, 6, 2. 762, Eric whispered. He didn't feel panicked. The thought of a countdown should have sent a jolt of adrenaline through his heart, setting his pulse racing, forcing him to run to the emergency survival gear or scramble for the satellite phone. But his heart remained remarkably steady, beating at a calm, resting rate of 58 beats per minute. He realized why. The voice was not hurrying him. It wasn't a timer ticking down to an explosion. It was an invitation. It was the steady, gentle counting of a parent sitting by a bedside, waiting for a child's eyelids to grow heavy after a long day of play. He pulled the wool blanket tighter around his shoulders, wrapping himself in its heavy, coarse warmth, and stood up from the desk. His knees made a faint, soft pop in the cold air. He walked slowly toward the small hallway that led to the station's outer exit. The floorboards beneath his slippers were cold now. The wood contracted tight against the iron nails, but they didn't creak. Everything in the cabin had settled into its final, compressed form. He passed the small kitchenette. The water in the copper canister had frozen over. A smooth, mirror-like disk of ice had formed across the top, reflecting the amber glow of the radio room behind him like a small, silver moon. The iron stove was completely dark now, the blue kerosene jet extinguished, its iron surface cool and smooth as river stone. He entered the short corridor and reached the heavy steel airlock door. The chrome locking wheel was covered in a delicate layer of hoarfrost, tiny, feather-like ice needles that sparkled like diamonds in the dim spill of light from the living quarter doorway. Eric placed his bare hand on the wheel. The frost melted instantly under the warmth of his palm, turning into small beads of moisture that clung to the steel. He gripped the spokes and rotated the wheel to the left. The heavy steel bolts withdrew from the frame with a soft, lubricated clack. He pulled the door inward. The heavy rubber gasket broke its seal with a dry, whispering sound, like a page being turned in an old book. Eric stepped into the unheated outer vestibule. The air here was much colder, perhaps 20 degrees below zero, but it was entirely still. There was no draft. No wind pushed through the cracks of the outer storm hatch. The small wooden room, normally used for storing snowshoes, kerosene cans, and heavy winter parkas, was preserved in absolute, motionless quiet. Eric walked to the outer storm hatch, the final wood and steel barrier that separated Station 9 from the Norwegian wilderness. It had a small, double-paned observation port set at eye level, a circle of thick glass 8 inches across, fitted with a brass rim. Eric leaned forward, resting his forehead against the wooden frame of the door, and looked through the circular window. He expected to see the familiar landscape of the plateau, the sharp, icy tooth of the Store Dovrefjell peak rising against the horizon, the long, sweeping snowdrifts that sculpted the valley floor, the tall steel lattice of the radio tower with its red obstruction light blinking against the sky. None of it was there. The beam of his small pocket flashlight, which he clicked on and pressed against the glass, did not illuminate snow. It did not hit fog or ice dust. The light simply traveled. It extended out from the glass window in a straight, perfectly defined cylinder of white illumination, cutting into a dark so absolute, so dense, and so vast that the light found nothing to bounce off of. There were no suspended ice crystals in the air to scatter the beam. There was no terrain below to catch the glow. There were no clouds above. The mountain was gone. The Dovrefjell Plateau, the hundreds of miles of frozen granite, the pine forests of the lower valleys, the coastline of Norway, the frozen Norwegian Sea, they had not been destroyed by a storm. They had simply ceased to be relevant. They had dissolved into the quiet, dark foundation of a universe that had reached the end of its long, sprawling story. Station 9 was not anchored to a peak anymore. It was suspended in the soft, dark center of everything, a solitary, warm wooden box floating in an endless ocean of quiet, holding inside its walls the last scraps of heat, the last glowing vacuum tubes, the last cup of coffee, and the last human breath. Eric turned off his flashlight. The dark outside the circular window was complete, yet it did not feel terrifying. It felt like looking out the window of a train late at night, watching the empty countryside pass by while sitting in the warm, velvet-lined comfort of a sleeper compartment. Plink, the chime reached him even here, floating through the thick insulation of the inner airlock door, clear and soft as a silver bell. 0, 6, 8, 0, 680 breaths. Eric smiled softly into the dark of the vestibule. He reached out, pushed the heavy steel airlock door shut, and rotated the chrome wheel until the bolts slid back into their sockets with a satisfying metallic click. He walked back into the main cabin. The room had grown dimmer. The main ceiling lights, powered by the direct current battery bank, had faded to a soft reddish-orange wire glow inside their glass globes. Only the 2 vacuum tubes on the radio receiver remained bright, their tungsten filaments burning with a steady, unyielding amber light that filled the room with warm, long shadows. Eric walked to his narrow cot in the corner of the room. He unbuttoned his heavy wool sweater, settling down onto the mattress. He pulled the thick feather duvet and the 3 heavy wool blankets up over his chest, tucking them neatly around his shoulders until he was encased in a soft, heavy cocoon of warmth. He reached out his arm from under the blankets and pulled the small bedside table closer to the cot. On the table sat the secondary radio receiver's external headset, the heavy, velvet, cushioned headphones with the copper wire headband. He picked them up. The metal band was cool, but the velvet ear cups were soft and dry. He slipped them over his head, settling them comfortably over his ears. The soundscape changed instantly. The vast, quiet room retreated into the background. Inside the headphones, the baseline static was exquisite. It sounded like the softest imaginable rain falling on a meadow of tall grass, a delicate, whispering pitter-patter of cosmic background noise, the ancient, lingering heat of creation cooling down to its final, peaceful rest. Plink. The bronze chime struck inside his ears, incredibly close, incredibly soft, like a gentle touch on the temple. 0, 5, 2, 1. Eric adjusted his head on the firm feather pillow, letting his cheek rest against the crisp linen pillowcase. 521 breaths. He didn't need to write them down anymore. The record was complete. The ledger on the desk could stay open on its last page, its cream-colored paper catching the faint orange glow of the vacuum tubes. He looked across the small room at the radio desk. Through the soft dusk of the cabin, he could see the signal meter on the receiver panel. The delicate black needle, which had rested at signal 2 for hours, was no longer moving. It sat precisely at 0. The transmission wasn't coming across space. It was generated right there, inside the copper coils and the vacuum envelopes, born from the very fabric of the station itself. He realized then what the number station actually was. It was not a message sent from Earth to Station 9. It was Station 9 talking to itself, the automated, beautiful, self-aware memory of a world that had completed its run, carefully inventorying its final, remaining contents before turning off the lights. Plink 0, 4, 1, 0. The room was cooling further, the air settling into a deep, crystalline stillness. Frost had covered the entirety of the south window now, transforming the glass into a solid slab of silver foliage, opaque and beautiful, sealing the room against the vast dark outside. Eric pulled his hand back under the duvet, cradling his fingers against his chest where the wool was warmest. His breathing slowed naturally, effortlessly. Inhale, the sweet, cool air filled his lungs, tasting of ancient ice and spruce dust. Exhale, the breath drifted up from his lips, an invisible plume in the dark, disappearing into the ambient stillness. Plink 03, 05, 305. He felt no pain, no discomfort, no cold beneath the heavy layers of feather and wool. His body felt light, weightless, as if the gravity of the vanished mountain had gently released its grip, allowing the station to drift like an autumn leaf caught in a slow, endless eddy. Below the floor, the diesel generator reached the end of its fuel line. The 60-cycle purr didn't stop with a clatter or a stall. It simply softened, dropping its pitch down, 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 a long descending musical note that slid effortlessly into the deep baseline static of the radio. The filaments inside the 2 vacuum tubes on the shelf began to cool. The bright orange light softened to a deep cherry red, then to a dim, glowing ember, casting a final. Serene twilight across the pine floorboards. Plink. The chime was so quiet now, it was barely more than a thought, a delicate silver thread woven directly into his mind. 0, 1, 0, 0, 100. Eric closed his eyes. Behind his eyelids, he didn't see darkness. He saw the Dovrefjell Mountains as they had been in the high summer, vast, rolling green plateaus drenched in the endless, golden light of the midnight sun, the wind singing through the wild heather, the clear mountain streams running cold and bright over white quartz pebbles. He felt a deep, overwhelming sense of gratitude. Out of all the places in the vast, noisy history of the world, he had been chosen to sit in this small, wooden room, to keep the quiet watch, to listen to the final, beautiful song of the cosmos as it tucked itself in for the long night. Plink 001010. Eric took a long, quiet breath. The air was pure, smooth, and utterly peaceful. He didn't count the rest. He didn't need to. The static in his headphones smoothed out into a single, continuous, velvety hum, the sound of an infinite dark sea resting beneath a sky with no stars. The last ember inside the vacuum tube faded into a microscopic point of red, then blinked out, leaving the cabin in total, perfect, comforting dark. Inside the duvet, Eric let his breathing fall into the slow, effortless rhythm of the radio. Plink, the final chime chimed not in the room, nor in the headphones, but in the quiet center of his dreams, soft and sweet as a mother's kiss upon a sleeping forehead. And Station 9 drifted on, warm and quiet and safe, into the eternal, peaceful dark.